That's what's so.
Good morning. Welcome. I'll call to order the March 8th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in the Santa Maria hearing room. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Hart.
Here.
And Chair Hartman.
Here. Please stand and join me in the pledge. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item of business is approval of the minutes from March 1st, 2022. Is there any discussion of the minutes? If not, may I have a motion and a second?
So moved. Second.
Second by Supervisor Lavanino. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. CEO report. CEO Miyasato.
No report this morning, Chair.
And Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. I did wanted to announce for the board that we did receive a request to continue departmental item number 2 on today's agenda. Departmental item number 2 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the PR Investments LLC and Far Western Liquor Inc. appeal. Case numbers 21 APL 62, 21 APL 63 of the Planning Commission's approval of the Orchid Gas Station Development Plan and minor conditional use permit case numbers 18 DVP1 and 18 CUP1, and this is in the 4th district. And again, this is just a reminder that we did receive a request to continue this item. So we will be taking up that request around 10:45 this morning. So for any members of the public or parties involved with that appeal, that will be around 10:45. I would also like to inform members of the public interested in departmental item number 3. I know we have quite a few members of the public here in person today. This is from Planning and Development for the Planning Commission's recommendation for denial of the Exxon Mobil interim trucking for the Santa Ynez Unit Phase Restart Project. That this item is estimated to be heard around 12 noon today. Again, we are expecting to hear departmental item number 3 regarding the Exxon Mobil interim trucking item around 12 noon today and immediately following the closed session agenda. I would also like to let the public know that once public comment is closed, we will be posting the list of all public comments so members of the public know where they fall on that list online along with all items related to that item today. So again, we'll be posting that list online as well as in both hearing rooms so members of the public know where they fall on that list. I would like to remind the public that the Board of Supervisors meetings are being interpreted and broadcast live in Spanish. We are broadcasting our meetings in Spanish both for Cox Cable subscribers in South County as well as Comcast cable subscribers in North County. Members of the public can now view our meetings in Spanish by turning on the secondary audio programming, also known as SAP or SAP under their language settings. The information is currently being provided through the TV scroll. Lastly, I would like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's updated methods of public participation. For the Board of Supervisors methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Members of the public can attend meetings in person, both in the Santa Barbara Board Hearing Room chambers as well as the Santa Maria Board Hearing Room chambers. Please note the board is following all local and state guidelines, and we are no longer requiring face coverings indoors. If you attend the meeting in person, you will no longer be required to wear a face covering, but please be advised that the Public Health Department is still strongly encouraging all county staff and members of the public to mask and socially distance themselves in crowded areas. I would also like to remind the public that if you require any special accommodations, please contact the clerk of the board to make that request, preferably on the Friday prior to the board meeting. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing important information about joining the virtual meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided in the registration confirmation email. You will be placed on mute until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will call you by name. When removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. And if you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, if you're using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes, and this is at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board at 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for this morning.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I would just like to add that it looks like we have under 80 public speakers for item D3. If we get more than that, so we're planning 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds per speaker. If we get more than 80 speakers, then we will cut it back to 1 minute. So with that, turning to our administrative agenda, do board members have any items they would like to pull? I have Supervisor Nelson, A3.
A3.
And Supervisor Williams, A8. And are there any others that board members would like? And Madam Clerk, the public, A9.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman and members of the board. We have requests to speak on administrative item number 8 and administrative item number 9.
Thank you. So would you read A3 into the record, Madam Clerk?
And my apologies, we do actually have an additional request to speak on A3 from the public. Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the circumstances of the existing state of emergency. And we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and that is via Zoom for Dr. Amy Smith.
So the public goes first and Supervisor Nelson will follow.
Good morning. Thanks for having this on the agenda. I think it's a very, very important item. I think declaring a state of emergency is a very important decision. And this is kind of a new territory, and I believe it is related to the state level law. I think it was 262 that was passed in October of 2019, how local health agencies would work with the state health department and how a pandemic would be handled is connected in emergencies into that law. And here suddenly after that, we had an experience where it had to be addressed or used. And it's just been very, very concerning to me since the very first day we were asked to stay home to flatten the curve, whether abuses of rights and overstep and emergency was being used to have other agendas attended to. And I'm not accusing anyone here in particular of being up to anything, but the way, as we can see right now with the war, the way the media pushes a one-sided narrative, it doesn't have that debate and discussion, it demonizes opponents or people who have different view or different experience or looking at a different part of an issue. And so it's very kind of chilling the way the media has become very lockstep and pushing one way of thinking of things. And so that coupled with actually suspending rights due to an emergency is a very concerning thing in a country that strives to be a democracy. And so it's a very serious issue. And I know you're just one small part and you didn't ask for any of this, but I hope you take this very seriously and consider what level of disease we need to have in order to justify changing the nature of rights in our locale and imposing things on people, imposing vaccinations on people for their job, which this body has done. That is a very I do know that there's the testing option, and that's much better than others were offered, and I do appreciate that. But this is a very serious thing when a very narrow way of doing things is mandated, and discussion is not welcomed. Hearings weren't held, and we really need to have an accounting of what rises to the level of an emergency. Right now, we're dealing with something on par with a flu. And even at the beginning, it was this arguably on par with a bad flu. And then treatments were suppressed instead of elevated. And so that is very concerning. So I hope we can learn from this and that you guys can take it very seriously, your job to make sure that power cannot be abused going forward, and that we withdraw the things that were abuses of power imposing on people, including the mandate for the employees of the county and the health order that recommends that for other organizations in our county. That is something that you can do to make sure going forward we have a healthier democracy. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, we have additional public speaker, and so I will close the queue for public comment at this time.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman and members of the board. We do have an additional request to speak on administrative item number 3. And just as an additional announcement, as I stated this morning, for all those members of the public that are here for departmental item number 3, it would be very helpful for the clerk if you log out of Zoom. It is very congested now with a large number of you, and I am unable to see our administrative and general public comment. Since that item is not until the noon hour, if you can please just follow along either online or on your TV, CSB TV channel 20, local channel 20 for Cox and Comcast. If you have any questions on how to do that, please call the clerk of the board's office. That number is on page 2 of the agenda. If you can please log out of Zoom now, that would be greatly appreciated. We will now go to Maria Kestner.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I am going to make a little statement, and I think my statement is for the public because our politicians and our governmental representatives are not listening to us. According to the California Emergency Service Act, the ESA, Section 8558B, a state of emergency can only be called if the threat overwhelms the current resources of the state. Furthermore, the state of emergency has to be terminated at the earliest possible date. The orders and regulations shall be in writing and take effect immediately on issuance. The temporary suspension of any statute, ordinance, regulation, or rule shall remain in effect until the order or regulation is rescinded by the governor. The governor proclaims the termination of the state of emergency, or for a period of 60 days, whichever occurs first. Let me repeat it. The temporary suspension of any statute, ordinance, regulation, or rule shall remain in effect until the order or regulation is rescinded by the governor. The governor proclaims the termination of the state of emergency, or for a period of 60 days. Whichever occurs first. What we are witnessing here is a total power grab by Governor Newsom and whoever are the powers behind him, the lobbyists, the military-industrial complex. The pharmaceutical industry is part of a huge part of the military-industrial complex. They're making huge private profits. They're spending money, billions of dollars on masks and products that don't work, and then they want to prevent the public to use products that can be preventative and have been supported by many, some of the top physicians in the medical field. And I just think the public needs to wake up. You are just continuously being bamboozled by propaganda. You hear about COVID 24/7 on every media outlet, every social media outlet, every TV station, every radio station, and you are just being groomed to not think for yourself. And it's time that we hold, if we are indeed a nation that's ruled by the people, for the people, then we the people need to hold our political class accountable. They are the useful idiots for the lobbyists that control our government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kestner. And that concludes our public, and Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I'm going to renew my objection to this item. I've mentioned before that I appreciate the changes that we've been able to make here as a board due to COVID, that we've been able to evolve and do some things that might have not thought possible, especially with the Brown Act, which requires us all to be here, or if we're participating remotely, to have to publish the location where we're in attendance. Obviously, technology has evolved very quickly, in part to the needs of the public in meetings like this today. And so I just wanted, I'm going to vote against this again. I do think we no longer need to use the pandemic as a reason for us to be able to circumvent the existing Brown Act laws for public meetings. But I do want to highlight that there is 2 assembly bills right now that are proposing to change the Brown Act to allow Zoom meetings by public employee or by elected officials. Assembly Bill 1944 and Assembly Bill 2449. I hope our ledge committee can take a look at those, and maybe we can end up supporting those moving forward. I'm not, I don't object to how we've been going about this. I just object to using the state of emergency as a reason for that. So I'll take a roll
Thank
call
you.
vote on it.
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson. The Ledge Committee has already put that forward and our state delegation is working on that. So in the meantime, may I have a motion to direct staff to hold remote hearings because we, the supervisors, have considered the circumstances of the state of emergency and that local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing.
So moved.
Supervisor Hart makes the motion.
I will second it. I personally feel safe meeting in person. But I also don't want to make that judgment for all of my colleagues. And I think even though our decision would not stop our advisory bodies from making findings, I think it would be harder for them to make findings. And I serve on our library advisory committee. I serve on a number of advisory committees, and the people's level of risk is different based on age, based on circumstances. And I think that the intention of this is that we still are in a place where COVID has made it necessary to have a continuity of government and government work, despite the fact that we have many times had either more than a quorum of people who are afraid to meet in person, or more than a quorum of people who have been exposed and therefore should not meet in person. And so, I think I'm okay to vote for this one more time. I do hold the privilege of changing my mind next month if things are going along a lot better. But I think the issue for me is not so much just where we are as a board, but where our advisory boards are that caused me to want to make this finding one more time.
Supervisor Nelson, did you have an additional comment? Okay, would you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Nelson,
No.
Supervisor Lavanino,
No.
Supervisor Williams,
Aye.
Supervisor Hart,
Aye.
and Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Turning to A8, Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 8 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding a response to the 2021 grand jury report, idle oil wells in Santa Barbara County. And we have 5 requests to speak via Zoom on this item. And we will begin with Brian Trautwein, to be followed by Alicia Rossler. Brian?
And I would like to close the queue for public comment.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Brian Trautwein with the EDC. EDC supports all 4 grand jury recommendations. 1, to have an annual staff report to the supervisors on idle wells' health and environmental impacts, and 2, on potential costs to the county. 3, to maintain adequate staff for annual monitoring of all idle wells, and 4, to enforce compliance with the petroleum code provisions for removal of old oil equipment when no longer needed. According to the grand jury report, which cited CalGEM's data, there are at least 926 long-term idle wells in the county. These are wells that have been idle for at least 8 years and are the most problematic of all idle wells. Idle wells can have disastrous consequences on health and safety. RECA orphaned 212 wells in Cat Canyon when it went bankrupt. Many of these wells are decades old and pose serious health and environmental hazards. They can leak oil like the Toro Creek oil spill. Studies referenced in our letter prove idle wells leak methane and are a significant source of greenhouse gases. Some of the idle wells orphaned by Greca leak and have not yet been repaired, according to APCD. EDC found that idle wells are often associated with soil contamination, which can spread in our environment by soil erosion and be carried away by runoff and affect wildlife. And idle wells can contaminate groundwater drinking supplies with toxic chemicals. An earlier EPA study found that CalGEM does not provide adequate oversight to protect our groundwater from idle injection wells. We've learned that companies frequently use idle wells to defer and avoid long-term costs of remediation. According to the study performed for EPA, only, quote, a small fraction of long-term idle wells are plugged and abandoned each year. The longer wells sit idle, the more likely the well casings fail. And we have an unfortunate history of dirty oil operations in Santa Barbara County polluting our soil and our water supplies. Everyone here is aware that Santa Maria homes had to be demolished to clean up contaminated soil from prior oil operations. We all know about the 100 emergency oil seep cans installed in the Orchid Hills. 50,000 cubic yards of tar, enough to cover a football field under 30 feet, were recently identified in Cat Canyon, and only 25% was removed. Idle wells can be ticking time bombs, leaking methane, contaminating groundwater, and threatening health. This is not a situation of out of sight, out of mind, or what we don't know can't hurt us. Idle wells may impose significant financial costs on our communities and the county if left unchecked and unregulated by the county. When bankrupt operators orphan idle wells and there's inadequate state funding to clean it up, we all bear the consequences. We need to get ahead of the curve with idle oil wells. The grand jury is right. It's the county's responsibility to protect the public and environment from the legacy effects of idle and orphaned wells approved by the county. Better tracking and reporting by the county needs to be the first step. Therefore, EDC requests the board instruct P&D to implement the grand jury recommendations. EDC Senior Attorney Alicia Rossler will provide additional details on what the county can do to better protect the public and environment from the effects of idle wells permitted by the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Troutwine.
We will now go to Alicia Rossler to be followed by Matt Guthrie. Alicia?
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hartman and supervisors. I'm Alicia Rossler, Senior Attorney for the Environmental Defense Center. Thank you, Brian, for highlighting the potential threats to our community's health caused by unchecked idle oil wells. EDC respectfully requests the board not to submit the letter put forth by county staff as attachment A, which asks the board to wholly ignore the grand jury's findings and recommendations. Both the grand jury and EDC's research concludes that the county is not providing regulation or monitoring of idle wells and is not protecting our community from these potential hazards. First, the county does not currently track or have knowledge of which of the approximate 2,500 wells it inspects annually are idle, how many there are, and how long they've been left idle. Although County Petroleum states that it inspects each well annually, these inspections are inadequate because the county has no knowledge whether the well it's inspecting is idle or operating on that one day of the year they're inspected. Second, the county only conducts a visual inspection of these oil wells, which is also inadequate to detect whether there's any soil contamination or groundwater contamination from an idle oil well that's been left sitting for years. Third, the county currently relies solely on CalGEM to regulate all of our oil wells, our idle oil wells. Yet county staff has no knowledge of where CalGEM's inventory of idle wells comes from, or if and when CalGEM inspects or monitors these wells. There's no communication or coordination with CalGEM regarding the regulation of idle wells in our county. It also appears that CalGEM's idle well numbers for our county far exceed the number of wells the county is inspecting annually. These numbers just need to be reconciled. Lastly, the staff's suggestion to provide a portal with well inspection reports, while helpful for transparency, does not address this issue of regulation of idle wells, since these reports fail to include any information about whether the well is idle or not. It only reports what was observed on that one day in the year it was inspected. Given these facts, the county cannot submit a letter to the judge stating that it is adequately identifying and monitoring idle wells and protecting our community, when the truth is it is not. Instead, EDC urges the board to follow the grand jury's recommendations and at least request an investigation and annual report that provides a complete accounting of the number of idle wells, how long they've been idle, who owns them, the number of reported oil spills and leaks from these wells, and the potential risk they pose to the water resources, air quality, and soil. Ventura County is undergoing a similar investigation right now, and we hope Santa Barbara will do the same. We urge you to take action now to further the work of the grand jury and require a full accounting of the status of oil wells in our county. Section 25-2 of our county code provides that the petroleum department provide for the reasonable regulation of onshore petroleum facilities and operations. These would include idle wells, and this is something that's certainly not happening right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And we will now go to Matt Guthrie to be followed by Andy Caldwell. Matt?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. My name is Matt Guthrie, and I'm speaking this morning on behalf of our client, the Coastal Energy Alliance, or CEA. CEA is a group that educates the public on energy issues and advocates to policymakers to further the successful production, distribution, marketing, and consumption of local energy resources, focusing on coastal California. CEA appreciates this opportunity to discuss the regulation of idle wells in onshore oil fields. The onshore oil and gas industry is regulated by over 24 state, federal, and local regulatory agencies, including CalGEM, the County Petroleum Unit, Air Pollution Control District, Fire Department, just to name a few. As articulated in the board's response letter, CalGEM revised its idle well regulations in 2019 to create more stringent requirements on operators to create incentives for operators to manage and eliminate their idle wells. As a matter of fact, AB 2729 was authored by Supervisor Williams when he was a member of the state legislature. The regulations now require idle wells to be tested and, if necessary, repaired or permanently abandoned. CalGEM also ensures that the industry, not the taxpayers, pays for the remediation of oil and gas operations through 2 state funds paid for by operator assessment fees and idle well fees. According to CalGEM, the updated regulations are working. Quote, wells are being plugged before they become a problem and operators are complying. We support the board's response letter, highlighting the regulatory protections in place, and applaud the efforts of the hardworking county staff who ensure that oil produced in Santa Barbara County meets the highest environmental, safety, and social standards in the world. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Andy Caldwell, who is our final speaker on this item. And before we proceed to Andy, as another reminder to members of the public who are logged in on Zoom for departmental item number 3, if you can please kindly log out. You can log back in around 11:30, as the departmental item number 3 will not be heard until closer to noon. So anyone logged in for departmental item number 3, if you could please log out, that would be greatly appreciated. We will now go to Andy Caldwell, who is our final speaker.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. We have great respect for the grand jury, but we think on this one, they missed at least part of this issue, a swing and a miss, so to speak. And it would have been helpful if they would have interviewed at least one oil operator, somebody in the regulated community, to get a better picture of what's actually going on here. First of all, and this is a big issue, it totally ignored the fact that the APCD goes to every single well in our county, whether it's idle, long-term idle, and or operating, and they use this sniffer device. And years ago, we demonstrated this to the board, and that sniffer device detects any gas leak. And if there is a leak, the operator has 24 hours to stop the leak. This is a big issue. The second point, the grand jury report failed to provide even one case of an oil well that contaminated any water well, despite all the rhetoric that you've already heard today. And this third point, it blamed the issues of housing being built where it was discovered on idle wells and leaking wells. But the fact of the matter is it was sumps and surface facilities that were improperly abandoned. I know something about this because my father-in-law had one of those houses. It was not a well, it was a sump/surface facility that was improperly abandoned. Words and terms matter. And unfortunately, the grand jury report failed to make distinctions. And then secondly, this thing is focused on the county. Your letter is back to the grand jury on the county. But again, there's several organizations that are regulating and monitoring the oil industry as a whole. So we support your staff response and ask your board to approve the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell.
And that was our final speaker on this item.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I'm in a difficult position of how to handle this going forward. I don't necessarily, with all certitude, disagree with staff's response to the grand jury. And I can understand sort of the maybe the reaction when a grand jury, and I'm sure with some help by local activists, are, essentially are charging a responsibility when the county is not the primary regulator. We're not even the secondary regulator. We're the tertiary regulator. The primary regulator is CalGEMS. The secondary regulator is APCD. But I still have, after reading the materials, and I really appreciate staff getting back to emails I sent at 9:45 last night. So anybody who doesn't think P&D staff works hard, there's just one example of them working hard. Though there is monitoring, I still am left with an overriding question of, isn't there something more we can do? I mean, the problem is out there, both because of my legislation and Senator Lemon's legislation. There is an improvement in the kind of regulatory framework for CalGEMS. But we still have thousands of wells across the state, and in our community, hundreds that remain idle, even when the price of oil is sky high. And you just got to wonder about that, right? In these cases, these are folks who have an existing right to continue to extract. They're just not utilizing that existing right. And in a lot of these cases, you got to wonder, is this really an idle well, or is this a well that someone's just wanting to orphan, right? That they don't know if they're going to be around forever, and would like to be someone else's responsibility. And just, for those in the audience, there's three confusing terms here. Abandoned well is good. That's a properly capped well that has run out of its lifetime. An idle well could be good, could be bad, right? And a orphan well is really bad, which means that somebody had responsibility for it and went out of business and transfers that responsibility onto the taxpayer. And that's what I, so I just am not confident from my past experience with CalGEMS that the right kind of regulatory framework is good enough for what I would consider what we should have here in Santa Barbara County. And I guess my overriding question to the staff is there something else that we could do to ensure that there is not methane emissions from these wells, and that these aren't idle wells that are about to be passed on to the body politic as an orphan well.
Supervisor Williams, did you want Director Plowman to answer this?
I'll just tell my colleagues, I was just going to ask that we defer this and make this a D item and talk about it another day, given how big of a day there is. But I asked county council, and we're under a sharp deadline for response to the grand jury. So that's not much of an option.
Good morning, members of the board. Supervisor Williams through the chair. So we have John Zorvich on remote testimony if we need him to respond to some questions as well. But we do have information now that through the federal government, CalGEM is going to be receiving quite a bit of funding for abandoning wells. And they said in a communication that they would be spending about $21 million to abandon the Greco wells that became orphaned when they went bankrupt. So that's really good news that they will be able to do that. And so I think that's going to happen over the next few years. And they will look at the most risky wells first, where there's the potential for there to be a problem, and then abandon those. So hopefully that answers part of that question, is that we know that there are going to be resources. Right now, the way our code is written, we don't have a responsibility for the orphan wells. That responsibility moves to CalGEM once that happens. So if the board had an interest in doing something beyond what we're currently doing, it would require a change to our petroleum ordinance to do so. But and Mr. Zorvich may want to comment, but I think the new regulations with CalGEM and the testing requirements and things that are happening with the idle wells, that's good. That's really good. That has improved things, right? So that they require reports to be submitted by the operators for those idle wells. But the way our code is written now is we just require the operator to let us know when they become active wells, because the period of remaining idle can change. They could be 2 months, it could be 6 months, so we just ask them to let us know per the code when they restart.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Williams. This response is not adequate in my mind. And I see that one of the options that we have is responding to the grand jury with the statement that it requires further analysis. This analysis completion date of no more than 6 months. Is that the time that we're rubbing up against, or would we be able to exercise 6 months by using that?
Supervisors,
response?
this report is due back to the presiding judge actually in the 21st. So if you wanted, we could bring it back to the board. As much direction as you can provide us today would be appreciated. If we believe there is, or if the board wants more time beyond that, the response could be that we would evaluate it and then
Okay.
come back. But we would want to be clear and ask your board's direction now so that we come back with the response that is appropriate, that you believe we should be using.
Thank you, Ms. Miyaseta. I know that planning and development has on their long range work plan looking at this issue regarding oil and gas production and the county's regulations about safety and ownership and things like that. And I think these things connect. And so part of the response would be, a preview on what that workload is going to be, what that work product's going to be, and how that connects to this issue. And I think from the commenters, such a wide range of perspective on this issue, folks who thinks everything's fine, other folks who thinks there's a real serious issue. That speaks to me to us needing a full presentation with some real facts and some real information. The public would like transparency in this issue. It's complex, multi-jurisdictional, and this doesn't answer those questions that remain in my mind. So I'd like us to bring it back as a D item and have more substantive response. I'm curious why the folks from the county's inspection team didn't meet with the grand jury. I don't know what the circumstances were of that. Maybe Ms. Plowman knows.
Supervisor Hart through the chair. We had a member of our inspection team that was on medical leave. And so that individual was unable to meet with them. We did offer other people to meet with them. I met with them. But that is the reason why that individual wasn't able to meet.
Thank you. Well, that's helpful. I guess that's all I have, really.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I mean, my suggestion, if the board wanted to proceed, would be to approve this with just one change, which is that, and this gets to the heart of the problem, right? Sometimes well-intentioned folks can identify something that is a problem, but make recommendations that are not particularly functional for an agency. I think in many cases, the best thoughts can be within the agency to figure out, okay, if we have a board who wants us to do more, what's the most effective way to do more? You know, is it a little bit stronger of coordination with APCD when they detect something to come down a little harder or faster? You know, what is it? So maybe what I would ask for is the addition of, you know, somewhere in the document, the language that the grand jury has identified a problem, and we plan to return to the board, you know, within 6 months to discuss if there is an additional regulatory role for the county.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not opposed to bringing it back and talking about it a little bit more, but what I am opposed to is I do not want the county to all of a sudden we get into another level of business that there's plenty of oversight right now. I think it needs to be identified for the public of what that oversight is. But I also don't want to have a hearing where we do not, that hearing has to have our state partners and APCD here as well, so that they can answer the questions of whose responsibility it is and how we move forward. I think that personally, I believe that I agree with you that it very well intentioned, but it's coming up with conclusions that maybe just need to be identified a little bit better for people. So I think if we just delineate exactly whose job is what, that might be good public policy and shine a light on it. But I'm not interested in absorbing any more oversight because that comes with additional cost and all kinds of other things and liability. So I'm okay with a hearing.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman Hartman. You know, I didn't hear anybody actually say that everything is fine. I actually heard that there's a process in place. And I heard the other side that there's real issues and the process doesn't satisfy that. I do think we have a process in place that is addressing these needs, that are identifying these needs. Many of these problems some of them are over 100 years old, and nobody is ignoring those issues. Yes, there's bad operators like Greca that have been out there, and there's a fund that will be tapped into, which is paid for by the operators. You know, yes, those are taxpayers. Those are taxpayer funds, but they're also industry funds that have been contributed towards addressing the problem of some of their more irresponsible neighbors. To me, we're looking at being stuck here between the technical side and the activism side of this issue. And, you know, the answers that we got to the grand jury report came from the technical side, came from our planning staff, came from our CEO looking at this without an agenda, but understanding how the process works, and, you know, disagrees wholly and has, you know, recommendations that we would not be implementing any of these things. I know that's hard for some people to hear, that think that we can never not do more. But eventually there is this diminished return, that if we go down a technical route, you know, we go through all the CEQA, we go through all the process, you know, that if we have 2 layers or 3 layers of regulation, you know, why not 4 or 5? Well, eventually that, you know, that's why people don't like government sometimes, is because we are taking the activism side and adding additional layers that are not necessary. I appreciate them. I understand that they're well-intentioned. They want to protect people's life and safety, but I think we're straying off to satisfy maybe a more, I don't know if it's political, but more an activist need to continue to keep this issue at the top of people's attention, that it's not being addressed. I do think there's a lot of attention, you know, Supervisor Williams, even your own legislation. I mean, this is not a new issue. We're all looking at it. You know, most of these issues are in my district. You know, these are my constituents. And, you know, while I always want more services for them, I do think that there is the proper oversight at this point. I'm not hearing from my constituents saying they need more. It's interesting that I have, you know, people that don't live in my district tell me that they want more regulation and oversight for my district. But, you know, sometimes I guess I question the motivations behind that. Thank you.
Before we go back to Supervisor Williams for a motion, I would just like to add a couple of things. First of all, I really think that the public-facing web portal that is proposed by P&D to identify inspection date and results for each well inspected is is exactly the direction we need to move in. I think what the grand jury is calling for and some of the public commenters is that we have an annual report that touches on some of these things. It looks to me like chapter 50 doesn't have some very important definitions. So at some point we may want to actually look at that. If I understand correctly, the County of Ventura is already doing something like this. So I would be in favor of making some kind of response to satisfy the timeline for the grand jury, but then to follow this up with some additional conversation. And I think Supervisor Lavanino's proposal to get the different agencies that are responsible here is extremely important, because we've all seen that agencies can be doing their job, but somehow there's some gaps between and there is an adequate level of coordination. So I think all of us have come up with a piece of this puzzle, and Supervisor Williams, can you put it into a motion?
Sure, and I just want to make sure that people understand when a company leaves a well idle for a long time, it does everybody harm, right? There's the possibility of emissions, but well abandonment is also a job in this town, right? And so if someone is leaving a well idle for 20 years, when the price of oil is sky high, then you got to wonder, are they really trying to avoid an expense and avoid paying someone to properly abandon a well? And so, what I would love to hear when we have this hearing from the director is either, these things that have been identified by EDC and the grand jury, that's not really our bailiwick, but this other thing is how we could help, right? Or that we've looked through every possibility and there is not an additional role for the county. I would love to and to have some evidence of one or the other, because to me this isn't about being pro or anti-oil. It shouldn't be anyway. It should be about that wells ideally are either active or abandoned. Some of them have to be idle for a certain amount of time, but there is a public detriment in leaving wells idle for too long. So with that, I would just move that we add to this, a sentence that says the grand jury has identified an issue and a problem, and that we will return within 6 months to see if there is a role for the county and oversight not identified in the report.
And is there a second to that?
I just think we should bring it back. I don't know that we should send this document to the grand jury as it is. I thought we were going to have a discussion and then craft a response.
I
as a
believe
result
the
of that.
timing makes that very difficult. So we need to get something back to the grand jury soon. And then we have to have a broader discussion that will take a longer time. So
But one of the responses we can give to the grand jury is that we're doing that additional analysis and we'll get back to you in 6 months. That is what I thought we were proposing to do, rather than make all these substantive statements about how we wholly disagree with everything they've said before we have a hearing to decide what we're doing in the space that we think is appropriate to comment on.
CEO Miyasato?
Supervisors, you do have the option of having a hearing next week. If you'd like this item to come back. And my request would be that if you would like a response to the grand jury in the staff's responses, that we're going to study it and come back. I just want some clear direction on which those would be on the recommendations. There's 4 recommendations provided. Otherwise, we could do as Supervisor Williams said, which is have a general statement to the grand jury in the report that says we intend to come back to have the board review these issues and see if there is a role for the county. In either way, we could come back to the board next week if you wanted us to come back.
And I think that would be tough for staff to coordinate, as we said we would like. County Council Van Molen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. So I just wanted to clarify There are some restrictions on when we get a grand jury report and the board is asked to respond. There's some restrictions on what the responses can be. So as to each grand jury finding, we either say that we agree with the finding or we disagree wholly or partially with the finding. And then we have to specify which portion is disputed and provide an explanation. Then as to each recommendation, we have three choices. We can say the recommendation was implemented with a summary regarding the implemented action. We can say it has not yet been implemented, but it will be in the future, and we give a time frame. Or the third option is, I think what Supervisor Hart is referring to, which is the recommendation requires further analysis with an explanation of the scope and parameters in the study and the time frame, and that time frame shall not exceed 6 months. So I just wanted to clarify that because each statement we make needs to be first on the finding, agree or disagree, and then the recommendations and how we're implementing it. So that's, I believe, why the CEO is asking for specific direction.
Supervisor Levenino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think out of that I like that last, that we need. Look, the grand jury is not going to sit here and tell us you're not responding fast enough. I'm sure they'd take plan B, which is we're going to have a hearing and discuss what they've identified, as opposed to we get back to them in a timely manner and tell them we don't agree with anything they're talking about. So I think we go with that, the one you described that says we need more time. We probably could answer that to every single one of the responses and just say we're having a hearing within 6 months. I think they're going to be elated that we're actually taking their direction.
CEO Miyasato.
Chair Hartman, I just discussed it with Director Plowman. There are in the response, there are 4 recommendations and 4 responses from the staff. And I'm going to read through them, and I'm going to tell you what Director Plowman thinks we could respond to as we'll come back to that. We'll study it more and come back.
Just for the sake of brevity, I'm looking at the grand jury's
So it's
findings right
recommendations.
now, and I just think that the cleanest thing would be just to amend our response to finding 1 and just say that this requires further.
That's exactly what we were
analysis.
going to recommend. That's exactly it. So we would
And I think
recommend
that
recommendation
covers
1 to say that this requires further study and we'll come back.
That would be my motion.
And Madam Chair, members of the board, I did want to clarify, it's the time frame shall not exceed 6 months from the date of publication of the grand jury report. So it is a little bit shorter than, because it was published in December.
So we're just going to have that response to all 4 of their findings.
I was just suggesting finding 1, since that's the overarching petroleum regulatory agencies within the county of Santa Barbara do not adequately identify and monitor idle wells in Santa Barbara County, leaving residents exposed to health and environmental risks. I think that's the overarching thing, of the whole report, and I just suggest that we simply add that to our response.
Chair Hartman. So as Ms. Van Mullen said, for the recommendations, if you can go to recommendation 1 that relates to finding 1, the response to recommendation 1 would be that this requires further review and we'll come back. I just want to be clear because the finding response is different than the recommendation response per the code.
Yeah, that's my understanding too, is that you need an answer of the 3 for each finding, and then we have this blanket, we can use additional time and additional analysis for the recommendations. Is that correct?
What staff is recommending and what Supervisor Williams said was to make that recommendation 1 be that we would come back. On the other recommendations, staff does not feel that we would change our recommendation. One is about that the county determine all actual and potential fiscal liabilities. We don't think that's necessary. The board could tell us otherwise. Recommendation 3 was that we look at having more staff. We don't think that's warranted. Recommendation 4 is that the board instruct planning to enforce compliance with County Code 25 regarding removal of idle wells. The board could, if you want us to do more work on that, we could also add that to the list of recommendation 1 and 4 to come back to the board in 6 months, and also let the grand jury know that we would do more review of that.
Well, part of recommendation 2 also includes an annual report. And so I don't know that we need to do that every year, but it would be useful to have that. And is that what we're contemplating with this hearing? And in that sense, we're partially agreeing with recommendation 2. So I think this needs a little more nuance than just exactly what the staff recommendations are for this entire item, with the exception of this difference with the finding priority number 2.
CEO Masato.
So given that, all these could be reviewed further,
Mhm.
we could just, as Supervisor Hart just recommended, as a blanket to all the recommendations, say that we will review it and requires further analysis. If the board believes there needs to be more discussion, which it sounds like some of you do, we could just answer that way. So if they're all recommendation 1 through 4, we could respond that we will requires further review and that we would return in 6 months.
I would be agreeable to that as a way to move forward. I actually don't think annual reports make a difference. I think they cause staff to run around in a circle for a few weeks and not do the work that we want them to do. So I would rather have, staff identify, a technical role that is unfulfilled than run around for a couple weeks every year trying to meet the political expediency of an annual report.
However, we need to get a response to the grand jury, and I think this does the best that we can do, and we can always reconsider the report when we take this up as a D item. Would that be agreeable?
Yes.
And
So I'll amend it to, or I'll reissue a motion that we amend our response to all 4 findings, saying that this requires further analysis.
Second.
And Supervisor Nelson?
And Madam Chair, members of the board, I would just revise that to say, and return within 3 months, since we've already had 3 months of 6 months run.
Okay. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I'm not going to go ahead and I'm not going to support the motion. I think what staff and the technical analysts have prepared for us is sufficient. So I won't be supporting the motion, but I also want to answer Supervisor Williams' question about why somebody would leave in a well idle while prices are going up on oil. Obviously, an idle well is an entitlement. It's a property right. And when you have a jurisdiction that might make it so difficult to drill a new well, then it makes more sense to hold on to that entitlement. So, I mean, there's some unintended consequences about us being so tough on the industry that you have people will hold on to wells much longer than they should, because they should really have a new well. So, I mean, there's these, as regulators, we put things in place, and that has an unintended consequence. And just, activating an idle well isn't just a matter of just flipping a switch. I mean, there's a lot of infrastructure goes in place. You have to get that oil from production to a facility, which, might be an issue, might have additional sequence. So it's not that easy is the answer to that question. It's still a property right. It's still some value. And I do think if we wanted to be more accommodating to drilling new wells and advancement in technology, I do think you'd see operators actually abandon older idle wells in exchange for an updated and modernized well. I do think, though, there's activists out there that never want to see that ever again, never want to see another hole in Santa Barbara County that deep. And so, I mean, you have this push and pull on that. There's a responsible technical route that you can go that, like some projects that may or may not be coming to our county in the near future that go through a full CEQA process and things are fully mitigated. Or you can hold on to these old legacy entitlements and hope that maybe something changes and it starts to pencil out in the future. And so, I mean, I think there's those things are in competition with each other. I don't really think it's really that they have no intention. Actually, I think they have full intention. Many of these companies, if they know that it's not actually something that can produce, are quickly trying to get rid of those liabilities. They're still on their books, especially all the ones that are not orphaned, all have those as liabilities and know that they need to be addressed. And I do think that the industry is taking serious action, partly with legislation, pushing them to address some of these needs and fund some of these needs. So again, I think it's a bigger story. And like I said, I won't be able to support this motion.
So we will have an opportunity to discuss the bigger story soon. And Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please? Madam Chair, members of the board, I just wanted to clarify the motion that I believe the amendment to the responses is to the recommendations, not to the findings.
That's right.
Thank you.
You're back.
Oh,
Where the findings are, we wholly disagree. I don't wholly disagree with these findings, and I'm not going to support a motion that has that. The point is to get us more time to have a more considered response. So let's find a finding response that is less than wholly disagree.
County Council? Madam Chair, members of the board, your board has the option to partially disagree with a finding. You can agree, you can disagree wholly, or you can partially disagree. If you partially disagree, the response needs to specify the portion of the finding that's disputed and then include an explanation. So I don't think that could be done right now on the record. My recommendation, if you wanted to do that, would probably be to continue it, either trail it or continue it to next week.
Yeah, I think we should declare victory and move forward. I think the point is the county doing additional due diligence on this, not on, if we disagree partially with each one of these findings, some of these findings are things that, are very much a technical question for staff, like adequate amount of staff. I don't have the expertise to determine that. And
Yeah.
I would argue that activists also don't have the expertise to determine that.
Yeah, I feel like we need to move today and we need to move further on this issue in the future at a future hearing, but we're not ready to.
Well, it sounds
speak.
like there are sufficient votes to move this
That's-
forward
yes.
and have the hearing. So
Yeah.
I will vote no on
Yes,
the
we may
motion.
have-
And we'll have
so
an opportunity to
Please,
discuss this
please
more.
call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Nelson,
No.
Supervisor Lavanino,
Well, now I've got Greg over a barrel, so I'm going to vote to have a hearing, but I think I've made it really clear what that hearing is going to be about.
Supervisor Williams,
Aye.
Supervisor Hart,
No.
Chair Hartman.
Aye,
Motion passes 3-2.
thank you. Madam Clerk, would you read item A9 into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 9 is from the County Executive Office and is to consider recommendations regarding a response to the 2021 grand jury report entitled Suicide in Santa Barbara County Main Jail, the challenge for law enforcement and health professionals. And we have 3 requests to speak on this item. We're going to begin on Zoom with Nadia Abushanab, to be followed by Michael Lynch. Nadia? And Nadia, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end and begin your comments.
Hi, I don't have any comments on this item. Thank you.
Alrighty, we will now go to Michael Lynch, who is our final speaker.
I don't have comments on this item either. Thank you.
Alrighty, that concludes public comment on administrative item number 9.
Thank you. So I'd now like a motion to approve the balance of the agenda and a second.
So moved.
Second.
And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So balance of the agenda stands approved.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, I'm sorry, I was in the middle of transitioning. Can I please have the motion in the second restated?
Supervisor Nelson moves the balance of the agenda.
And the second?
Second with Supervisor Hart.
Thank you very much.
Now turning to the resolutions. Madam Clerk, would you read our first resolution, which is A13?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, our first resolution to be presented is administrative item number 13. This is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming March 8th, 2022 as Arbor Day in Santa Barbara County. And receiving this resolution in person today, we have Udi Loza, and I believe a few other members from the Public Works and Community Services Department. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Santa Barbara County has a long and prosperous agricultural history of growing annual and perennial plants for products as well as landscape benefits. And whereas the residents of Santa Barbara County treasure the valuable landscape trees provide on both public and private lands and consider them to be essential living features that contribute to their quality of life experience. And whereas the natural beauty of our urban forests and county landscapes, as well as the enhanced beauty of the planted and developed landscape environments, add to the many qualities that draw visitors and new residents to one of California's most beautiful counties. And whereas 4 of the largest incorporated cities in Santa Barbara County have, for many years, have been proud and active participants in the Tree City USA program, sponsored by the National Arbor Day Foundation. And whereas March 7th through 14th is Arbor Day week in California, and whereas as governing stewards responsible for the planting and care of all trees growing on county public lands, as well as promoting and encouraging conservation of valuable trees growing on private lands. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County in Santa Barbara, together with the Public Works and the Community Services Department, proclaim Tuesday, March 8th, 2022 as Arbor Day throughout the county and encourage all citizens to recognize the multitude of benefits our community derives from the conscious acts of planting and properly maintaining landscape trees, and request that all institutions of primary and secondary education throughout the county seek ways to observe this important day and to teach students the value of trees in our lives. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you very much for that reading of the resolution. I'd like to introduce from Public Works, Kirk Kluker, our manager, Bill Ortega, Urban Forest Supervisor, and from our Parks Management team, Ryan Heath and Dominic May. I'd also like to point that we just concluded our 19th year being recognized by the Tree City Foundation. I'd also like to point out that we're the only 2 counties in the entire state of California that are being recognized as a county. So I think it's a big plug and kudos to us for having a strong tree program. And it's something that we should all be very proud of. I'd also like to point, due to the support of the board and the financial support that we've seen improve, we get about 400 work orders from the public annually, countywide. So the demand and the need is high. And due to the support, we've been able to successfully respond to all 5 districts when called upon, taking care of our street trees. I'd also like to point that we're down about 70% in the good path regarding risk management claims. We've seen a lot less due to the support and the work that's being provided to our urban street trees. So that's a huge plus because obviously the more claims, the funding to cover those goes in a direction that we don't want. So again, I just want to thank you for taking the time to read this resolution and the support that we continue to see going in the proper trend. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the work that you all do.
Thank you.
And turning to administrative item number 14, Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board. Administrative item number 14 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming March 10th, 2022 as Tibet Day in Santa Barbara County. And joining us today in person, we have Theppo Tolku from the Santa Barbara Summit for Tibet. And if they can join us at the podium with anyone else you'd like to join with you as well. And I'll go ahead and begin reading the resolution. Whereas 63 years ago, Tibetans took a stand together for the freedom of their homeland. The people of the Tibetan capital, Lhasa, fearing for the life of the Dalai Lama, surrounded his residence, organized a guard, and called for the withdrawal of Chinese forces from Tibet and the restoration of Tibet's freedom. And whereas Chinese statistics estimate 87,000 Tibetans were killed, arrested, or deported to labor camps during the suppression of the 1959 uprising, which also led to the forced exile of the Dalai Lama and tens of thousands of other Tibetans. And whereas today, 63 years later, the government of the People's Republic of China remains engaged in the severe repression of Tibet's unique religious, cultural, and linguistic heritage, and is engaged in gross violations of human rights in Tibet, including extrajudicial detentions, disappearances, and torture. And whereas the Tibetan people have not given up their struggle for fundamental human rights and freedoms, Tibetans today are still striving to gain their freedoms back to practice and preserve their national identity as they remain under China's communist rule. And whereas Santa Barbara Friends of Tibet and Santa Barbara Summit for Tibet are two of many international groups working together for the same goal. We stand by the Tibetan people who have long been our unwavering friends by displaying the Tibetan flag one day a year that symbolizes our support of human rights in China and worldwide. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares March 10th, 2022 as Tibet Day in Santa Barbara County and authorizes the Department of General Services to fly the Tibetan flag on March 10th, 2022 at the Santa Barbara County Administration Building, passed and adopted today.
So I wish to take this opportunity to thank the Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors to your support, the most appreciated by the people of Tibet and all freedom-loving people in the world. And also it gives renewed hope to the millions of Tibetans inside occupied Tibet. So I really appreciate it. Thank you for your support. And hopefully you will support all our non-violence practice until Tibet will be free. And also, that let us hope and pray that China and Russia do not succeed, and that people who need freedom, like Ukraine and Uyghurs and Taiwanese and Tibetans, will be free. So thank you very much. And I don't need to explain much, but anyhow, I just say a little point. Since 1959, when the communist Chinese invade my country, Hezon Dalai Lama fled from Tibet to India, and also there's about 100,000 Tibetans was exiled in India. I'm the one of the person who in exile. I was a little boy. That time I was 5 years old, and I'm the one. Still now who are separated from family since 1959. I'm 70 years. I never met my parents. My parents was passed away. My father was killed by the communist Chinese military in the prison for non-violence act. And so please pray for Tibet and pray for world peace, and hope I will also solidarity for prayer for Ukraine and also pray for the world peace. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Koku. Supervisor Williams?
Well, if any time has highlighted the need for Americans to stand up when a more numerous and stronger power seeks to erase the ethnicity, language, or nationhood of a people, I think this is the time that we should be aware of that need. And so I invite in all of you to come to the County Administration Building, the South County Administration Building at 10 a.m. on Thursday for the raising of the Tibetan flag.
Thank you. Turning to item 15 on our administrative agenda, Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 15 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Leslie Stewart of the Probation Department as Employee of the Month for March 2022. And I see we have Leslie here with us today, and I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Leslie Stewart began her career with Santa Barbara County Probation Department in July 2019 as a Senior Administrative Office Professional, AOP, assigned to the Santa Barbara administration. And whereas Leslie has served the department commendably, is always approachable, undertakes assignments with enthusiasm, and provides exceptional customer service as a team member on all projects, big or small. She coordinates reporting requirements for the Batterers Intervention Program, assists in the submission, acceptance, and monitoring of federal and state grant proposals for the adult division, develops meeting agendas and minutes for internal and external meetings, including managing requirements of the Brown Act and for the Community Corrections Partnership Work Group and the Reentry Steering Committee. Coordinates statistical reports and other materials for the administration team, and reports on the department's timely completion of employee performance evaluations. And whereas Leslie supervises several AOPs and is always willing to jump in and assist anywhere she is needed, as well as using her excellent writing ability to draft official documents, communications, brochures, flyers, and develop and maintain program manuals. Due to recent staff resignations, she jumped in to support the research unit by taking on numerous additional duties. She has a keen eye for detail and asks questions or points out inconsistencies to ensure the department shines. And whereas Leslie coordinated in-person training for partner agencies in October 2021, which required all of her skills to ensure the training and attendees were provided adequate support, social distancing requirements were met, and to troubleshoot equipment breakdowns, all while remaining positive and nimble. And whereas Leslie is happy to deliver this exceptional level of service to the county where she was born and raised. After attending school in Boston, she was eager to return to the beautiful coastline and hills of Santa Barbara County. In her downtime, Leslie enjoys traveling, baking, hunting for abalone shells at Halama, and spending time with her family and friends. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes Leslie Stewart as Employee of the Month for March 2022, passed and adopted today.
Chair Hartman and board members, I'm Tanya Heitman, Chief Probation Officer, and it's my sincere honor to recognize Senior AOP Leslie Stewart this morning. Leslie has been in county service for a relatively short amount of time, having started with the probation department in 2019. It didn't take long at all for us to realize that she was going to be a great asset to the department and the county. As a result, she's been assigned many outward-facing duties. She's extremely professional, very well organized, and delivers a high-quality work product. Although assigned primarily to the adult division, Leslie has assisted with a wide variety of projects throughout the department. Of her many skills and attributes, perhaps most importantly, she has the ability to remain calm amongst chaos. I can say that with great confidence because I've watched her as she's mastered Brown Act meetings, first in person and then virtually. She's covered other assignments with relatively little training or support and has picked up tasks on an emergency basis without flinching. She is often behind the scenes providing support and planning for our priority projects, many of which we have highlighted before your board over the last year. Leslie, today I'm thankful that we have the opportunity to bring you from behind the scenes and recognize you publicly for all of your incredible work. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank the board and the probation department for this honor today. I think we all know it's been a very busy 2 years, not just for myself, but for the whole department. We've faced many challenges due to COVID and changing legislation. The majority of my coworkers deserve to be up here today. So while I would like to thank the probation executive team for recognizing my work, I would also like to acknowledge that I would not be able to do it with such strong support behind me. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, item number 16.
Chair Hartman and members of the board. Administrative item number 16 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman and is to adopt a resolution recognizing March 8th, 2022 as International Women's Day in Santa Barbara County. And joining us today in person, we have Allison Wales from the Santa Barbara County Commission for Women. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas International Women's Day is a time to celebrate women's achievements, raise awareness about women's equality, advocate for accelerated gender parity, and fundraise for female-focused charities. And whereas women make up 51.1% of the population in the United States, and whereas women actively participate in all aspects of our society, including our democratic institutions, including serving as elected representatives in the U.S. Congress, governors, judges, county supervisors, mayors, city council members, and school board members, and other essential public offices. And whereas women residents of Santa Barbara County and throughout the world have an important role in our local and international economies and workforce, despite the fact that in the US, women earn 77 cents for every dollar earned by men, and the gap is much wider for most women of color. And whereas across the globe, many women and girls still face discrimination on the basis of sex and gender. And whereas in 1911, International Women's Day was honored for the first time in Austria, Denmark, Germany, and Switzerland to advance women's rights, including the right to vote. And whereas in 1977, the United Nations General Assembly invited member states to proclaim March 8th as an official UN holiday for women's rights and world peace. And whereas in 2011, 100 years after the first International Women's Day, President Barack Obama proclaimed March to be Women's History Month, calling on Americans to mark the time by reflecting on the extraordinary accomplishments of women in shaping the county's history. And whereas the theme for International Women's Day in 2022 is #Break the Bias, focusing on eliminating biases, whether deliberate or unconscious, against women, which can make it difficult for women to move ahead. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara celebrates women here and throughout the world and their contributions to all aspects of society. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares March 8th, 2022 as International Women's Day in Santa Barbara County and encourages all residents to celebrate women and recognize them as equal members and contributors to our society. Passed and adopted today.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank Supervisor Hartman, especially, and the rest of the board for this resolution from the Commission for Women, which is noted by Supervisor Lavanino last October as the third favorite commission. So we thank you.
You're moving up.
We're moving up. Okay, thank you so much. As you're aware, the commission was established nearly 50 years ago. In 1973 to promote the equitable and equal status of well-being of the women in this county. It is easy to think that we are far past any inequalities. However, when my grandmother was born, her mother could not vote. In 1973, when this commission was established, women were finally deemed able to serve on a jury. And the year I was born, in 1968, a woman could finally have her own checking account. International Women's Day began a little over 100 years ago. Ironically, this date was established due to Russian women striking for the bread and peace strike, as it was known, and they won. It is easy to become complacent and think our rights have always been and will always be, but this simply is not true. Healthcare can be taken away, voting can be taken away, and opportunities can be limited. In some parts of this world, girls can no longer go to school, which they could do a few years ago. Domestic violence and sexual assault are real threats. Equity is hard even in the best conditions. Consequently, the commission, we will not become complacent. So thank you for this resolution. And on another note, I'd like to thank the supervisors for your nominations for next month for the awards that we will be giving out at the next meeting. And I hope to see you all and support the Child Abuse Awareness Month in April. Thank you for all your work. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that the World Economic Forum has an index to measure gender, the gender gap, and it uses 4 factors: economic opportunities, education, health, and political leadership. And based on these measures, Iceland is the best country for gender equality and is ranked there for 12 years in a row. There are other countries, the US ranks 30. So overall, internationally, progress has stagnated with widening gender gaps in political empowerment globally. And at the current rate, it'll take, according to the World Economic Forum, more than 136 years for women to be on an equal footing as men around the world. And COVID has only exacerbated that. So we're really fortunate to have the Women's Commission and all the work you do for women and children in our county to ensure that we're making progress and not stagnating. Thank you so much. Now we're turning to our general public comment. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have 5 requests to speak on general public comment today.
All right.
And we will begin in Santa Barbara with Scott Wentz, and then we will return in Santa Maria for Erica Cooley. Scott?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Scott Wentz representing Cars Are Basic. I'd like to point out something that you folks adopted at your last meeting having to do with recreational planning. The organization that came before you did a great job of promoting their position. But this organization was starting to wonder, why was this even on the agenda? Because you have a professional recreation and staff, recreation and park staff that's very capable of doing that kind of planning. So I started looking at it, and I have seen the Wood name before. It's involved with a organization back in the Midwest. They have plenty of money. They throw around literally millions of dollars. And their program is a socialist program telling the people where they're going to live. They would prefer high-density infill, and that the reason that they would be planning these paths and recreational opportunities is because this is what they're doing. And they want the high-density infill that's being run by Sacramento right now. If you think that's an outlandish statement, you have to understand that the city of Santa Barbara just had an item before it recommending that they go from a 37 units per acre maximum density to over 110, 120 units per acre. It's amazing to me that this would even happen. So looking back into this, we said, well, what's the issue here, okay? You have the Los Padres National Forest right behind you with opportunities of multiple items for hiking, walking, amazing. Then you have the Pacific Ocean on the front of you. The Pacific Ocean says, by the way, we have beaches, we have swimming opportunities, we have sailing, we have a whole bunch of opportunities. Again, this goes back to the Cars Are Basic issue of whether or not people are going to have the right to choose what they want to do in transportation. The high-density infill that is being promoted out of Sacramento and is being helped along by, among others, the Wood Organization, is specifically to do away with automobiles. It's that simple. It's a war on the people's ability to move around. And we would urge you to go back, re-examine that, and if you want to talk with us further, we'd be more than happy to. I personally am a recreation professional and have run a number of operations both publicly and privately. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Maria with Erica Foley to be voted tomorrow. Erica?
Hi, my name is Erica Cully, and I'm a resident. Excuse me. I get very nervous talking in public. I've been a resident in Santa Maria for the last 3 years, but I grew up here. My family lives here, and we're also a happy tax-paying contributor. Most importantly, I'm an in-home supportive service worker known as an IHA provider. I moved back to Santa Maria. To help take care of my mother, who was in her late 80s, who had been taking care of my sister, who is disabled. My mom passed away, and when she passed away, I promised that I would take care of my sister, who is bedridden and in a wheelchair, so that she would never have to move out of the house that she's known her whole life. Since I have worked for IHS, it's given me the opportunity that I can stay at home and help take care of my sister. In fact, I'm the only person who takes care of my sister, though I have another IHS worker who comes in and will relieve me so I could have a couple of days off during the week. I stand in front of you here today with my coworkers behind me. Domestic workers play a critical role in the economy and provide an important service to the community. We take care of the most vulnerable, like my sister. Within the next decade, we will see the biggest increase in our aging population we have ever seen. There is a need for more workers And rising wages makes it easier to attract the needed workforce, which is, I can tell you, hard to find workers. By 2030, 10.8 million Californians will be an older adult, you guys included. And that's making up 1/4 of the state population. The IHS programs help pay for services provided so that IHH recipients can remain safely in their own home. This job is not easy, both physically and mentally. Many providers don't get enough hours. They live paycheck to paycheck, work more hours than they're paid for. Adding to what I already mentioned, there's also the fact that this area is becoming one of the most expensive areas in Central California. I know about expensive areas because I moved back here from San Diego, which is very expensive. Central California is starting to get like that. I
Ms.
can tell
Cully,
by the-
could you wrap up? It's just about your time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Providers can seriously benefit from supplemented wages increase that as the increases can provide financial security for them and their family, especially since the cost of living is raising, the cost of food, gas, rent. We hope that Santa Barbara will invest in their workers and better prepare for the future. Investing in your workers is investing in the future. And I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for their previous investment and commitment to the disability community. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Yolanda Navarro, and then we will go to Zoom for Dr. Amy Smith. Yolanda?
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Yolanda Navarro. Soy proveedora de cuidado y mi cliente es mi hijo, Germán Salvador Navarro. Yo vivo en Santa María, California. Estoy aquí hoy para hablar de parte de todos mis compañeros y compañeras que trabajamos en el condado de Santa Bárbara. En la actualidad es muy caro vivir en este condado y como está la economía, nuestra situación empeora como proveedores de cuidado porque ganamos cerca del salario mínimo. Proveedores de IHSS no tenemos muchos beneficios y alguien como yo que cuido a mi hijo, ni siquiera puedo contribuir al seguro social. El condado no nos provee pensión ni nos da seguro médico. ¿Qué va a pasar cuando yo me enferme o yo no pueda trabajar? Lo menos que puede hacer el condado es darnos lo máximo que estamos pidiendo, el sueldo que es $1.51 por hora de aumento en los próximos 2 años. Eso nos ayudará a lo menos a no preocuparnos de dónde vamos a pagar los biles. Eso no debería de ser una preocupación de alguien que cuida a otros. Si nuestros representantes no cuidan de nosotros, entonces ¿quién? Necesitamos un aumento de sueldo para sobrevivir y está en las manos de ustedes, supervisores del condado, en darnos lo que es justo. Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you.
And we will now go to Zoom for Dr. Amy Smith to be followed by Maria Kessler, who is our final speaker. Dr. Amy Smith?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to speak again about the presence of Dos Williams, Supervisor Williams at an event rallying for the Ukraine and being quoted in the press as raising money for the Ukrainian military. And I just would like to put a word of caution when we get involved in international issues, that we look very closely at what role our own government has had in a conflict. I was very lucky. I got to work with Noam Chomsky when I was at MIT for many years. And I learned a lot from him about the moral imperative of taking responsibility for what your government is doing in your name with your tax money. And our government, the United States, has been escalating and provoking conflict with Russia for decades. It violated an agreement that it would never expand NATO to the east. Instead of dismantling NATO in the fall of the Soviet Union and integrating Russia into a peaceful Europe, it was more advantageous to create Russia into an enemy and have a divide and conquer strategy, as empires often do. But it is a very dangerous strategy when you're talking about nuclear armed adversaries and the risk of nuclear conflict. Another thing that I learned from Professor Noam Chomsky and others is about tactics in the media of creating propaganda and creating an impression and leaving out other parts of the story. And so now we're all being asked to be very concerned about the people in Ukraine who are being bombed, and we should be, but we haven't been asked to be concerned about the people who were being bombed in the Ukraine before the last week, which has been going on for years. We haven't been asked to be concerned about the role our government had in a coup in that country, overthrowing the government and putting in a friendly government, as the United States has done in many countries throughout the world in 2014. We haven't been concerned about the color revolution that our governments has been involved in stoking in that country and many others, also to get a favorable government. All of these things have led to conflict and cornered a country with nuclear weapons, which is a very poor idea. So while it sounds very nice to care about people halfway around the world, it's very, either you've been misled or you're manipulating people to not mention the much bigger role that your government has in this conflict and focus on what we should be doing to end the conflict, which is to end the NATO organization as an obsolete institution and seek a peace with all the countries across Europe and disarmament of nuclear weapons as best as possible so that we can have a safe world going forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And we will now go to Maria Kessner, who is our final speaker on general public comment. Maria?
Thank you again, dear Board of Supervisors. I would like to add to some of the things Amy has said. I believe the military-industrial complex is yet again grooming the US public for another war abroad. Tony Blinken, Biden's Secretary of State, confirmed that the US will support and assist Poland, sending military fighter jets to Ukraine. So the US government just inserted itself into the Ukraine-Russia war. Congress did not authorize such a move last time I checked. Eric Swalwell made a remarkable statement in 2017, implying Putin had installed Trump, which gave legitimacy, and I quote, Eric Swalwell, do everything we can to expand NATO's role with regards to Ukraine, end of quote. With Russian troops lined up at the Ukraine-Russia border, the Biden administration sent Kamala Harris to clarify and explain America's policy on this conflict to European heads of state. At a public press event on February 19, 2022, the Munich Security Conference, Kamala Harris encouraged President Zelensky of Ukraine to become a member of NATO, and I quote, I appreciate and admire President Zelensky's desire to join NATO. As we can see, the US has been stoking this conflict and indoctrinating the public as to groom us to support action by our government. When will we learn? The US government spent trillions of dollars and killed millions in the process to invade Afghanistan, for example, only to replace the Taliban with the Taliban 20 years later after the invasion. The only so-called winner in the is the military-industrial complex, which made record weekly profits for years. The humanitarian lie by our government was clearly on display on how our government exited Afghanistan and left behind all those Afghans who had helped the US government in the hope of a better future. The US government even left its own citizens behind. People need to wake up to how they are being played and indoctrinated with the exact same tactics over and over again. please hold your local politicians and your state and Congress members accountable for their support of any intervention abroad. That is not to say that Putin is not a dictator and that he is an awful leader. I believe he is awful and he is a dictator. But that doesn't mean that we the people can allow the military industrial complex to just run us amok yet into another war when this country is falling apart. There's homeless everywhere. Energy prices are through the roof and ordinary people cannot afford a living anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kestner.
And that concludes general public comment.
So I think we'll take a 5-minute break for our translator to have a little breather, and we'll come back for departmental item number 1, water. So after a short break, we're reconvening the March 8th meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in Santa Maria. We're turning to departmental item number 1. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Public Works Department, Board of Directors and Water Agency. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Santa Barbara County Water Resources update.
Thank you, Mr. McAlpin.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you. And as the clerk mentioned, we're here to do a presentation on water resources around the county. And in addition to introducing this item today for your board, I'm also honored to introduce your board to our newest Deputy Director of Water Resources. After a 9-month leadership rotation program within Public Works through this position, Walter Rubalcaba will be taking over the leadership responsibilities in the Water Resources Division. There's certainly many challenges and changes on the horizon for the Water Resources Division, but I am confident Walter will exceed every one of our expectations. So I'm very happy today to turn this presentation over to Walter.
And congratulations.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Hartman, fellow members of the board. I'm Walter Rubalcaba, as Scott just mentioned, with the Water Resources Division. I'm here with Matt Young, our Water Agency Manager. Next slide, please. So the purpose of our presentation today is to provide a general update on the current water supply conditions. 2, to inform the board of the status of our countywide water supply portfolio. And then 3rd, to inform the board of the water agency's role and our response to the drought. And before I hand it over to Matt, I just wanted to also mention that we plan on coming to the board annually to provide this update. And with that, I'll pass it over to Matt.
Mr. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Our hydrologists put out this rainfall and reservoir summary daily on our website. We had one of the wettest Decembers on record, only to be followed by a completely dry January and February. This graph demonstrates the recent dry conditions. If we receive no more precipitation, this will be a significantly dry year. I want to put some of those numbers in context. Our climate in Santa Barbara County and California more generally has extremely high interannual variability. We can have wet years with more than double the average precipitation and dry years with 1/3 of the average. We also have persistent trends that can last a decade. For example, the 1990s were quite wetter than average and the 2010s were much drier. Here's a longer look at the data going back 100 years. The black line shows a moving 10-year average of annual precipitation at Gibraltar Dam. You can see that we are currently at the lowest 10-year average in recorded history. This chart also shows the interannual variability of precipitation with multi-year trends of low and high precipitation. Under a warming climate, current science predicts that this variability will be exacerbated, with more precipitation falling in fewer years with longer dry spells in between. So what does this extended drought mean for county water supplies? As a whole, the county relies most on groundwater, Lake Achuma, and imported state water. It is important to note that this graph is a summary of all water supplies in the county, and that this mix can change substantially from year to year. Provided here is the most recent year for which we have data, 2020. Most residents in the county are served by one of a patchwork of purveyors, each of which has invested in its own unique portfolio of water supply sources. So while we may be in an extended drought, how the drought impacts county residents depends on where they live and the specific water portfolio held by their purveyor. Now we'll walk through the status of each of the major sources of supply. Groundwater is the largest source in the county, currently making up roughly 40% of supplies. It is relied upon most heavily by North County purveyors, agriculture, small water systems, and domestic well owners. Groundwater is typically a smaller portion of the portfolios of South County purveyors, with some exceptions. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA, has started to take effect, and groundwater sustainability agencies are slowly beginning to manage groundwater in their basins. Currently, some portions of most basins in the county are at or near historical lows. This map shows the major alluvial groundwater basins in the county. Kiama has a submitted groundwater sustainability plan that it will be revising over the next 6 months. San Antonio Creek and San Ynez River Valley Basin submitted plans in January that the Department of Water Resources will be reviewing over the next 2 years. Carpinteria and Montecito are on a slower timeline and will be submitting their GSPs over the next several years. The Santa Maria and Goleta basins are adjudicated and are not subject to SGMA. The next major water supply is surface water from the San Ynez River. There are 3 major reservoirs, Kachuma, Gibraltar, and Jameson. Kachuma is currently 46% full, and nearly all of that water has been allocated to Kachuma member units, downstream water rights, or fish release accounts. Originally built in 1954 by the Bureau of Reclamation, storage has decreased over time to the current 192,978 acre feet. The annual yield has decreased over time as well due to sedimentation and federal biological opinions mandating fish flow releases. As the contractor with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, the Water Agency will be negotiating a new long-term water supply contract, and you will see more of this soon on future board meetings. Critical issues are what an appropriate yield would be and what to do about carryover storage in the lake. For a little bit of context, here's the historical record of Kachuma storage. Since it last spilled in 2011, Kachuma has been in a period of extremely low storage, with a brief respite coming from wet years and water years 2017 and 2019. Gibraltar Reservoir, currently 57% full, is owned by the city of Santa Barbara and has significantly been impacted by sedimentation. Its storage is now only 4,693 acre feet. It is only a portion of the city's overall portfolio, and the storage status of this reservoir is not indicative of the overall water supply status of the city. Jameson Reservoir on the upper San Ynez is owned by the Montecito Water District. It can store 4,848 acre feet. It drains a small watershed and is one piece of Montecito's overall portfolio. Twitchell Reservoir in North County is another Bureau of Reclamation reservoir. It stores Kiama River floodwaters for release to recharge the Santa Maria groundwater basin. There is no direct use of this water. Twitchell also provides flood control benefits downstream. Twitchell currently has no water in storage, but this is a common occurrence. It fills up periodically, then lies empty until the next year, as you can see on this graph. The next major source of supply is imported water from the State Water Project. Water is brought from Northern California via the Coastal Branch Aqueduct. Bringing in 45,000 acre feet of state water to Santa Barbara County was approved by the voters in 1991. This is a variable amount, and this year, state water contractors are only receiving 15% of their contracted amount. State water was a valuable supplement during the 2011 to 2018 drought period, with some purveyors nearly entirely reliant upon it. Amendment 21 to the state water contract, which your board approved in 2021, allows direct purchases and sales from other contractors, subject to several conditions that your board imposed. Some purveyors in the county are already taking advantage of this to purchase water from other state contractors through the Central Coast Water Authority. Desalination is a growing part of the overall portfolio. The only major desal plant is currently in the city of Santa Barbara, and it opened in 1991, was subsequently decommissioned during the very wet 1990s, and then reactivated in 2016. This is a local drought-resistant supply of 3,125 acre feet. It also has regional benefits beyond the city, with an agreement last year to provide about 1,400 acre feet to Montecito for a 50-year period. The plan is permitted to produce up to 10,000 acre feet per year, so it could be significantly expanded as needed in the future. Another local drought-resistant supply is recycled water. Currently, local purveyors produce recycled water for recycled water for non-potable use, primarily for landscaping. Indirect use is where wastewater is treated and injected in the groundwater basin for future use. Carpinteria Valley Water District's Advanced Purification Project is intended to serve this purpose. Finally, direct potable reuse is likely to be explored in the future as the state develops stronger guidance on implementation. So that is a summary of where we are. I would now like to talk about what the Water Agency's role is in managing supplies and responding to drought. Our primary role is partnership and collaboration. In everything we do, we are partnering with other agencies and trying to maintain a regional countywide perspective. We coordinate regional programs such as integrated regional water management planning, the Regional Water Efficiency Partnership, and sustainable groundwater management. We conduct valuable research such as groundwater monitoring and studies, stormwater and water supply alternatives planning, and we also participate in water supply enhancement projects and a countywide drought task force. The Water Agency leads a consortium of 28 agencies in the county to coordinate IRWM planning and grant applications. The grant process requires cooperation and agreement within each region, and through this process, the program has brought $37.5 million in grant funding to date. As this funding has slowed in recent years, it has provided a forum for cooperation and communication as we continue to work through difficult issues. On the conservation side, the Water Agency coordinates the Regional Water Efficiency Program, or RWEP, with 15 water purveyors. RWEP helps ensure consistent conservation messaging, provides public reference information, educates landscape professionals, works with local schools, and conducts water audits for the Green Business Program. All this helps to contribute to sustainable water use when supply is limited. Our research programs inform water management decisions for water agencies in the county. Our groundwater level and water quality program is used by many agencies, as are our reservoir capacity studies. We have conducted groundwater studies with local and federal partners in Cuyama, San Antonio, and Santa Ynez. A stormwater plan completed in 2021 with 8 local partners forms the basis for future multi-benefit stormwater planning. Finally, the 2015 Long-Term Water Supply Alternatives Report looked at some options for enhancing county water supplies. One of the recommendations of that report was to look into North County desalination options. We are currently discussing participating in a pilot project with Vandenberg Space Force Base for a new offshore desalination project. Vandenberg needs a local partner, and we are exploring how best to do that. If it proves viable, this technology could be scaled up to provide a regional supply. Similarly, we're in very early discussions with San Luis Obispo County regarding partnering on a regional desalination project to serve both counties. The Water Agency also has a long-standing program with 9 other agencies for precipitation enhancement, commonly known as cloud seeding, in the San Ynez and Twitchell areas. Finally, through our work with GSAs and with stormwater planning, we are working to facilitate projects to recharge groundwater with urban stormwater and flood flows. The Water Agency is also partnering with the Office of Emergency Management and Environmental Health Services to lead a drought task force to coordinate drought response planning across the county. This focus is on domestic wells and small water systems per SB 552, but all purveyors have been invited to participate to maximize the benefits of coordination. Thank you for your time, and we're here to happy to answer any questions you may have.
So do any board members have questions?
I've got a question.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hartman. Going back to the slide that you had on the pie graph of the water supply for the county, and I think it had 15% was coming from state water. I think it might have been slide 3 or 14% state water project. So is that delivered water? Is that wet water, or is that paper water? What's the number there?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson. So this is delivered water. So we do a survey from all of our purveyors every year, and then we sum up what actual water they use in their portfolios each year. So this is 14% wet water was used in 2020 countywide. This number changes significantly year to year.
Okay, great. Thank you. The reason for the public that might not know what wet water is, because everybody thinks water's wet, there's a lot of water that we might be getting to the county that's coming. You know, we have an allocation that we have paid for as a county in the various jurisdictions from the state water project, but that's not always the case that that's delivered. You know, some years it's next to nothing. This year, it's what's the percentage of state water allocation this year?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson, currently it is 15%, although the director of the Department of Water Resources recently sent a letter saying that it might be considered to be dropped lower anytime here in the future.
And that's the difficulty with the state water project, is that in drought years like this year, the water's not available. in years when there's plenty of rain and plenty of snowpack, there's plenty of water coming our way. So it's why it's also important for us to have drought resilient water supply, desalinization, potable reuse, indirect and direct, as well as other parts of the portfolio. One last question and clarification. The map of the purveyors for the county you had there, I think that was slide. There you go. Patchwork of purveyors. So the Orchid area, we have a private provider. Can you go into that a little bit? And is that the only part of the county that actually has a private water purveyor?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson. So yes, Golden State Water Company does provide water to the Orchid area. There are other mutual water companies that are not public agencies that provide water to various other areas throughout the county as well.
But the mutual water companies, they're owned and operated by the users, right? Is that how that works?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Mr. Young, for the excellent presentation. That was really helpful. And that slide that Supervisor Nelson pointed to really shows how diverse our water supply system is in the county. And that's a big strength. Even in a drought, we've got different options that we can tap on. And I'm curious about your water supply enhancement conversations with Vandenberg Air Force Base. If you could talk some more about the potential for the desalination pilot project, I'd like to know more about that.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, Supervisor Hart. So Vandenberg Space Force Base is looking to, as Supervisor Nelson said, find a more local drought resistant supply. They currently have a allocation from the State Water Project for roughly 5,000 acre feet. They also have a well field in the San Antonio Basin near Barca Slough. Both of those sources have become less reliable over time, so they're looking for something local. They are working with a company that is developing a new technology to do offshore desalination. So they would have a buoy offshore that would do the processing of the water and the brine disposal offshore, and then bring that treated water onshore for remineralization and distribution in the system. So it's something of an exciting new technology, but it's unproven. And so they're looking for a local partner to help them with a pilot project. And so we're in talks with them to work with them on that and find a way to prove out that technology and see also if it could be expanded to serve not just Vandenberg Air Force Base, but other local purveyors.
Yeah, I'm actually familiar with that company, and there is some really interesting benefits of their approach that are different than traditional large desalination plants. So it's exciting to have that conversation going on locally. And thank you for your efforts in advocating for that and working with them to facilitate those conversations.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'm just wondering about our own potential capacity for recycled water in our own facilities. What kind of potential is that? How much have we explored that? And is that something we should be looking to, given how grim this picture is?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Williams, when you say our own facilities, are you referring to Laguna Sanitation District?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. So yes, so Marty Wilder runs Laguna Sanitation District, and he is actively working with us and County Council to look into ways to put their recycled water to use. And they're exploring various options, including direct potable use, indirect potable reuse, and currently they have a project that's funded through the IRWM program to take recycled water and use it to water Waller Park in Santa Maria in lieu of using groundwater. So we're exploring all options and actively looking for ways to use that recycled water.
Great. I think that is something we need to continue to explore. And obviously participation for county facilities that are in areas that can be served by other recycled water systems. That's why I phrased the question more general, but obviously the Laguna San is the biggest potential.
My questions have to do with groundwater. Groundwater serves as kind of a bank, and during these dry years, we've been drawing down the bank. And so do we have any sense countywide of how much our groundwater is depleted?
Madam Chair, so it's hard to do a countywide summary as each basin has its own set of conditions. I'll say that the Cuyama Basin and the Santa Ynez Basin and the San Antonio Basins are all in the process of preparing annual reports for Sigma, and all have identified significant depletion, not only over the last 11 years or since 2011, but significantly in 2021. All three basins showed significant supply decreases in 2021 of groundwater and storage. So certainly at the end of 11 years of mostly dry years, all basins are seeing significant storage declines and historically low water levels. However, the basins in the county tend to react differently to wet periods. So a basin like Cuyama tends not to recharge very much in wet periods. A basin like San Ynez, we see supply come back during extended wet periods following a drought. So the supply status, changes based on how well basins recharge.
And it's more worrisome in some areas than in others. So the county doesn't have a lot of authority with regard to water. It's really distributed among the various water purveyors. But we do have a major role in stormwater. And one of the things that is of great interest to me is creating more recharge basins. I believe that your agency did a report on where these were. And I guess I'd like an update on what we're doing about that. I mean, ideally, we would know where the best recharge basins are. We would not be building hardscape on them, and we would be doing our best to protect and direct water there for recharge purposes. So can you tell me what we are doing?
Madam Chair, so you're referring to our countywide integrated stormwater resources plan. And I'm happy to announce that the State Water Resources Control Board approved that plan last year. That plan is important because it makes the participating agencies and projects listed in the plan eligible for significant grant funding. And the city of Carpinteria is actively going after and is likely to receive grant funding based on for a groundwater recharge project based on what was in that integrated plan that we put together with them. So at least one project is going forward. I think the data that was put together on recharge areas in the county is also being actively used by the GSAs, the groundwater sustainability agencies, as they look for ways to enhance recharge in their basins. So I think through our work on the stormwater group and also on the GSAs, we're looking to enhance those infiltration projects.
And if I might suggest, I think it's really important to look beyond just water agencies, whether it's soccer fields or parks or other open space. We need to work beyond beyond the county and beyond water agency to identify these areas, and because they can be multi-purpose, clearly. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I appreciate you bringing up groundwater, and I just want to say for the record, since there's a little bit of a shuffle in the department, that Mr. Young has been invaluable to me in representing the county and the constituents, the Cuyama Basin at the Cuyama GSA. Not all is going swimmingly. However, Mr. Young alluded to some of the wells showing precipitous losses in the last year. We did have a plan and do have a plan to reduce pumping, steadily to achieve sustainability. But the two largest pumpers in the valley sort of didn't just go along with this, but led the charge on this, but then dramatically shifted gears and at the 11th hour are asking for adjudication. And so that puts the schedule to what we call the glide path to try to slowly and steadily reduce pumping as a solution. It very much puts it in danger, because any delay in achieving those reductions will make the path much steeper and won't make it a glide anymore. We'll make it essentially a free fall. And so small pumpers and residents of the Cuyama Valley are understandably alarmed and are worried that their access to water will be cut off by the actions of the large pumpers. So the county's obviously role in this is more crucial than ever.
And I had a few more questions too. We currently are in a drought emergency, are we not?
Madam Chair, yes, your board declared a drought emergency last July and has re-upped that every 60 days since.
And what are the implications of that designation?
Madam Chair, members of the board, my understanding is that it qualifies purveyors in the county and the county to seek grant funding and enable certain actions to be taken. It's typically the Office of Emergency Management oversees the drought proclamation.
So if we continue, I believe January and February have been the driest Januaries and Februaries we've seen in historic record. So if things continue down this path, what do you see coming?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we keep track on our WaterWise SB website of the water supply status of each of the purveyors in the county. And so as their water supplies grow more constrained, they typically enter a new stage of drought restrictions. So currently, most purveyors in the county are still at stage 1 drought restrictions. There are 2 in the county, Carpinteria and Solvang, that are at stage 2, where they have mandatory water use restrictions and conservation. So I would expect as the drought continues that more and more of the purveyors in the county will enact higher drought stages and start to mandate conservation for their residents.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add my kudos along with Supervisor Williams for Mr. Young's heroic efforts on the Sigma in the Santa Ynez River, where it's very delicate to be able to negotiate and keep the peace among these various actors with different interests. And quietly but inimitably, you do it. And we rely very heavily on staff, and you're really great at that. I also wanted to mention Johanna Hartley, who is helping us try to craft a governance document. She volunteered among others, and so I heard some talk about how impressed everybody was with that. So any other Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I just wanted to make an additional plug, as Supervisor Hart did, for the group that's working with Vandenberg Space Force Face on their desal plant. I think it's an exciting time in water. As the technology is improving to a level that we're able to do things that were never imagined before, and there's opportunities, and the cost of water has gone up, so making these things more viable. And so I'm really excited about what Seawell is doing, not only at Vandenberg, but it looks like some other options they might have in the county, and hoping that that's technology that we're able to really build upon. I think at the end of the day, California is going to need a solution that isn't relying on rainfall. So I think we will have years when there is a lot of rain. Those days will be back, people. It isn't forever. It's cyclical, and even talking to the old farmers in the valley, they've talked about these periods of dry times, and then when it comes back with force. But in the meantime, we've got to still survive as a community. We still have got to be able to grow and make sure that we supply the recreational needs and the housing needs and commercial needs of our community. And so we need to make sure that we're working smarter and taking advantage of these opportunities. So I'm really excited about that. And I also have to make a plug for our new deputy director, who's a 4th district resident, and just proud to have you here, Walter. It's a nice addition to this part of the department, and we look forward to good things. Thank you.
We're lucky we live along the coast where these desal is more practical than if you're in the Central Valley, for example. All right. Do we have any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, bringing it back to the board, may I have a motion to receive and file?
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
And a second?
Second.
And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So thank you very much. Turning to departmental item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the PR Investments LLC and Far Western Liquor Inc. appeal, case numbers 21 APL 62 and 21 APL 63 of the Planning Commission's approval of the Orchid Gas Station Development Plan and minor conditional use permit, case numbers 18 DVP 1 and 18 CUP 1, and this is in the 4th District. And as previously mentioned this morning during announcements, on Friday, March 4th, we received a memo from the Planning and Development Department stating that the appellants have requested a continuance of this item to a date to be determined if approved today. This memo was posted online and has been distributed to the board.
Welcome, Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I have Gwen Byler here, who is the planner on the project, and I'm going to
In
ask her.
person.
Yes, yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you for having us here today. As noted, the appellant has indicated that they need to find new representation for their project, and they've requested to have the project continued. Staff recommends that the project is continued to next week. However, the appellant has indicated that that will not be enough time for them to find new representation. So I want to let you know that staff is available on May 3rd as well.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, as this is in my district, I know it's disappointing for the project applicant that this has taken place, but sometimes these conflicts arise and new information is presented that might need for that delay. My preference is to have this done as soon as possible. I want to create more expedited decisions in planning, but it does seem at this point that May 3rd, as suggested by the appellant, is probably the most responsible timeframe to be looking at.
All right. So could we hear from the applicant about this?
Yes, this is Vincent Martinez. I tried to start my video, but it just hasn't allowed it to happen there.
Thank
There
you,
we go.
Madam Chair. Supervisors, I'm Brian Tetley with Urban Planning Concepts. We're the land use agent for the project proponent, the Orchid Fueling Center. As Homer tells us, it took Odysseus 10 years to sail from the battlefields of Troy back home with difficulties along the way. And I think our client can claim their own small odyssey navigating the permit process, as this month marks 4 years and 2 months since applying for this project, 15 of those months under appeal. So if you can find it possible to be before you before May 3rd, as soon as humanly possible, I know our clients would appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, so we'll hear from the appellant as well.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Vincent Martinez of Twitchell and Rice. And to the chairman and to the board, I am the cause of this conflict of interest and the reason for this request. On February 15th, I was appointed to the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. And as a result of that, that caused an automatic conflict, of which I then got sworn in and took my classes on this thing. But pursuant to my rules of professional conduct, I also have to seek counsel for my client, and so that it does not work a negative impact on him. We have not sat here to not try and seek other counsel, but efforts are been made. If the date is continued to May, as suggested, that should provide the ample opportunity to provide counsel and have them up to date and to do the presentation to no harm of my client. But I am the reason for the conflict. It's not my client itself.
Or Supervisor Lavanino.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take the blame for that one, but I think the payoff to have Vincent on the planning commission is unfortunate. I'm sorry, Brian. Little tact, around one of the last islands there to get to where you need to be. Yeah, I never like granting these extensions because it does put the applicant they've already done everything humanly possible. But this is one of those times when it actually is a legitimate issue. And I appreciate the fact that Mr. Martinez identified that. And so that, I guess May 3rd is as soon as we can humanly possibly do it. So I would move that we make that the new date.
Okay, and let me just ask, is there any public comment on the issue of the continuance?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item, whether on the merits or the continuance itself.
Okay, so we have a motion to continue to May 3rd. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
And all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
So with that, we're ready for closed session. And County Council, will you describe what we're going to do in closed session today?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board will be considering existing litigation, 2 cases under Government Code Section 54956.9. New Singular Wireless doing business as AT&T versus the county, which is in the United States District Court for the Central District, and County of Santa Barbara versus the State of California Department of Healthcare Services in Los Angeles Superior Court. The board will also be considering real property negotiations. The property is 315 West Haley Street, Santa Barbara, the first district. Agency negotiator will be General Services Director Jeanette Pell, and the negotiating party will be President CEO of PathPoint, Harry Burrell. And the time estimate for closed session today is 30 to 45 minutes. We'll try to go as quickly as possible.
So let's see. So I expect then 12:45 to 1, somewhere in that time we would reconvene. And I just want to let everyone know that it looks like we have well over 80 speakers. So we'll plan on a minute each for public comment. So you can plan on how to edit remarks during this time we're in closed session. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're reconvening the March 8th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in the Santa Maria Hearing Room. We're just coming back after closed session. County Council, could you report out from closed session, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 3 items, 2 items of existing litigation, New Singular Wireless versus the county and County of Santa Barbara versus State of California Department of Healthcare Services, and on real property negotiations for property at 315 West Haley Street in Santa Barbara. And the board took no reportable action.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, would you read departmental item number 3 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Planning Commission's recommendation for denial of the Exxon Mobil interim trucking for Santa Ynez Unit Phased Restart Project, case number 17 RVP 81. And this is in the 3rd and 4th districts. I would also like to remind members of the public who have registered to provide public comment on this item. Now is the time to log in and do so. Thank you.
And now is the time to reveal ex parte communications. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, I've had various emails that have all been forwarded to the board as public comment. I also met with the applicant and their team on January 27th, 22 and May 2nd, 22 in my office.
And seeing no other light, Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a site visit probably a good 9 months ago to a year ago. Have met intermittently with the applicant team to discuss the issue. I don't have those dates and I can get those during the hearing.
And thank you for the reminder. I did meet on site several years ago myself at Exxon. I also met again on 3/7/2022 with Brian Robinson, Brian Anderson, and Patrice Sumier and for Exxon, and we discussed safeguards and benefits associated with trucking. I met with Sierra Club, Katie Davis, Luz Reyes Martin, and John Ullman. And I met with EDC on February 14th, 2022, and discussed the risks associated with trucking. And that was Linda Kropp, Brian Troutwine, Maggie Hall, and Rachel Condor. And just wanted to mention that my staff did tally up the 10 groups of public comment that we had. And we had 129 people supporting Exxon from in-county and 1,154 opposed to the trucking proposal from in-county and 49 out of county in favor and 451 out of county opposed. Supervisor Hart.
Madam Chair, I have a couple of ex parte communications. I also did a site visit a number of years ago. And then last week on March 3rd, I met with Exxon representatives Brian Anderson, Patrice Sumier, and Brian Robinson.
And Supervisor Williams.
I have met with the applicant at least once, most recently Thursday, the 24th of January, with Brian Anderson and Patrice Sumier. And I believe there was at least another occasion, it was some time ago, maybe a couple of years. I have also met with Sierra Club a couple of weeks ago, the same individuals that you disclosed, Supervisor Hartman, and repeatedly with EDC over the years, most recently, I believe last week.
Okay, so turning to staff presentation, Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. As Ms. Alexander indicated, we're here before you today to forward the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the Exxon Mobil trucking application. That was heard on November 3rd by the Planning Commission. Today we have staff available. Aaron Briggs is here with us in the hearing room. And then we also have John Zorovich, the Deputy Director of the Energy Division, who is available via remote. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Briggs.
And Madam Chair, members of the board, we're actually going to be doing a remote presentation today. Our staff planner, Jax Ibarra, is going to be giving the presentation, and I'll be clicking the slides.
Okay, hello, good afternoon, Chair Hartman, members of the board, and members of the public. Our item today is the Exxon Mobil interim trucking project for the phased restart of the Santa Ynez unit. The Planning and Development Energy Division will be giving a short presentation to the board, followed by an applicant presentation and then public comments. Next slide, please. So Exxon is requesting approval of a development plan revision for the installation and operation of a new oil tanker truck loading rack at their Las Flores Canyon facility and transportation of their crude oil from platforms Hondo, Harmony, and Heritage to 2 receiving terminals. Next slide. The proposed project involves 2 parts, as shown on the graphic to the left. The first part would be the construction of the truck loading racks and associated equipment within the Las Flores Canyon, which is located along the Gaviota coast. Construction would be limited to previously disturbed areas, which are located in the northeastern portion of Exxon's existing facilities. As shown on the graphic to the right, the second part of the project would involve trucking produced oil from Las Flores to the Phillips 66 Santa Maria pump station along Highway 101 for as long as it's available, and then to the Plains Pentland Terminal along Highway 166. Next slide, please. Trucking is proposed 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. While the Santa Maria pump station is in operation, all project trucks would unload at that facility with up to 78 daily round trips. Under current estimates, the Santa Maria pump station would be available and operational until sometime in 2023. While the SMPS is in operation, project trucks would only travel to the Pentland Terminal when the Santa Maria pump station is temporarily shut down due to maintenance at up to 34 round trips per day. And then once the Santa Maria pump station is permanently closed, all trucks would travel to the Pentland Terminal. And my apologies, there is a typo on this slide. It should read up to 78 round trips per day to the Pentland Terminal once the SMPS is permanently shut. The annual limits would be capped at 25,550 trucks to the Santa Maria station or 24,820 trucks to Pentland or a combination thereof. Next slide, please. In an effort to reduce the probability of spills that impact sensitive resources, the project would also restrict trucking during rainy periods. And this is because spills that occur during rain events could be transported into waterways more readily than during dry periods. Therefore, no trucking would occur during heavy rain events, defined as a 50% chance or more of half an inch of rain in a 24-hour period. No trucking would be allowed to occur until the rain stopped and was not forecasted for an additional 24 hours. The oil production rate under the proposed project would be a maximum of 11,200 barrels of oil per day, which in comparison is about 1/3 of Exxon's previous production rate before their facilities were shut in 2015. Next slide, please. For environmental review, county staff determined that a supplemental EIR should be prepared to supplement Exxon's existing EIR for their development plan. The public review period for the draft document was held from April through June of 2019, with hearings in both North and South County to take public comment. All comments were responded to, and the final SEIR was published in July of 2022. However, about a month later, Phillips 66 announced the future closure of the Santa Maria pump station, so staff decided to revise and republish the final SEIR to include information regarding the closure of the facility and also to include the county's newest transportation thresholds. Next slide. The final SEIR determined that there would be one significant and unavoidable environmental impact, and that would be for hazardous materials and risk of upset. This would be from potential oil spills associated with trucking accidents that could impact sensitive resources at both Las Flores Canyon and along the trucking routes. The severity of an oil spill would be influenced by the amount of oil spilled, the location of the spill, and the season in which the spill occurred. Next slide. You'll see here that the following mitigation measures were developed to reduce both the potential for an accident and spill and the severity of one if it were to occur. The first mitigation measure, the truck hazard mitigation plan, would reduce the potential for an overall accident to occur by requiring additional truck safety features, driver training, and routine inspections, among other things. The remaining mitigation measures listed here would not reduce the likelihood of an accident, but could reduce the extent and impact of a spill if one were to occur. Next slide, please. So with mitigation measures, to reduce the potential for a spill, the probability of an accident would be reduced by 33%. As shown in the bullet points below, the probability of an accident while all trucks are traveling to the Santa Maria pump station is about 3 times less likely than the probability of an accident while all trucks are traveling to the Petland terminal. In addition, the likelihood for a spill impacting waterways would be greatly reduced due to the rainy day restrictions, and the likelihood of a spill along Highway 166 would be substantially reduced while all trucking is going to the Santa Maria pump station. It's important to note that although these measures would serve to reduce risk impacts, they could not be reduced to less than significant levels. Next slide, please. The SEIR also identified 5 significant but mitigable impacts for air quality, greenhouse gases, and traffic and circulation. In response, mitigation was added to lessen impacts to the maximum extent feasible by fully offsetting greenhouse gas emissions and air emissions to 0, implementing various reporting plans, and restricting truck trips during peak hours, among other measures. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission considered the project on September 29th and November 3rd of 2021. After taking public comment and during deliberations, the Planning Commission had major concerns about traffic safety from the proposed project, especially along Highway 166. They could also not find substantial evidence in the record that the benefits of the project outweighed the potential risk of an oil spill. And therefore, the Commission recommended that the board deny the project based on both CEQA and administrative findings. They determined that they couldn't support the statement of overriding considerations, and they couldn't support policy findings that require adequate streets and highways and require that a project not be detrimental to the welfare and safety of a neighborhood. Next slide, please. Therefore, staff is presenting findings for denial based on the Planning Commission's recommendation. The findings that cannot be made include, first, the statement of overriding considerations, as the benefits do not outweigh the environmental impacts of the project. Secondly, the finding that streets and highways be adequate and properly designed cannot be made, as the additional risk to traffic safety impedes the county's ability to support this, even though impacts are considered mitigable under CEQA. And finally, the finding that requires a project not be detrimental to the comfort, convenience, welfare, and safety of a neighborhood cannot be made for the same reason. The additional risk to traffic safety would impede the county's ability to support the finding, even if impacts are considered mitigable under CEQA. Next slide. In conclusion, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors make the following actions. 1, make the required findings for denial of the project as outlined in attachment A to the board memo you received. 2, determine that denial of the project is exempt from CEQA. And 3, deny the project. Next slide, please. That concludes staff's presentation, and I will now pass it along to Exxon Mobil. Thank you.
Why don't you hold just one moment and let me see if there are any questions on the board. I do see a couple of lights on, Supervisor Hart and Williams.
I do. Can you break down how the climate change emissions would be mitigated? My understanding is the plan is not yet completely fleshed out, so I want to understand the boundaries on that.
Yes, Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams. So under CEQA, greenhouse gas emissions would be required to be offset at a 1-to-1 mitigation ratio. So we included that, and also we included to minimize impacts to the maximum extent feasible, that all greenhouse gas emissions would have to be reduced to zero. There would be a plan in place that would outline how Exxon would go about providing that. And that plan is in outline form now and would be flushed out prior to project approval. And I believe Exxon might have more details in what that plan involves in their presentation.
Supervisor, okay. So just following up on Supervisor Williams' question. So the greenhouse gas emissions mitigation is primarily from the truck emissions?
Madam Chair, that is correct.
And that is because the baseline is conditions, the environmental analysis, the supplemental EIR was focused on a baseline, or chose a baseline of conditions before the oil pipeline broke. Is that correct? Instead of current conditions as exist now?
Madam Chair, that is correct. The environmental impact reports baseline includes an operational average of the SYU facilities.
And the rainy day mitigation, not to travel by truck on rainy days, then those trips would be made up on subsequent days. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, yes, that is correct. The original proposed project proposed 70 trucks a day to Santa Maria Pump Station and 68 trucks per day to Pentland. And due to the rainy day restrictions, we increased that number to 78 round trips, but they would have to stay under the annual maximums of the 70 and 68.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know if we, because I'm not sure if we regulate it, but do you have any idea how many like gasoline trucks? I'm trying to put this number into perspective. So like how many trucks do we have on our roads right now in Santa Barbara County out carrying gasoline or diesel around the county? Not just a personal truck, or I'm talking about, delivering to gas stations, commercial vehicles.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisor Lavignino, I do not know that, but maybe Aaron or John or anyone else in the Energy Division would like to speak to that.
Madam Chair and Supervisor Lavignino, we don't have that number readily available.
No other questions? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Staff initially at the Planning Commission recommended findings for approval on this project. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Supervisor, yes, that is correct. We did recommend approval.
And can you go into what that process looked like for this project to reach that level of recommendation from county staff, from our technical staff?
Yes, so when we initially went to the Planning Commission, we found that the project did meet all of the policy findings, including the CEQA finding for the statement of overriding considerations.
Okay, thank you. And that one impact, the hazardous material and risk of upset, is there any legal or is there any way for that to be mitigated, or is that just by the fact that that's a risk that it's unmitigable? Is that correct?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson, that is correct, because there wouldn't be a way to completely take away the risk of an accident or oil spill. Therefore, if one were to occur, an accident or a spill, it could have a significant impact on sensitive resources.
And if I understand right, the risk that you guys are evaluating that for is a risk of up to 5 gallons. Is that the minimum?
That is correct.
Okay, so can't mitigate the risk of a potential 5 gallon spill. All right. I see there's the 70 trips in the plan, but I think there's also been a discussion about net trips, that there might be trips that are taken off the roads through the approval of this project. Can you get into that at all?
Yes, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. I would pass that along to Aaron or Greg Chittick, who is our environmental consultant, that would have details on that.
Supervisor Nelson, I can address that. So the concept is that the Santa Maria Pump Station is currently accepting truck trips from all over the place, both within Santa Barbara County and also from the east. And so we currently have a certain number of trucks that are traveling east from Kern County that deliver their oil to Santa Maria Pump Station. As part of this project, if Exxon Mobil were to bring in 70 trucks per day, that's about half the capacity of the pump station, and they would displace other trucks from using the pump station. Now, we can't say with 100% certainty that they're going to displace the trucks that come from Kern County, but given the economics of driving oil that far and the fact that trucks in Kern have other options to deliver their oil to market, we can say that it's likely that they will displace those trucks coming from the east. So in other words, the project will displace other truck trips. And if we look at it that way, the project would not necessarily generate 70 new trips per day. It would generate 70 minus the number that are being displaced at Santa Maria Pump Station.
Do we have any idea of what that number might be so that we kind of quantify that?
We do. The EIR identifies a number. I don't have it off the top of my head, but that's something that we could come back to you with.
I appreciate that. And also part of that discussion, and I think I'm right on this, but all those trucks that are coming from the east to the Santa Maria station, there's no restriction on them on driving during rainy events or times a day.
That's correct. There are no restrictions.
Okay, none of those trips have any of those other safety features like the governors and the GPS monitoring of those vehicles?
So I can't say with certainty that they don't have those features, but they're certainly not regulated by Santa Barbara County Planning and Development.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now. Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanina.
Yeah, just wanted a little follow-up on the probability of a spill study and how that was modeled, where we're saying that we would anticipate one every 52 years along the 101 and one every 17 years along the 166. Did we do that internally, or was that a study from an outside agency?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Lavanino, we have a consultant who developed the technical sections in the EIR, and that was their work.
Okay.
And to address the question that you asked earlier about gasoline trucks in Santa Barbara County, our same consultant just got back to me and said that based upon gasoline consumption in our county, the number of gasoline trucks per day is about 50.
Okay. Thank you. And then also, I just kind of wanted to go into the oil response requirements that were on here with the trailer and the UAV. If you could just explain those a little bit more.
Sure. So one of the requirements for the project based upon coastal zoning ordinance is that we mitigate these impacts to the maximum extent feasible. And that goes a step beyond the requirements in CEQA. And so we went back to the fire department after our initial considerations, and we said, well, hey, we're going to mitigate this project to the maximum extent feasible. What other tools would help you in the event of a spill or an upset condition? And the fire department said these tools would help us. So they were added into the project as additional mitigations.
So there's a UAV patrolling whenever the trucks are on the road?
No, it would be used in the case of a spill incident. So one of the things that they learned in a spill that happened a few years ago on the 166 is that they didn't have immediate access to how far the oil had traveled down the creek. And if they had had a drone, they could have flown the drone and found that out in 2 minutes. And so the purpose of that would be for their personnel to be able to reach areas that they can't immediately access in the case of an incident.
And then the spill response trailer is just going to be somewhere along either the 101 or the 166 and be close enough to respond.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hartman. Were there any safety measures that were proposed for this application that weren't incorporated into this by either Caltrans or staff?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, nothing comes to mind immediately. I mean, we were pretty comprehensive, including everything we could think of.
Okay, and we didn't get much into, one of the areas of concern on this project is the 166 East. You know, that has a storied history, if you will. Is there, when you guys work with Caltrans on that, were there improvements that they had suggested with this project? I didn't see much of a slide with that.
We certainly did reach out to Caltrans. They did provide a comment letter on the EIR. Memory serves that there was some discussion about adding turnout pockets to 166 in certain locations. I don't immediately remember the resolution of that conversation, but I don't think that they're a requirement of the project.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
One last.
Supervisor
If I
Lavanito.
may,
Thank you. I just wanted to see, okay, so at one, the one point we actually had the emergency trucking where we got rid of the 400,000 barrels. And I think there were like 2,500 trips. What did we learn based on those trips?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Lavignino, that effort was completed with no traffic incidents, no spills, no upset conditions whatsoever. That 400,000 barrels was de-inventoried without incident.
One more question, if you
Sure,
will.
go
Thank
ahead.
you, Chairman Hartman. Would you characterize this proposal to have additional mitigations above and beyond what was taking place with that emergency permit? So, I think I would say, or I think we added some additional safety precautions that didn't exist when we did that, when we had no incidents. And so am I characterizing that correctly?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, that's correct. So during the de-inventory project, that was approved under an emergency permit, and we did not conduct CEQA for that permit. It's not required for an emergency permit. And so the de-inventory project was done at Exxon Mobil's direction, whereas the trucking project now has gone through the full CEQA process, EIR, and like I said, we've added every safety measure that we can think of essentially to this project.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no more questions, we'd like to have the applicant presentation. Mr. Anderson, are you the lead? Ms. Scott.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and Board of Supervisors. My name is Sherry Scott, and I'm an in-house counsel for Exxon Mobil, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. As the board considers Exxon Mobil's application for temporary trucking, I would like for you to keep in mind three things. First, Exxon Mobil has a vested right to operate the Santa Ynez unit under the terms of its Coastal Commission approvals and final development plan previously approved by Santa Barbara County in 1987. County staff correctly states in section 4.4.1 of its September 8th report that the facility is entitled under its current existing approvals, which underwent both CEQA and NEPA reviews, to restart production at any time without further approval from county decision makers. Those prior approvals are not at issue here and should not be revisited. In fact, if a pipeline were available, we could restart today with our current existing permits. However, because a pipeline is not available, this is a request for a permit to truck our product for 7 years, which could end sooner if a pipeline becomes available. Second, in the absence of a pipeline, trucking is allowed by the final development plan, the county's coastal land use plan, coastal zoning ordinance, and the inland land use and development code. Exxon Mobil's already approved final development plan specifically contemplates that modes of transportation other than pipeline can be permitted in accordance with applicable LCP policies in the coastal zoning ordinance. Policy 6-8E of the county coastal land use plan provides that transporting oil shall be through onshore pipeline unless the pipeline becomes unavailable. Similarly, coastal zoning ordinance section 35-154.5 provides that transportation by a mode other than pipeline may be permitted when a pipeline to the shipper's refining center of choice is unavailable within a reasonable period of time. As reflected in staff's report, a pipeline has been unavailable since 2015 through no fault of Exxon Mobil's and may not be available for another 4 to 7 years. Likewise, section 35.52.060B of the county's land use and development code provides for transporting oil via other modes where oil cannot feasibly be transported by pipeline and where the environmental impacts of the alternative transportation mode are required to be mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. As you heard from staff, numerous mitigation measures identified in the SCIR have been imposed on the trucking project to mitigate the environmental impacts to the maximum extent feasible. Further, the project will initially truck only to the Santa Maria pump station and will not occur during rainy periods. Trucking along State Road 166 will occur only when the Santa Maria pump station is unavailable. Third, as reflected in staff's September 8th report, temporary trucking is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the coastal land use plan, and the Gaviota Coast Plan. Simply put, all of the conditions have been met for the board to approve the project. The Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the project, contrary to staff's original recommendation to approve, is unsupported by substantial evidence, and the board should decline to adopt it. The Planning Commission improperly ignored the detailed analyses in the SCIR and opposed the original recommendations of staff, their expert consultants, and the traffic data and opinion of state agencies such as Caltrans. Other than staff's changed recommendations before you today, which were made at the direction of Planning Commission, the SCIR remains the same. Those detailed analyses and recommendations, including the mitigation measures and combined alternatives, all support the finding that State Road 166 can safely accommodate the project. Accordingly, the board can and should approve the application for temporary trucking and certify the SCIR as recommended in staff's September 8th report. Doing so will ensure there is no impairment of Exxon Mobil's vested right to operate the Santa Ynez unit pursuant to its current authorizations and would be in compliance with its final development plan and with CEQA. I thank you again for your time, and I now turn it over to Brian Anderson for the remainder of our presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. I appreciate the time to speak with you this afternoon. My name is Brian Anderson, and I live in the Santa Ynez Valley with my wife and 2 young children. I'm the asset manager of Exxon Mobil Santa Ynez unit, responsible for Exxon Mobil's operations here in California, which have been permitted and operating safely since the 1980s. In the past, this county has been divided on many issues, but recent events have highlighted that energy independence, climate change, and financial stability of the people of this county are important matters to all of us. We need to come together and find solutions, local solutions, to help address the impacts these global issues are having here in Santa Barbara County. Today, you have the opportunity in front of you to do just that, to leverage the people and the resources of this county to bring back local oil and gas production through a temporary trucking permit. First, I want to talk to you about the benefits of local production, starting with the topic that's important to all the residents of this county: reducing global greenhouse gases. Restarting our operation will displace imports of oil from countries that, according to CARB, emit twice the greenhouse gas emissions per barrel to produce than we do at SYU, and without the stringent environmental regulations that we have here in California. For example, NBC recently reported that California imports 50% of the crude that is produced in the Amazon rainforest, leading to further deforestation. Second, the economic benefits currently flowing to other countries through importing of the crude could be directed back to the people of this county, who are dealing with the high prices of food and fuel as a result of the increasing inflation and the shortage of crude supply. Our production that would resume with this trucking is not de minimis. Our temporary trucking permit could allow for more than 28 million barrels of oil over the 7-year period. To put that in perspective, the Biden administration recently announced the release of 30 million barrels from the strategic reserve. In addition, just this morning, President Biden addressed the need for energy independence. He said, quote, "The crisis is a stark reminder that to protect our economy over the long term, we must become more energy independent." Approving this project could provide over 50% of the county's gasoline and nearly 80% of the diesel supply required for the county from our oil, not including the lubricants and other products that can come from those same barrels. Santa Barbara must do its part to help address the supply crisis we are all facing. Over the last 7 years, shutting down SYU operations has resulted in heartbreaking loss of family supporting jobs, employee transfers to other states and countries, and the loss of local business. According to the SEIR, the partial restart will bring back nearly 250 jobs just in our facilities, create additional construction jobs, and bring additional truck driving jobs. During normal operations, SYU was the single largest taxpayer in the county. Prior to shut-in, Exxon Mobil paid nearly $4.5 million in taxes to Santa Barbara each year, contributing significantly to the county's schools and public services. In addition to all of that, in an average year of operation, we spend nearly $34 million directly in this county for employee wages and to local businesses for goods and services, much of which is expected to come back with the approval of this trucking permit. The benefits of the trucking are enormous, but as indicated in the supplemental EIR, this is also safe for the people of this county and for the environment. The detailed and lengthy analysis that is done in the SEIR and the great work that the staff did in their September 8th staff report, completed by the county's own staff, consultants, contains substantial evidence that the streets and highways are adequately and properly designed to carry the type and quantity of traffic generated by this project. As stated in the SEIR, the cumulative traffic impact results in a net increase of 9 trucks a day on Highway 166, to the question that was asked previously. This is less than 1 extra truck on the road every 2 hours. And these trucks that are on the road are highly regulated. In fact, the SEIR provides many agreed upon conditions that include stringent safety equipment, restrictions on driving times, extensive training, among several other regulations, making this one of the most highly regulated trucking operations in the entire world. Multiple traffic experts, including the county's own senior transportation planner, Caltrans experts, all supported the analysis and evidence provided, and all determined that the project would not exceed any safety or capacity thresholds. It's not every day that you have the opportunity to make a decision that will be better for the environment, bring hundreds of high-paying jobs to the county, and drive tens of millions of dollars of economic activity to local businesses and to the county's public services. The 5 years of work that the county's planning department worked with consultants and experts sufficiently evaluated and analyzed all the risks and ensured proper mitigations to allow for safe operations. That's why the staff recommended approval of the temporary trucking permit in their September 8th report. You must use the facts and evidence provided to you by your county staff to make a decision that's in the best interest of everyone in this county. As highlighted in your logo, one county. Together, we can make this county better and do our part to help address the local impacts of today's global issues. Thank you.
I would ask that we have a informal rule. If you're supportive, do that, but not clap. So we would appreciate if you would recognize that protocol. Do board members have questions for Ms. Scott or Mr. Anderson? Seeing no lights, I think we're ready to go to public comment. Madam Clerk, how many commenters do we have?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have 96 requests to speak on this item.
So we will go for 1 minute each, and
Madam Chair, before you do that, I do have a question. I've asked it somewhat in our meetings, but I would like to understand more about the GHG mitigation that the applicant plans to engage in. And, you know, in particularly what I wrestle with is this question of, you know, in my experience, mitigation is more verifiable and substantive the closer it is to home. But the constraints of in-county versus out-of-county mitigation is a concern. I would love to hear a little bit more.
Thank you for asking the question, Supervisor Williams. We'll be employing a lot of.
Would you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Patrice Surmeyer.
Thank you.
And I am the regulatory lead at Exxon Mobil SYU unit. So we will be employing a lot of avoidance measures to ensure we're minimizing the greenhouse gas emissions from our facility. But besides that, as Ms. Ybarra noted, we will be doing a greenhouse gas reduction and reporting plan that will be approved by the county in concert with the Air Pollution Control District and will be approved before zoning clearance. So that plan will be prescriptive in details on how we are going to mitigate the project and how we will be reporting the emissions and the reductions, how we'll be verifying them, and how we'll be calculating them. We'll have an annual report following up that will show every year that we are actually completely offsetting our emissions from our project. As part of the plan, we're proposing to inject $1 million into local projects to build out greenhouse gas mitigation infrastructure in our community. We'll be working with the APCD to develop a funding program that would generally follow the funding program that they already use for the Clean Air Grants program. Our objective would be to prioritize local programs that are accessible to the public and in like areas that don't have a lot of greenhouse gas mitigation already. So and one thing to mention is those projects would be long-term. Our project is small and it's temporary, but anything we do as far as infrastructure goes would continue to support our community for years and years after that. So as we've discussed, contributing to local greenhouse gas mitigation, although is very important, is most likely not feasible to offset even the majority of our very small project. So the APCD has calculated injecting $1 million into local programs and infrastructure would provide less than 1,000 metric tons per year of offsets, about 1/10 of our project. This, coupled with very long lead times for permitting and construction in our community, make offsetting locally really not feasible for our project or for any project for that matter. We would most likely need to rely on greenhouse gas reductions represented by registry offset credits that are verified by ARB, approved registries like the American Carbon Registry, and these credits have been recognized and accepted by the APCD as well as ARB to meet the goals of CEQA mitigation. So do you have any other questions that I could help with that?
That's good for me.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, seeing no more lights, we will turn to public comment and 1 minute per commenter. And once the first person starts, we will close the queue for public comment.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we are going to begin in Santa Barbara with Scott Wentz, and then we are going to return to Santa Maria with Michelle Wolf. And I would like to remind members of the public who are on Zoom, we do not utilize the raise hand feature. We do have you listed and numbered, and that is the coordinating number after D3. That is the number that you are in the Zoom. And we will again go to Santa Barbara with Scott Wentz. Scott?
Chair, members of the board, Scott Wentz representing Cars Are Basic. I'd like to point out to you that you have a problem on your hands. This has to do with the lack of foresight and planning for what's called bridge technology. If in fact you want to get away from hydrocarbons, you want to go to another form of energy, the federal government under this current administration in the state of California under Newsom have done a really terrible job of creating that bridge technology that will keep us out of the energy problems that we have. What you now have is a war on energy having to do coming out of the ground. This is a war that was started in 1968. The technology is far better. And I'd like to point out to you that the County of Santa Barbara has always exceeded federal and state air quality standards. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Maria for, I'm sorry, that was Michael Wolf, and
Yeah.
to be followed by Vicky Connor. Michael?
So thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Wolf, not Michelle Wolf. I guess I have to improve my handwriting a little bit. So thanks for the opportunity to voice my support for Exxon Mobil's trucking permit and restart project, and obviously oppose the denial of the permit. Again, Michael Wolf, Senior Vice President, Asian Energy Services. which is a parent company of Brinderson and Schultz. We're a California company. We've been here for more than 50 years. And we employ 1,000 Californians working in the oil industry providing services. A little background on myself. I'm a professional engineer. I've got 48 years in the oil industry. I've worked and lived throughout the United States, Canada, Western and Eastern Europe, Russia, former Soviet Union, including the Ukraine and the Middle East. I've lived in California 5 times and I currently reside in California. I believe through all that, I believe I have a deep understanding of the oil industry. I believe I can attest for Exxon's diligence on the technical and
And a
social-
minute goes very quickly.
social aspects to this. So again, I support the getting the permit. I oppose the denial. I agree with everything Brian said earlier, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
We will now go to Vicky Connor to be followed by Kathy Vreeland. Vicky? And if you do hear your name and you are in the lobby, if you can please come into the hearing room, that would be greatly appreciated. And following Vicky, we'll have Kathy Vreeland.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Vicki Connor. I'm representing Econ Alliance today, which, as some of you know, is a nonprofit alliance supporting the key industries and communities of northern Santa Barbara County and the overall prosperity of North County and the county at large. As such, we encourage you to consider this project's positive job impacts and economic benefits to our schools and communities, as well as the environmental benefits of restarting these important operations in one of the most stringently regulated areas of the world. Thank you.
Thank you for your brevity.
We will now go to Kathy Vreeland to be followed by Gerald Rounds. Kathy?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Kathy Vreeland, I'm representing the Buellton Chamber of Commerce today. I'm here today in support of Santa Barbara for the safe and local transport. I support the approval of the interim trucking permit because restarting SYU will inject local dollars back into our economy and high-paying jobs into the community. The Buellton City Council has passed a resolution in full support of the temporary trucking permit, which is significant as the trucks from the project do go directly through our community. SYU had been an integral part of the community from 1970 to 2015 when it was shut down, forcing many local workers to become displaced. Restarting the SYU will bring back the families back to their home. It will also inject tax revenues and economic activity for businesses in our area. And I urge you to please approve the temporary trucking permit to restart the SYU and oppose the denial of this permit. Thank you.
And we will go to Kathy. I'm sorry, that was Kathy, correct?
Yes.
Gerald Rounds to be followed by Hertz Ramirez. Is Harold Rounds available? Alrighty, we will go to Hertz Ramirez to be followed by Stephen Baird. Hertz?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Hertz Ramirez, and I am the Business Manager for Labor's Local 220. I am here on behalf of over 2,000 working men and women of the Labor's Local 220 in strong support of restarting Exxon Mobil Santa Ynez unit. I urge the board to approve the temporary trucking permit that will enable them to get SYU operations restarted after nearly 7 years of being shut in. As an entity that represents working class individuals, it is our utmost priority to ensure that our members have the best opportunities possible. Restarting SYU will increase contractor work at the facility and will inject more revenues into our local economy. Additionally, the average salary for the jobs created by SYU project is 27% higher than the rest of Santa Barbara County. Not only will restarting SYU provide high quality jobs for our community, but it will also rejuvenate local tax revenues in addition to providing a better environmental alternative. Oil produced here will stay here, displacing oil imported from overseas in ocean tankers. On behalf of our working brothers and sisters, we strongly urge you to approve the temporary trucking permit to restart Exxon Mobil's SYU facility until a pipeline becomes available. Thank you.
We will now go to Stephen Baird to be followed by Tom Becker. Stephen?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Steve Barrett. It's been a while since I've seen you. I hope this serves as some sort of credibility for what I'm about to say. First of all, thank you very much for your leadership over the past couple of years. It's been a difficult time. As a disabled veteran, I know what that's like to lead during difficult times. And we're at a point that I'm not sure that it's going to matter much about the safety of trucks on the road because we're not going to be able to afford any gas to be on the road with those trucks. But I do want to bring up just two things. One is the mission statement of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara. It's to provide quality public services to the people, not the environment of Santa Barbara County, in their response to their need for a healthy, safe, and prosperous environment, and to establish and maintain a workforce that reflects the diversity of the community, to establish and maintain. I heard it said today that it's a public detriment to leave an uncapped well idle for too long.
Your
I believe
time
that.
has already gone.
And I
Could
will
you wrap
say
it up
that I would
quickly?
hate to see what it's like to leave humans idle for too long. Thank you very much. Good to
Thank
see
you.
We will now go to Tom Becker to be followed by Andy Caldwell. Tom?
Okay, start. Tom Becker, 43 years, regular Exxon Mobil employee. I recently retired.
Could you speak into the mic? And the rules are you're addressing the board, not the audience. So thank you.
Again, Tom Becker, 43 years, regular Exxon Mobil employee. I recently retired a little early because of the plant shutting down and the cutbacks. So I want to change the perspective just a minute. Let's just say you had a big barbecue coming up and you wanted to go buy some meat to cook. I don't know whether or not eating meat's good or not, but if you're going to buy that meat, where do you want to buy it at? You want to buy it local. How about buying it from a neighbor, right? Someone that's local. The money goes right back into the hood here. The guy's accountable, you know his integrity, and he's part of the community. Now, someday, maybe we won't be eating meat. We won't feel the same about that. We'll be vegetarians or vegans, but that's hard and that takes some time. And someday, maybe we're going to look at the use of energy and hydrocarbons a little different. But right now, we need the oil. And right now, we're your neighbors. We've got great integrity. We've got a great history. And we want to be able to provide that for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Andy Caldwell to be followed by Glenn Battles. Andy?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. We urge the board to consider a vote to deny this project and permit could have negative implications that span any business permitted to operate here. To put it plainly, denying this temporary trucking permit is to deny a permitted business the right to operate under their permit conditions. What message does that send? Earlier this year, when you were building your carport, solar carport, and your battery storage, you bought a diesel cat generator to back them both up. And I challenge you, if you're getting rid of oil and ending fossil fuel reliance, why do you still rely on, why did you buy a cat generator? The answer from the board was, we are not there yet. I submit you are not there yet to deny this project. We need this oil. And I would encourage you, Madam Chair, you gave a lot of stats on how many people oppose this project. I think if you took that poll at the pump, you get a different polling result. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Glenn Battles to be followed by John Hochleiner.
Chair Hartman, Supervisor Lebanino, Nelson, Williams, and Hart. Exxon Mobil is wanting to permit to truck oil from the Las Flores Canyon tank to start their platform production. In addition to all the economic values that they provide, mine is a more personal story. I'm in support of issuing a permit to truck oil to the proposed facilities they are requesting. I keep a 360-foot hedge trimmed on Rosemary Road 3 to 4 times a year. I also spray, shovel weeds, and pick up trash on the ranch frontage. I sought out several pylons to warn drivers that I am working there. There's much traffic on the road, which consists of pickup trucks, line trucks, farm trucks, passenger vehicles, farm tractors, and even bicycles. The most respected and courteous drivers are those that are from Pacific Petroleum, Sentinel Transportation, Gazelle Transportation, RTS, and many other trucking firms that haul oil to the Phillips pumping plant on Battles Road.
Mr. Battle, that is your time.
God, I just got a couple more.
One final sentence.
They wait, the drivers, they will slow down and wait, change lanes while I am out there if traffic is opposed. I only wish a common driver had as much courtesy and respected that the working on the roadside of trackers do. They do respect their safety training and is very valid to them. Thank you.
We will now go to, my apologies, John Hoffleiner, to be followed by Megan Gamble.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for allowing me to talk today. My name's John Hochleitner with Pacific Petroleum. We're a local company and I'm a lifelong resident of the Valley. Exxon Mobil project, I hope you guys approve it. It's going to do a lot for the energy of our country and also for our local resources by putting tax dollars and putting good paying people to work. This is an excellent project. I've worked for Exxon Mobil a lot of years, company with a lot of integrity, and it's always done right the first time, not the second time. So again, I ask your approval for this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Megan Gamble to be followed by Tracy Baird. Megan?
Chair Hartman and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Megan Gamble, and I'm here as a representative of Santa Barbara for Safe and Local Transport. It is a coalition of public safety, business, agriculture, and other organizations. Some you will hear from today or have already heard from. Others, like the Santa Maria League of United Latin American Citizens, Stop Oil Seeps, and American GI Forum Education Foundation, are also members of our coalition. We are all in support, strong support of the temporary trucking permit because it will enable the restart of local oil production, which will replace oil tankered in from foreign countries with environmental regulations that are not near what we have here in the state or let alone the county. Though you do have them, or you should have them in your packets, I wanted to remind the board that over 1,400 voters from Cuyama, San Maria, Buellton, Carpinteria, Guadalupe, all signed on to a petition in support of the trucking permit. Those are your voters. We respectfully urge you to approve the temporary trucking permit today. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Tracy Baird to be followed by Ben Oakley. Tracy?
Hi, Trucks are Commerce. My family's been in the trucking business for 65 years. My father put out 200 loads weekly. My cousin is a 42-year veteran of the trucking business and will retire. No accidents and no tickets. Trucks are safe. When you have a CLD license, they are professional drivers. They bring in over $100,000 a year in salaries for families. They make good benefits. CLD licensed drivers are very safe. I want you to understand what it does for families. It is provided for 6 of our children in our family and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. So you need to understand trucking is very important. Otherwise, commerce runs on trucking every day. Don't call Amazon if you don't want to have trucking. This is so important that we have trucking in this community. Thank you.
We will now go to Ben Oakley to be followed by Todd Wilson.
Good afternoon, Ben Oakley with the Western States Petroleum Association. You know, we've heard the arguments for shutting down local oil and gas production for years in support of a transition to renewable energy. But the stubborn fact is that demand for oil has remained steady over the decades. California now relies on imports for 70% of our crude oil supply. But it doesn't have to be this way. You see, this isn't just a question of convenience. Energy security is literally a matter of life and death. When we outsource our energy production to foreign countries, we become more vulnerable to the kind of geopolitical turmoil that we're experiencing in the world today. Alternatively, American energy leadership and independence achieved by our people producing and refining fuels under the toughest environmental standards in the world can serve as a stabilizing force that strengthens global and domestic energy security. So today, I encourage you to be that stabilizing force for our energy security, to meet our energy demand right here under the highest standards in the world. Thank you.
We will now go to Todd Wilson to be followed by Richard Filburn.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, my name is Todd Wilson. I'm an Orchid homeowner in the 4th District. I recommend denial of the Exxon Mobil permit application as I did at the Planning Commission meeting hearing. I have found opposition comments and facts provided in the record well-founded and compelling. For me, Highway 166 is simply too dangerous and not adequate for this proposal. Community and regional members should not be encumbered by the negative impacts, including traffic risks and project enabling degraded air quality. I recommend denial. Thank you.
We will now go to Richard Filburn to be followed by Denny Zermeno. Richard?
How you doing? My name is Richard Filburn. I'm a current offshore crane operator. Been operating for over 20 years. Definitely for trucking of this oil. It's a negative vote. Basically is a vote for Russia and Iran. At the end of the day, we need to bring everything home. We need to have our backyard where we work, where we live, where we play. So, this is definitely something that is sensitive to everybody. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
We will now go to Denny Zermeno to be followed by Mike Cordero. Denny?
Good afternoon. My name is Denny Zermeno, president and one of the owners of OSC Trucks and Cranes. We are a certified minority-owned trucking crane and trucking company who's signatory to the Teamsters and operating engineers. Over 50% of our employees are a minority. The oil industry is a colorblind industry where all walks of life with little or no education can make a good union living, better than most people with equal education. This is the industry that you could take as somebody without a high school education, and he could make up to $90,000, $100,000 a year working in the oil industry. And that's something very important because people out there are looking for jobs, they need jobs, and these are well-paying jobs. Thank you.
We will now go to Mike Cordero to be followed by Jeff Patterson. Mike?
Thank you. My name is Mike Cordero, and I'm speaking on behalf of Mayor Alice Patino with the Santa Maria City Council. As the mayor, she respectfully urges that you approve the Exxon Mobil temporary order for the SYU as soon as you can. She's been a member of serving this community for over 30 years. She urges the Board of Supervisors to consider that today's vote is very important and will reverberate throughout the community for many of our constituents. Probably the most startling news is today's announcement that President Joe Biden has banned the oil in from Russian produced oil. And I certainly urge you, the City Council urges you to pass your resolution as soon as you possibly can so that we can start this project. Thank you very much for your time.
We will now go to Jeff Patterson to be followed by Thomas Gibbons. Jeff?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jeff Patterson. I'm a superintendent for Exxon Mobil at Sandy Inez, where I've worked since the late 80s, where I hired on. There's a lot of others that are going to talk about the numerous benefits of this project. I'd like to address it from a slightly different perspective. When the pipeline became unavailable, we had to reduce the size of our employees from over 200 and reduce that by 75%. And I was one of the ones that had to find a home for more than 150 of our employees. And these aren't just numbers. These are people and their families, and they were significantly impacted and under a lot of hardship. We and as Mr. Filborn just said, it is time to bring things back home, and that includes our employees and our families to these good paying jobs. Thank you.
We will now go to Thomas Gibbons to be followed by Jonathan Ullman. Thomas?
Madam Chair, Board, my name is Thomas Gibbons.
been coming here since they built this building and the one previous to it. The basic problem I heard this morning, this earlier, is you folks don't understand the fundamentals of producing oil. Some people don't know the difference between a gas truck and an oil truck. Is it what they run for fuel? You guys need to get your basics down. When I started my journey in oil, we reacted to events. That's a long time ago. When I got into management, by then, the industry started preventing events. These people here have more experience at preventing things than you could ever believe. Here's your experts. They're all here today. I'm glad to be here with them. You're on the same journey that Germany has been going through. You're eliminating fossil fuels, going to shut nuclear reactors down. You better buy flashlights. It's too bad we can't work together to make this work, because the revenue that this county gets when that oil hits the shore will turn those looks into smiles. I gotta go. I gotta get ready for a school board meeting tonight. Those people understand what's happening. Gavin Newsom doesn't like me.
Thank you.
And I'm not retired yet, bud.
We will now go to Jonathan Ullman, and then we will go to Zoom with Clint Oliver. And before Jonathan proceeds, my apologies. I did want to announce to everybody on Zoom, we have posted the speaker order on our website. And if you need help navigating that, please call the clerk of the board. That is 805-568-2240. But we have posted the speaker order for Zoom on the clerk of the board's agenda page. Thank you. Jonathan?
Hi, my name is Jonathan Ullman. I'm the director of the Los Padres chapter of the Sierra Club, representing Santa Barbara and Ventura counties. First of all, I want to say a lot of people are on the phone because they don't want to be in a room where no masks are required. Because if nobody's wearing a mask except them, except me, then I mean, it's not right. It's not fair. It's kind of dangerous. So what I would ask is that you give equal weight to the people who are calling on the phone, because they really don't want to be in this building. Second of all, the taxes, one of the arguments that Exxon constantly brings up is the taxes. They're offering $1 million in taxes. That's almost like, you know, in that movie where the guy says $1 million and everybody laughs at him. I'm laughing at this because this is such a small amount of the total
that
taxes.
is your time.
Okay. Anyway, follow your planners.
We will now go to Zoom with Clint Oliver, to be followed by Jillian Hall. And for those members of the public who are on Zoom, I would like to remind you, if you are using a touch tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, if you're using a touch tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Clint?
Hello, just a quick audio check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. My name is Clint Olivier. I'm the CEO of the Central Valley Business Federation, or BizFed for short. We're a grassroots alliance of over 75 businesses and organizations representing 30,000 diverse employers and over 400,000 employees in the Central Valley. We believe a thriving economy will help solve many of our area's entrenched challenges, and that any disruption to the permitting structure will result in great economic loss, a lower standard of living for thousands of families across the country and the valley here. That's why I'm here today to speak in favor of granting the temporary trucking permit. Restarting SYU will provide energy to California, specifically to us in the Central Valley, and because energy production is near and dear to us, we know there's nothing more important to the oil and gas industry than community health and safety, and our members proudly embrace California's leading health and safety regulations because, after all, we all live here. So with
Thank you,
that,
Mr.
I urge
Oliver.
the Board of Supervisors to approve the temporary trucking permit so SYU can restart. Thank you all for your time. Have a great afternoon.
We will now go to Jillian Hall to be followed by Victoria Cutbirth. Jillian?
Hi, everyone. My name is Jillian Hall with Food and Water Watch. I'm urging you to vote to deny Exxon's dangerous trucking proposal. I want to speak to a comment that was said earlier that the board is here to protect the people, not the environment. I'd like to push back and say that people are a part of the environment, and we cannot separate them from it. This project brings unmitigatable risks of trucking accidents and spills. The proposed route has had many trucking accidents. In fact, over the past 22 years, trucking accidents in Santa Barbara County have injured 59, killed 28, and spilled over 100,000 gallons of oil. In addition to accident risk, restarting offshore production can lead to an offshore spill, harming endangered wildlife in our waters. And lastly, this project will serve to increase our greenhouse gas emissions. We need to move away from fossil fuels and toward renewable energy to protect our residents, air quality, and planet. Please follow the County Planning Commission's recommendations to deny Exxon's proposal. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak to you today.
We will now go to Victoria Cutbirth to be followed by Tracy Leach. Victoria? And Victoria, I do see you are using a touch tone phone. There you go. Please proceed.
Hi, thank you so much. Good day, Madam Chair and County Supervisors. I'm here today on behalf of El Gato Channel Foundation and personally as a concerned local. I strongly urge you to please deny this proposal to move us towards a better future. I ask you to please take a second and think about all of the children across the county right now whose futures depend on us and the actions we take. Think about the health, safety, and well-being of your family, neighbors, coworkers, friends. That is what is at stake here today. No amount of money is worth the turmoil that climate change is causing locally and globally. We cannot knowingly allow Exxon to further damage the environment that we all rely on and call home. Not just our human neighbors, but all of the life that calls this land home. We need to be on the right side of history today. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Tracy Leach to be followed by Katie Davis. Tracy?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Tracy Leach, Director of Kern Citizens for Energy, and representing thousands of our members in Kern County. There's never been a more important time to encourage and permit California-based oil production. California is already importing, as you know, 70% of its oil needed, most of that from foreign countries. I urge Santa Barbara to lead by example and throw your support behind local energy that every Californian needs and is still using on a daily basis. In Kern County, we support all forms of energy. We lead the state in wind and solar and oil production. Keep all forms of energy on the table available to ensure we're independent and free from foreign oil from those countries that are wreaking havoc on the world right now. I urge you to approve this temporary trucking permit. And thank you very much for the time.
We will now go to Katie Davis to be followed by Maggie Hall. And I would like to remind members of the public, I know a few of you are just logging in now. If you would like to see the order of speakers, we have attached that as attachment 54 to today's item. And that will list the order that the speakers on Zoom are in. We do not use the raise hand feature. So if you can please refrain from using that, we will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Thank you. We will now go to Katie Davis to be followed by Maggie Hall. Katie? I believe Katie just bounced off. I will return to Katie momentarily. We will now go to Maggie Hall to be followed by Brian Trautwein. Maggie?
Hello.
We can hear you.
Good afternoon. I'm Maggie Hall, Senior Attorney at the Environmental Defense Center, appearing on behalf of EDC along with our clients Get Oil Out and the Santa Barbara County Action Network. We urge the board to deny this dangerous project, and I would also like to highlight why the EIR is inadequate and cannot be certified. First, the EIR fails to assess the impacts of the whole project, which is critical under CEQA to ensure complete disclosure of impacts. The purpose of the project is to allow Exxon to resume production of the SYU facilities. However, the EIR fails to analyze the many adverse impacts associated with offshore operations. Second, the EIR uses a misleading environmental setting based on historic conditions when the correct baseline is the current shutdown status of the platforms. Exxon Mobil does not currently have an existing right to operate without further discretionary approvals because its development plan is contingent on pipeline transportation. In conclusion, the county cannot certify the EIR, and if it denies the project, no action is required. Thank you.
We will now go to Brian Trautwein to be followed by Linda Kropp. Brian?
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Brian Trautwein with the EDC. This is one of the most flawed EIRs I've reviewed in years. It omits rare species, habitats, and the impacts of wildfires. For example, it relies on incomplete databases which advise users that field surveys are necessary, but no field surveys were conducted. It omits the arroyo chub and a protected fish living in Gaviota Creek under Highway 101, where a spill would be devastating. It omits 12 rare plant species. Tanker accidents can spark fires, as we saw last year, and the route passes through high and extreme fire hazard areas, but the EIR omits wildfire impacts on rare vegetation, protected species, and habitats, and incorrectly finds wildfire impacts less than significant. It omits the impacts of post-fire debris flows, which would devastate species such as red-legged frog and steelhead. It omits the impacts of fuel spills. Tankers carry up to 300 gallons of diesel. A fuel spill could kill several rare aquatic species. In closing, the EIR is incomplete and inaccurate. Thank you.
We will now go to Linda Kropp to be followed by Nadia Abushanab.
Good afternoon. I am Linda Kropp, Chief Counsel of the Environmental Defense Center. As you've heard, our clients support the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny Exxon Mobil's application due to the significant and unavoidable impacts related to oil spills and accidents. Unfortunately, the findings regarding the project's inconsistency with the LUDC and coastal zoning ordinance do not reflect the inevitable risk of accidents. The crash map submitted by EDC will show that there have been 8 accidents along the proposed route in the last 15 years, including 6 within the last 6 years. This evidence shows that the information in the EIR is incomplete and inaccurate. Under California land use and planning law, the county's findings must be based on the evidence. Accordingly, the findings must be revised to reflect the 2020 staff recommendation, the evidence submitted by the public, and must delete the determination that safety impacts are mitigable. Instead, the findings must reflect that such impacts are significant and unmitigable. Thank you for your consideration.
We will now go to Nadia Abushanab to be followed by Ken Huff. Excuse me, Nadia.
Hello. We will be using my time and Ken Huff's time to show a short video that has been submitted. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just a point of order. I mean, we've never allowed mixing times together. And I had somebody actually ask me beforehand if he could take somebody else's time, and I told him we didn't do that. So
For clarification, Chair Hartman and members of the board, Nadia Abushanab is using 1 minute to play the first minute of this video, and Ken Huff will be using his minute to play the second minute of this video. Yes, I couldn't hear it though. I just wanted to make sure there was volume on the computer. Hold on 1 moment.
We have an update on a deadly crash on Highway 166 near New Cuyama on Sunday. The CHP says they were killed when Riley drove into the path of an oncoming truck that was hauling a tanker trailer.
Let me get this straight. You want to load 6,000 gallons of crude oil onto 70 tanker trucks and send them 150 miles along our coast, up the 101 to Santa Maria, and across the 166 to Maricopa. 450,000 gallons per day past the ocean where this happened, through this winding canyon, and over this bridge where this happened. Past this.
We will now go to Ken Huff, to be followed by Katie Davis. Ken?
Icy curve.
Wait.
Yes, hi, this is Ken Huff with SB Can with the second half of the video. Thank you.
This happened. Past two schools where this happened. Down this steep grade to this offloading station. Tell me again, 70 truckloads per day, one truck every 10 minutes, 24/7, 450,000 gallons per day, 166 million gallons of crude oil per year. Now tell me again how it's safe.
We will now go to Katie Davis, to be followed by Julie Teal Simmons. Katie?
Hi, this is Katie Davis with Sierra Club, representing thousands of people who have signed a petition opposing this project. I have Exxon's original development plan up right now. I'm looking at it. It was dated 1982. So that was 40 years ago, and it was based on a lifespan of those offshore rigs of 25 to 35 years. I'm looking at the offshore spill section. It's like a page and a half. It's radically outdated. The EIR is supposed to consider the baseline, which currently is shut down and has been for the last 7 years because of an oil spill that decimated our local economy. And Exxon's arguing that they just need to look at trucking and can't consider the fact that we have these offshore these offshore platforms, and the San Ynez unit would restart with this project, which was the single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions and other pollutants like PM 2.5 in the county, and none of that would be mitigated. None of that's considered. None of that would be offset. We would have hundreds of thousands of metric tons.
That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Julie Teal Simmons, to be followed by Malia Yest. Julie?
Thank you, Chair Hartman and Supervisors. Julie Teal Simmons, attorney with the Center for Biological Diversity. First and foremost, I just want to reiterate that state and county laws generally prohibit oil transport by tanker trucks for very good reason. The board should deny this request for an extraordinary exception to this default prohibition on dangerous oil trucking. Let's not forget that staff originally recommended taking Route 166 off the table entirely because of its risks. Furthermore, even if the board were to consider approving this project, the underlying EIR is inadequate to support approval. As just one example, as Katie alluded to, it ignores the impacts associated with restart and instead relies on environmental analyses issued 35 years ago, which are now older than the expected life of the platforms themselves. Recent events counsel for fast tracking our clean energy transition, not relying on documents produced in the mid-'80s or on unsupported contentions about the oil extracted and transported by Exxon. You wouldn't know it from the speakers in favor of trucking, but in recent years, California refineries have increased oil production for export.
And we will now go to, excuse me. Malia, yes, to be followed by Sue Sadler. Malia? My apologies, Malia is not online. We will now go to appears Sue Sadler is not as well. Catherine Lane to be followed by Grant Hubner. Catherine?
Good afternoon, Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. My name is Catherine Lane, and I am one of the executive chairs for UCSB's Environmental Affairs Board. I urge you to vote in denial of Exxon's interim trucking project. I am representing many students and board members who cannot be here today as we are in the thick of finals. Exxon's project itself has Class 1 unmitigable impacts on the environment, community, and water, making the project extremely risky. It also has Class 2 greenhouse gas emission impacts with weak mitigation measures. Before offsets, the project overshoots the county greenhouse gas emission threshold by a factor of 9. Exxon plans to mitigate some of these emissions via fuel-efficient trucks and offset programs, but with 70 trucks a day and no specific plans in place, these measures will almost certainly fail to adequately reduce the project's carbon emissions. We cannot let Exxon circumvent responsibility for their emissions and let them send our global climate into a state of peril. I urge you to vote in denial.
Thank you, Ms. Lane.
We will now go to Grant Hubner to be followed by Soham Ray. Grant? It appears Grant is using an older version of Zoom, so I am going to need to promote you, but please keep your video off. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Grant Huebner, and I'm the Community Affairs Chair for the UC Santa Barbara Environmental Affairs Board. Thank you for taking my comment. Today, I'm here to ask you to deny Exxon Mobil's interim trucking proposal. Exxon claims will provide stable jobs. However, the firm's long-term financial stability is shaky at best. As of December 21st, Exxon was saddled with $53 billion of debt. To reduce debt, Exxon has already begun to cut worker benefits and jobs. It is clear that any jobs Exxon might create in the Santa Barbara County face the same risk. In 2021, BlackRock, the world's largest asset management firm, stated the following: Exxon must further assess its strategy. The company's current reluctance to do so has the potential to undermine its long-term financial sustainability. If even the world's largest asset manager doubts Exxon viability, then why should we trust it with our jobs? Supervisors, Exxon will not create and sustain the jobs it claims. I urge you to deny the Exxon trucking proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Soham Ray to be followed by Lily Ortiz. Soham?
Hello, supervisors. My name is Soham Ray, and I'm here on behalf of UCSB Environmental Affairs Board. I urge you to deny Exxon Mobil's interim trucking proposal. Route 166 is a road that was deemed too dangerous to truck oil by the 2020 Planning Commission staff recommendation. The updated Planning Commission staff reports fails to sufficiently address why crude oil trucking should now be allowed on Route 166, only mentioning inadequate mitigation measures. The SEIR has concluded that there are significant and unavoidable impacts connected with oil spills. A spill, as quoted in the FEIR, could impact sensitive resources, including biological, water, and cultural resources, something with which the Cuyama area is already burdened with. Cuyama Valley residents and its agriculture industry depend on groundwater, which, as the previous presenter showed, is under great threat. With hundreds of acres of new cannabis farms approved in the Cuyama Valley, ground and surface water is more critical than ever. We all remember when 4,200 gallons of crude oil spilled into the Cuyama River 2 years ago. Preventing crude oil trucking in Santa Barbara is how we stop events from happening again. Please vote to deny this proposal. Thank you.
We will now go to Lily Ortiz to be followed by Jesse Casey. Lily?
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Lily Ortiz, and I'm one of the chairs for UC Santa Barbara's Environmental Affairs Board, and I strongly urge you to oppose Exxon's trucking proposal. Exxon is the world's 5th largest producer of greenhouse gas emissions, but does not report 90% of its emissions, which are Scope 3 emissions. While it has proposed carbon capture strategies, the collective 6.8 million tons of carbon captured is less than 1% of the roughly 700 million tons emitted. Even the IPCC and IEA stress that the carbon capture techniques are not an alternative to cutting emissions, nor an excuse for delayed action fighting climate change. Several of Exxon's refineries exceed the limits of particulate matter, a violation of the Clean Air Act. Not only do these refineries exceed illegal limits, they do so at a rate up to 8 times that of the other top polluters. While this data relates to refineries and not to trucks, it demonstrates Exxon's repeated and flagrant violations against the Clean Air Act and its lack of attention towards reducing emissions. In relation to the proposal at hand, Exxon wants to truck over 460,000 gallons of oil, knowing the pollution and risks involved. With that being said, I urge you to deny the trucking proposal. Thank you again for taking my comment.
Thank you.
We will now go to Jesse Casey to be followed by Marissa Sullivan. Jesse?
Hello, supervisors. Thank you for taking my comment. My name is Jesse Casey, and I'm the policy chair for UC Santa Barbara's Environmental Affairs Board. I would like to reiterate that the SB Planning Commission determined that Route 166 was unsafe for this project when it was first proposed in 2020, and the FEIR has already concluded that there would be significant unavoidable impacts on the project, including significant impacts on wildlife and cultural resources. These trucks will drive on a narrow and dangerous mountain road through the Twitcher Reserve, Cuyama River, Los Padres Forest, alongside Carrizo Plains Ecological Reserve and National Monument. These ecosystems are home to endangered and threatened species. With only 200 individual Southern California coast steelhead left, a single truck accident could result in mass die-offs for an already threatened species. Blunt-nosed lizards live in roadside ditches and are commonly affected by vehicle strikes and are highly sensitive to oil exposure. The highly permeable skin of Southern California salamanders also makes them especially susceptible to oil seepage, and breeding sites are found on Highway 101 in Los Alamos. It is important to deny the project and to avoid significant ecological harm to a multitude of species that live along the 166 and 101. Thank you for your consideration.
We will now go to Marissa Sullivan to be followed by Rebecca August. Marissa?
Hello?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Marissa Sullivan. I'm the tribal representative for the coastal band of the Chumash Nation. I'm here in opposition to the trucking of oil being proposed by Exxon, which runs through the unceded ancestral lands of the Chumash people. Many of you are familiar with the history of the Chumash. You've acknowledged our historical and well-documented ties to this land and its waterways. You know how protective we can be of our ancestral village sites that are found along the coast and the interior. These are the village sites in which our ancestors lived for tens of thousands of years. They established a network of commerce in which they conducted business between villages here on the mainland and included the Channel Islands. Our Chumash history of our ancestors have a lot in common with the community members of today, the ones that would be affected the day that one of the trucks hauling crude oil gets involved in an accident. We too lived our lives here. We fished out of these waters. We visited our neighbors and other villages. We all had a
That is your
job.
time, Ms. Sullivan.
Thank
Sorry
you.
it goes so fast.
I wish that you just vote no on this, please. Thank you.
We will now go to Rebecca August to be followed by Phyllis Asher. Rebecca?
Thank you, Madam Chair and the board. I'm the Director of Advocacy at Los Padres Forest Watch. We're a nonprofit organization that protects wildlife, wilderness, water, and sustainable access throughout federal lands. On the Central Coast, we have about 30,000 supporters in the region. Along with the concerns that were already mentioned and will be mentioned, we urge denial of the trucking plan because it poses unacceptable risks to water and our public lands. I want to highlight that the route corkscrews through a mountainous section of the Los Padres National Forest along the Cuyama River, where there have already been multiple accidents, including spills into the river and fires. Oil spills linger in the environment for years and can continue harming wildlife. The 166 also passes over Twitchell Reservoir, adjacent to Carrizo Plain Ecological Reserve and the Carrizo Plain National Monument. All of these public lands provide critical habitat to a growing list of endangered or threatened species, including but not limited to the Southern California steelhead, California tiger salamander, arroyo toad, California condor, giant kangaroo rat, San Joaquin kit fox, mountain lion, and others. I urge you to protect our coastal community and public lands by denying the project. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Phyllis Asher to be followed by Michael Lynch. Phyllis?
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here as an Exxon Mobil employee. I live here in Lompoc, and I support the approval of the interim trucking permit for two main reasons. One, it's local oil that's produced under strict permitting requirements that would benefit the global environment, not just here in California, but the whole globe. There is a great need in our country right now for the oil produced while we move forward for a more diverse energy. The second reason is I believe in ExxonMobil's commitment to safety. We each work with a personal commitment that no one gets hurt, and that would include our environment here in Santa Barbara County as well as globally. So I urge the board to vote to approve this interim trucking permit. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
We will now go to Michael Lynch to be followed by Brett Garrett. Michael? And Michael Lynch, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute yourself on your end to provide your comments. Again, we have unmuted you on our end. Can you please unmute on your end?
Thank you for waiting for me. I found it. Thanks for hearing all of us. I want to request that you approve the Planning Commission's recommendation and deny the trucking. I listened to the Planning Commission meeting. I want to say that nobody suggests that the truckers are unsafe. And it has a lot to do with other drivers. We cannot control other drivers. We do know the number of accidents that do happen. It is a poor route. We've established that. I also wanted to point out that the number of delivery trucks that currently deliver oil, I don't think is as relevant, because that oil that they're delivering to local gas stations, as far as I know, is much heavier and more toxic. I'm sorry, is less heavy and less, what we're talking about trucking in this is much heavier.
And that is your time.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Brett Garrett to be followed by Mayor Paula Perotti. Brett?
Hi, this is Brett Garrett from Goleta. Please reject Exxon's trucking proposal. Given our history of local oil spills and given the threat of climate chaos, it is outrageous to consider dumping more oil into our ocean and into our community. There is nothing safe about offshore drilling. The staff report anticipates 1 in 17 probability of oil spills, just from the trucking, I think. That means an oil spill every 17 years. Do not allow that to happen. When we talk about energy independence, we must find a way to become independent from the fossil fuels that are killing us and killing our planet. Most of the people who call to support this project appear to be paid representatives or speaking from their own self-interest. Please listen to the Planning Commission, listen to your heart, and listen to the Chumash people. Most of us are uninvited guests living in Chumash territory, not Exxon territory. Please reject the trucking proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now go to Mayor Paula Perotti to be followed by Tevin Schmidt. Paula?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon. I'm Mayor Paula Perotti, Mayor for the City of Goleta. The city of Goleta opposes allowing transport of crude oil via tanker truck from Exxon Mobil's Las Flores Canyon processing facility to the Phillips 66 Santa Maria pump station and the Plains Pentwood terminal in Kern County. On February 19, 2019, the Goleta City Council adopted resolution number 19/05 opposing this application due to the environmental, safety, and other risks associated with crude oil transport via tanker truck. This proposal to transport crude oil by truck is intended to replace the now defunct Plains Line 901 pipeline, which ruptured on May 19, 2015, fouling beaches and coastal waters and causing widespread irreparable environmental damage. The Plains pipeline disaster resulted in shutdown of the pipeline system, for which Exxon Mobil now seeks a risky and inherently problematic workaround. Please
Thank you, Mayor Perotti. That is your time. One last sentence.
Thank you.
We will now go to Tevin Schmidt to be followed by Ryan Dixon. Tevin?
Hey, can you guys hear me? It took a minute to get
Indeed, we can.
unmute.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Tevin Schmidt. I'm the watershed scientist for the Wichita Foundation. Wichita Foundation urges the county supervisors to uphold the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the Exxon Mobil interim trucking project. As is detailed in our comment letters, this project cannot be allowed to move forward. The final SEIR for the project is completely lacking in its analysis of project impacts to cultural resources, cumulative impacts of the project, biological resources, and water quality. Further, the SEIR states that even with implementation of mitigation measures, there would be significant and unavoidable impacts to cultural, biological, and water resources if an oil spill were to occur. In 2020, a truck driving a similar route crashed and spilled oil into the Kiama River, oiling an endangered species and irreversibly damaging natural cultural resources. The proposed project by ExxonMobil threatens to increase the frequency of these disasters. Please listen to your community and planning commission. Say no to ExxonMobil's irresponsibly dangerous project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt.
We will now go to Ryan Dixon to be followed by Michael Leons. Ryan?
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Dixon, and I was a facilities engineer at SYU from 2014 to 2018. Seen firsthand that trucking operations from SYU can be done safely. I'd urge you to approve the permit application to truck until a pipeline option is available. A few hours ago, President Biden announced a ban on imports of Russian oil. SYU production can offset 25% of California's imports from Russia, which is not insignificant. In regards to the environment, when you evaluate on a global scale, there is benefit to offset production from Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and Ecuador with production from California, subject to the strictest regulations in the world and with the shortest distance to market. Imports from Ecuador earn California the dubious distinction of being the world's single largest consumer of oil produced in the Amazon rainforest. But the point I would leave you with is about people. While the energy industry is global, its impacts are felt locally. I've watched as friends were laid off, moved to a different state, or even a different country when SYU shut down. I believe it is in the best social, economic, and environmental interests of Santa Barbara County to restart SYU and urge you to approve the permit application. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Michael Leons to be followed by Kallian Sheehy. Michael? Michael, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end. Thank you.
There we go. Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and Board. I'm Michael Lyons, the President of the Board of Get Oil Out, also known as GOO, born out of the infamous oil spill of 1969. In addition to being one of the many community organizations who have signed on to a letter submitted in opposition to this project, we come here today to urge the board to deny the ExxonMobil's application for a trucking permit. The testimony and documentation presented at the Planning Commission hearing showed clearly the dangers of trucking and revealed the faulty methodology and incomplete data in the environmental documents. Furthermore, the evidence was clear that any of the alleged benefits were speculative and therefore not sufficient to support a finding of overriding consideration. The process leading to the Planning Commission's recommendation for denial gives the board everything needed to issue the denial today. GU strongly believes that the board should deny the project. It's just another disaster waiting to happen. Thank you.
We will now go to Kalyan Sheehy to be followed by Nikita Jagu. Jago?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the board. My name is Kalyan Sheehy, and I've been a full-time student at the University of California, Santa Barbara since 2019. Like many others today, I'm deeply concerned about this project's potential to adversely impact residents like me, given the fact that the oil platforms have the potential to harm marine life, and there's transportation-related risks that would be imposed on residents and visitors to the county. As has been described today, there's been a history of accidents, especially along the narrow and overcrowded routes 166 and the highway for many years. Several of these accidents have left 59 people injured, 28 dead, over 100,000 gallons of oil spilled. I believe today that ultimately there's clear risks here that prove unacceptable, and I'd urge the board to deny the project proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, Nikita is not logged in, so we will be going to Molly Troop to be followed by Dustin Hoyseth. Molly?
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and Board of Supervisors. My name is Molly Troop, and I am a Science and Policy Associate at Santa Barbara Channel Keeper, a local nonprofit organization whose mission is to protect and restore the Santa Barbara Channel and its watersheds. Santa Barbara Channel Keeper supports the Planning Commission's recommendation for denial of the Exxon Mobil trucking project, and we urge the board to follow the recommendation and deny this project. As you are hearing from so many of the speakers here today, there are innumerable reasons to deny this project, including very real dangers of trucking along Highway 101 and Route 66, and the contribution of over 317,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions per year, which is equivalent to the annual emissions of 70,000 cars. This is all at a time when we need to be decreasing our emissions and not increasing them. And then there are oil spills, which are identified as significant and unavoidable according to the EIR and the very real life examples. But most critically, it's been identified that the oil produced will contribute very small amounts to California's domestic.
And that is your time.
Thank you. We will now go to Dustin Hoyseth to be followed by Mark Winecki. Dustin?
Hello, Chair Hartman and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for your time today. My name is Dustin Hoyseth, Public Policy Manager for the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, from Goleta to Carpinteria, representing our 1,100 members and 75,000 jobs. I'm speaking today in support of the interim trucking permit. On behalf of the many businesses we represent throughout the county, we ask the board to be mindful that your vote today could have unintended consequences for any permitted business operating in Santa Barbara County. The project has gone through extensive environmental review and has received county staff's recommendation of approval. This facility has been idle since May 2015, and until a pipeline alternative becomes available, a temporary trucking permit will allow for the phased restart of SYU. The interim trucking proposal will bring back hundreds of high-paying jobs and millions of dollars of income and spending. This is more important now than ever, as our county continues its economic recovery from the pandemic. Also, restarting SYU will mean oil produced here will stay here, replacing oil tankers from overseas countries. This not only means more energy independence, but better environmental standards for the oil we use. We hope that you will support the approval of the interim trucking permit. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Mark Winecki to be followed by Larry Bickford. Mark? And Mark, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute yourself to provide your comments.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Chair and the Board of Supervisors for this opportunity to speak. I am Mark Winnicky, representing Aqueous Corporation and all the families who work with Aqueous Corporation. We've been working for Exxon Mobil here in the Santa Barbara Channel for over 20 years. We urge you to approve the interim trucking permit to Exxon Mobil. Our experience with Exxon Mobil is that they represent the highest standard in safety to their people and to the environment. Thank you.
We will now go to Larry Bickford to be followed by Emily Lester. Larry?
Here we go. I think I got it. Hi, my name is Larry Bickford. The facts are compelling. There'll be 178,000 fully loaded oil tankers and a total of over 1/3 total trips during the 7 years. One tanker will be passing by and through the Gabby Tunnel and over the Cuyama River Bridge every 10 minutes, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, hauling 500,000 gallons of crude each and every day. What are the chances of there being no crashes, no oil spill disasters, no deaths over all those years if you approve this project? It's pretty clear the answer is 0. The pipeline is permitted, tanker trucks are not. They've had 7 years to fix the pipeline and now claim it might be 7 years more. I say, oh, well, that's your problem, not the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Your legacy will be either facilitating death and destruction for the profit of a powerful corporation or rational decision-making protecting the citizens of Santa Barbara County. It's your choice.
Sorry, you've exceeded your time.
It's good. I'm done. Thank you.
We will now go to Emily Lester to be followed by Glenn Morris. Emily?
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. I am Emily Lester, Law Clerk at the Environmental Defense Center. I would like to briefly clarify that the situation in Russia and Ukraine does not support ExxonMobil's proposed project. This project would produce, at most, only 0.06% of the nation's daily oil consumption. This amount is negligible, and there remains no question that the board must deny this project. Thank you.
We will now go to Glenn Morris to be followed by Matt Guthrie. Glenn?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. On behalf of the Santa Maria Valley Chamber of Commerce, I want to appreciate the opportunity to address you. We recognize that decision makers often must make trade-offs among competitive priorities. Unfortunately, we have witnessed that too often in Santa Barbara County, those trade-offs have ignored those who are seeking to improve their own economic vitality for their families and communities. We're proud to join with other business organizations, community leaders, labor organizations, and most importantly, with our neighbors and their families in asking you to, this time, prioritize their needs and their requests. We ask you to reverse the Planning Commission's recommendation and approve this permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Matt Guthrie to be followed by Catherine Mullen. Matt?
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. My name is Matt Guthrie, and I'm speaking again today on behalf of our client, the Coastal Energy Alliance. CEA is a group that educates the public on energy issues and advocates to policymakers to further the successful production, distribution, marketing, and consumption of local energy resources focusing on coastal California. Although the issue of locally controlled energy production and transport are important in any environment, I think we all recognize that it's more important now than perhaps it ever has been. Energy independence and the critical infrastructure and systems that support it are how we decrease our dependence on foreign sources of energy. It helps us to be more self-reliant and secure while reducing carbon emissions exacerbated by foreign imports. Your board's support of restarting the Exxon Mobil interim trucking for the San Ynez unit will mean that locally produced oil will be handled with local infrastructure in a safe and responsible manner. Santa Barbara County can do its part to promote and facilitate reliable, sustainable local energy with minimal impacts to our environment. On behalf of CEA, I respectfully request your approval of the modified project. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Catherine Mullen to be followed by Keela McGordon. Catherine?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Mullen. I live in Santa Barbara City. I am against allowing this project. Using greenhouse gases, that is carbon-based fuel, to move greenhouse gas, carbon-based fuel, is ridiculous on many levels. Greenhouse gas mitigation measures are also generally greenwashing and are not as effective as not releasing those greenhouse gases to begin with. Greenhouse gas caused climate change is happening and will be resulting in much bigger problems in our collective near future if we continue to stick our heads in the sand and keep using and trucking oil. Please deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Keela McGordon to be followed by Rachel Keniston.
And Madam Clerk, after that, we'll take a 10-minute break. I think we're a little over halfway through.
Yes, thank you. Keela?
Hi, my name is Kayla McGordon. I'm an intern with the EDC and a senior at UCSB. I was tasked during my internship to research oil tanker truck accidents and found at least 87 accidents involving tanker trucks have occurred in California in the last 22 years, 14 of which occurred within Santa Barbara County. These resulted in a total of over 100,000 gallons of oil spilled. 8 of these accidents occurred along the exact route proposed for this project and resulted in 5 people dead, 4 injured, and nearly 7,000 gallons of spilled oil. These accidents were usually caused by other drivers on the road, loss of control of the tanker truck, possible speeding, and overturning on windy roads. More frequent trucking along these highways poses a serious threat to other drivers, wildlife, agriculture, as well as rivers and reservoirs. Claims of mitigation of these impacts should be disproven on the basis that there is already significant impact without the introduction of additional trucks. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Rachel Keniston.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and Supervisors. My name is Rachel Keniston, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of Los Padres Forest Watch, a nonprofit based in Santa Barbara protecting wilderness throughout Los Padres National Forest and the Carrizo Plain National Monument. I'm also a student at University of California, Santa Barbara. This morning, we ask you to deny the Exxon Mobil trucking permit, sending nearly 70 truckloads of oil daily along the 101 and State Route 166 endanger Santa Barbara coastlines, waterways, and habitats for native species. In the last 6 years, there have been 258 trucking accidents along this route, including in March 2020 when an oil spilled more than 4,500 gallons into the Cayuma River. Preventing trucking along the 166 protects adjacent waterways and the Cayuma River and the Twitchell Reservoir, which offer critical habitat to native species. In addition, in the Carrizo Plain and the Carrizo Plain National Monument, there are endangered and native species that also need our protection.
Thank you. So we will come back at 1:45. So we're reconvening the March 8th, 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting here in Santa Maria, and we're going to continue public comment on item D3. Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, thank you. We will continue on Zoom with Scout Vernon to be followed by Gabriel Marquise. Scout?
Hi there.
Hello.
My name is Scout Vernon. I'm a resident of Santa Barbara. And I guess I just want to call out that oil is unhealthy. It's unhealthy for us, the air, the water, the soil, and all beings on earth. And this is our chance to make a decision for the long term and transition to healthy energy solutions. So please deny the trucking permit. And please don't forget that the trucking permit also means restart of the SYU plant and exposes the risk of another ocean oil spill. Thanks so much. Bye.
We will now go to Gabriel Marquis to be followed by Lynn Carlisle. Gabriel? Gabriel, if you can unmute on your end and provide your comments.
Do you hear me okay?
There
Yes.
we go. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Gabriel Marquez, born Santa Barbara Cottage Hospital, 1966. I've lived here my whole life with my family, big family of plumbers, pipe fitters. And I can tell you the economic crunch that happened post 2015 was felt by so many people, so many people. And it's very, very sad to see what's happened in the area with the local infrastructure as well going down. And this project, remember, 2015, it wasn't the direct cause of Exxon. It was a pipeline company. Exxon has always operated responsibly, and I don't see what would stop them from doing that going forward. So I'm in support of the project. And yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now go to Lynn Carlisle to be followed by Meg Brown. Lynn?
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Carlisle. I'm the Executive Director of the Cuyama Valley Family Resource Center. I've served the Cuyama Valley for the last 11 years. 166 is already a dangerous road. Every single person I've ever talked to in Cuyama has a horror story about 166. We've all seen folks passing on blind curves, passing across double yellow lines, all trying to get past the trucks that already use the route every day. Add more truck traffic, as this proposal recommends, and the road becomes even more dangerous. Add a little snow, as we had 2 weeks ago, and wasn't forecasted 24 hours ahead, and a bad situation becomes much, much worse. 166 is the only way to get from one place to another in the Cuyama Valley. It runs past the fire and sheriff departments, our only health clinic, our library, and our only park. And it runs past our only schools. Our school board is so concerned that it issued a resolution asking that this proposal be denied for the safety of our students. Please listen to their concerns, follow your staff recommendations, and deny Exxon Mobil's unsafe trucking plan today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlisle.
We will now go to Meg Brown to be followed by Pamela Budschek.
My name is Meg Brown. I'm a Cuyama resident for the past 16 years. I strongly recommend that this proposal be denied again. 166 is a highly dangerous highway with few passing zones that are very short. There are no speed limits going through Cuyama's town sites. That increases the danger to our local residents trying to get into or out of 166. With the heavy traffic that we already have, we don't need more. Oil spill risks are just too high and are devastating and have devastating impacts on our environment, both local and in the county. The high traffic, as Ms. Carlisle mentioned, is a danger to our schools. Exxon Mobil is not looking into the future of energy dependence through renewable energy resources. It is one of the few oil industries that is not taking that step. It needs to get with the future and decrease our dependency on oil imports as well as local oil extraction. Thank you.
And my apologies in advance. We will now go to Pamela Bakzuk to be followed by Roy Reed. Pamela?
Chair Hartman and Board of Supervisors for this time. I live in New Kuyama. I travel on 166 in both directions many times. I've seen loaded vehicles, trucks, hold up lines and lines of traffic. It's a 2-lane highway. There's no passing lanes and no marked turnouts. Trucks don't stop and over. We've had numerous accidents. All of these roads, small roads from the two towns, Kuyama and New Kuyama, lead into 166. This is highly dangerous. Please deny this proposal. Thank you.
We will now go to Roy Reed to be followed by Ben Schwartz. Roy?
Hi, Chair Hartman and Board. I'm Roy Reed. I'm president of the Santa Barbara County Taxpayers Association. I'm also director of the California branch of the National Association of Petroleum Royalty Owners. In May 2015, the negligence of a Texas pipeline company, not Exxon, caused operation of the Santa Ynez unit to halt, eliminating nearly 300 jobs and causing annual losses of over $4.5 million in tax revenues. 7 years later, despite a number of hearings at which planning staff recommended approval, Exxon Mobil's facilities remain dormant, with jobs, tax revenue, and vital oil production lost. Recent events clarify the dangers of importing oil from criminal regimes, which switching Russian imports to Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, or Iran only transfers support from one despot to another. Enhancing domestic oil production, like Exxon's Santa Ynez unit, is clearly the best path to follow. In the end, then, we ask you to demonstrate courage and support of words like those we heard from you in the Sunken Garden a week ago, and
That is your time.
to develop a path to approval. Thank you.
We will now go to Ben Schwartz to be followed by Sage Gerson. Ben?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is Ben Schwartz, and I'm the policy manager for the Clean Coalition, a local nonprofit focused on accelerating the transition to renewable energy and a modern grid. I'd just like to say that this project potentially takes us in the wrong direction from the goals set when the county declared a climate emergency and started working on the strategic energy plan. And I'd also like to point two things out. First, I do not believe that Exxon Mobil has done due diligence in any way when it comes to mitigation efforts. Carbon offsets are generally not verifiable and certainly not local. And just as a simple example, there was not much discussed about potentially using EVs or hydrogen vehicles, which would be a simple offset mechanism. The last thing I'll say is that the original permit came around in, I believe, 1987. And if we knew anything that we know now then about climate change, we would never have approved this permit in the first place.
That is your
We
time.
should not do so now. Thank you.
We will now go to Sage Gerson to be followed by Louise Reyes Martin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Hello, I'm calling in to urge you to deny Exxon's dangerous trucking project permit. Restarting oil production on the aging Hondo, Harmony, and Heritage platforms is dangerous and could result in an offshore spill, something Santa Barbara's waters and people are quite familiar with historically. We know how dangerous these spills can be to precious marine life, as well as endangered marine life and human life and economy. I'll also like to point out that Exxon wants to send up to 70 trucks per day, which will greatly increase Santa Barbara County's greenhouse gas emissions and negatively impact air quality at a time when we should really be looking, because of increased climate chaos, towards minimizing those greenhouse gas emissions. And finally, evidence shows that trucking is one of the most dangerous methods to transport oil. There have been 14 trucking accidents in Santa Barbara County that have killed 28 people and spilled over 100,000 gallons of oil in the last 22 years. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Luz Reyes Martin, to be followed by Dan Holmes. Luz?
Thank you. This is Luz Reyes Martin. I'm calling in today as chair of the Santa Barbara Sierra Club and as a Goleta Union School District School Board member. I urge you to deny this project. Please protect the safety of our environment, of our communities, and of the critical transportation corridor we have in this county. The future of Santa Barbara County is not with oil, and this project does not reflect our forward-looking values. Like other communities have also mentioned, our Goleta Union School District Board, years ago when this project was first proposed, unanimously adopted a resolution opposing this project. This project is dangerous to our environment, to the health of our communities, and to our public safety. Please listen to these community members that are calling you today and deny this project. Thank you.
We will now go to Dan Holmes, to be followed by Larry Bishop. Dan? My apologies. It looks like we just lost Dan. We will now go to Larry Bishop, to be followed by Sean Thompson. Larry? And Larry, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay. Thank you. Greetings from Buellton. I'm a member of the Buellton City Green Team, but speaking for myself today. Vote no on this project for 3 reasons. 1, traffic safety. Buellton does not need the accident risk and air pollution from 156 new truck trips per day rumbling through our town. Number 2, Buellton primarily depends on our groundwater, which comes from hill drainage towards the Highway 101. Our groundwater doesn't need more oil pollution from truck leaks and spills. Number 3, Santa Barbara County is officially committed to decrease fossil fuel production and use per our climate action plan. Now is the time to show our resolve to protect our climate and our children's future. Now is the time to invest even more in conservation, safe clean energy production. Now is the time to discourage fossil fuel use, even in these hard times of high oil costs. Thank you.
We will now go to Sean Thompson, to be followed by Julia Bickford. Sean?
Madam Chair and board members, my name's Sean Thompson. My wife Cara and I are local residents with 25-year roots in this community. We sincerely hope that you uphold the denial of the Exxon Mobil trucking proposal. I was Surfrider Foundation's first ambassador when the nonprofit was formed in 1984 and wrote the copy for their first poster to describe its ethos, do a good turn today. I hope that every one of you today might think of those words when making your monumental decision, because that's what it is, monumental. Trucking is indisputably the most dangerous form of transporting crude oil. Exxon wants 70 trucks per day carrying nearly 500,000 gallons of oil along our coast. No matter the much touted mitigation plan, if you've recently driven along the 101, you know that this is a disaster waiting to happen. I'm not anti-oil. I am anti-oil trucking on our roads and on our fragile coast. We have lived without this oil for 7 years and we can continue to do so. I ask every one of you, for our community, for our coast, do a good turn today and do what's right for the community. Thank you.
We will now go to Julia Bickford, to be followed by Ryan McLeod.
Good afternoon. I'm Julia Bickford, speaking today as an environmental scientist, resident of Santa Barbara, and member of the Sunrise Movement. First, I want to thank the commissioners who recommended that the board deny this project at its first stage. I urge you too to deny Exxon's dangerous trucking proposal. Please listen to the calls for denial from the Chumash people whose ancestral land and waters are at extreme risk from the proposed oil trucking, from scientists, environmental lawyers, community members, and your own staff. The evidence that this is a terrible idea is overwhelming. According to CEQA findings, the risk of an oil spill is inevitable and unmitigatable. In the past 22 years, there have been 87 tanker truck crashes in California, which killed 28 people, injured 59, and spilled 100,000 gallons of oil. The risks to local communities and vulnerable ecosystems are unconscionable. Please protect the health and safety of people, vulnerable ecosystems, and the ancestral lands of the Chumash people instead of Exxon's profits by denying this project. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Ryan McLeod, to be followed by Curtis Atterbury. Ryan? And Ryan, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to begin your comments. Alrighty, I'm going to return to Ryan in a moment. We're going to go to Curtis Atterbury, to be followed by Joe Carrasco. Curtis?
Hello, my name is Curtis Atterbury. I'm a contractor for Exxon Mobil, but I will state that I have no financial incentive for the restart. I work throughout the state. Climate change is a global problem that must be fought on a local level by individuals. It starts with the choices we make. Currently, there is no alternative to hydrocarbon-based power, but it does provide the opportunity for research to find alternatives in the future. We all receive and enjoy the benefits of oil, while some of us turn a blind eye to this with a not in my backyard attitude, like GOO and the Sierra Club. A no vote is a yes vote to deforestation in the rainforest and unregulated, environmentally harmful production of oil in foreign countries. Thank you.
We will now go to Joe Carrasco, to be followed by Ryan McLeod.
Hello, I am Jose Carrasco, a member of SB Slow Alliance, and I am calling today to stand in solidarity with the actual tribal elder of Santa Barbara and Goleta area, Ernestine Ignacio de Soto, the Chumash elder of the area, and also with Mother Earth. Because, you know, we can't keep going down this route with more oil and gas production. What happened back in a few years ago, the oil spill in the Refugio State Beach was devastating. Dolphins washed up, dead. A lot of sea life washed up, dead. And, you know, the fact that all these oil and gas people are calling here today, it's all because of interest. You know, they're getting paid, like always, like all these politicians too, getting paid. And we got to stop it. We really got to stop it. Climate change is
That is your
real.
time.
Excuse me. And we will now attempt Ryan McLeod, who would be our final speaker. Ryan? And chair, members of the board, I believe that concludes public comment for this item.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we have a few documents that we need to consider to vote into the record.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Hartman and members of the board. My apologies for not taking this on earlier, but it was brought to my attention that we do have a number of documents received after noon on Friday that in order to be considered as a part of the record will need to be voted in. And if you bear with me, I will list them now, and then if we can get a motion to vote those into the record, that would be appreciated. Beginning with attachment number 29, public comment from the City of Santa Barbara Councilmember Friedman. Attachment 32, public comment from OST Trucks and Cranes. Attachment number 41, public comment from project applicant comments. Attachment number 42, public comment from SLO Climate Coalition. Attachment number 43, public comment from Los Padres Forest Watch. Attachment 44, public comment from the Sierra Club. Attachment number 45, public comment Central Valley Business Federation. And attachment 48, public comment from Clean Coalition, and attachment 49, public comment from the Climate Reality Project. In addition to those attachments, there are a number of documents within groups. Group 7, there was a March 7th, 2022 email from Griselda Olvera, an attached Excel spreadsheet. From Group 10 on March 7th, 2022, email from Javier Barandarian, my apologies. In Group 10-2 on March 7th, 2022, email from Callian Cheehy, an attached letter. Group 10-3 comments, March 7th, 2022, email from Nadia Lee Abushanab. Group 10-4 comments from March 7th, 2022, email from Megan Gamble. Group 11 comments, March 7th, 2022, email from Rosemary Verheyen. Group 7 additional comments on March 7th, 2022, 2 emails, one from Tristan Partridge and one from Vita Miller. On March 4th, 2022, email from Roberta Weisglass, an attached letter. And group 11 additional comments on March 7th, email from Ivor John, an attached letter. And lastly, but not least, a email received Sunday, March 6th from Mary Ellen Brooks for the Citizens Planning Association. This is seen in attachment 53. And again, in order to consider these as a part of the record, if the board would like to move forward with that, a motion to that effect would be greatly appreciated. And I would just like to note for the record, all of these letters were attached online and distributed to the board previously.
And County Council Van Mullen.
Madam Chair, thank you. I just wanted to clarify what Clerk just mentioned at the end, that these were all available to the public. They've already been posted online and distributed. It's just our local procedural rules that requires us to be voted into the record officially.
Thank you for that explanation. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I move that we accept these into the record.
May I have a
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Lavanino. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. So going back to the applicant, Ms. Scott or Mr. Anderson?
Just 5, correct?
Yes.
Yes. All right. First, I'd like to thank all of the supporters online and all of the supporters that showed up today to support this opportunity we have. We've heard a lot of public comment today, and I just wanted to reiterate why we're here. We're here only for a temporary 7-year trucking permit. Exxon Mobil currently has a vested right to operate the asset. Our facilities require no additional permits to restart, and we're just here for the temporary trucking permit. If a pipeline was available, we could resume production today without the need to require any permits, but it's not available. As for the baseline that was mentioned, the staff appropriately assessed how the baseline should be treated in the SEIR, and we agree with their assessment. Through no fault of Exxon Mobil, we have been shut down since May 2015, nearly 7 years. I want to address our record on safety. You heard from many public comments. Safety for our people, our community, and for the environment is our number one priority. We're proud of our safety record at Exxon Mobil and at SYU. At SYU, we've produced nearly 600 million barrels over 40 years without an incident and have 14 federal safety awards. We have and will continue to inspect, protect, and maintain our assets in a condition so that they can be put back in service and operate safely. We work closely with the county, the state, and the federal inspectors and regulators to keep our facilities at or above the expectations. I want to reiterate that alternatives to pipeline transportation were contemplated and allowed for in Exxon Mobil's final development plan when it was negotiated. After 5 years of analysis, your staff concluded in the SEIR that the temporary trucking permit is consistent with the county and coastal zoning ordinances. In addition, they set forth many agreed upon mitigations to make this trucking operation one of the most safest and highly regulated in the world. The staff and their experts sufficiently evaluated and analyzed all the risks and ensure proper mitigations were in place to allow for safe operation. That's why your staff recommended it. And they put that forth in their September 8th report. Any incident on Highway 166 is unfortunate. We understand this concern. As I mentioned earlier in our priorities, safety for our people and our community and our environment is our number one priority. And we take this serious. We work daily to train and help ensure that everything we do prevents incidents from happening. This also highlights the importance of our agreed upon mitigations, including stability controls, speed restrictions, and emergency response plans, among other mitigations in the SEIR. The evidence is clear from the SEIR, and the traffic experts agree that our trucking operation can be completed safely in the neighborhoods. As noted earlier, there is a precedence for trucking in our facility. In 2016, we safely executed the inventory of 17 million barrels of oil from our crude storage tanks through a similar trucking operation without incident. We've done it before and we can do it again. Your staff recommended overriding considerations for the temporary trucking permit that provided enormous benefits that exceed the identified Class 1 impact. As stated earlier, these benefits are enormous. When we were shut down, hundreds of employees and contractors and their families were impacted. Businesses were lost. This temporary trucking permit will bring back 250 high-paying jobs, bring back tens of millions of dollars of economic activity to the local businesses and to the county for county services. As you heard from several of the chambers of commerce, denying this trucking operation will set an unintended precedence that will impact any business with trucking needs. Finally, folks expressed concerns related to climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. I wanted to reiterate, as indicated in the SEIR, temporary trucking will restore production of lower intensity crude production into our California refineries. Our production from our operation would displace foreign crude, which has twice the carbon emissions per barrel than SYU. The choice in favor of local carbon intensity crude is similar to the decisions we make every day around all of our activities around emissions. Supplying California's oil demand with SYU and lower carbon intensity crude is like choosing to carpool instead of taking a flight. California is an energy island. There are no pipelines from 47 of the states. It requires supply to be imported from foreign countries. We are stuck with that. These countries import their import crude across.
Could you begin to wrap up?
Oh, yeah. All right. You as the Board of Supervisors are required by CEQA, and you owe it to your constituents to use the facts and substantial evidence provided in the SEIR and your staff to make an informed decision. This project meets all the requirements. Your staff and professional consultants recommended approval, and we urge you adopt the recommendation, certify the SEIR, and approve the temporary trucking project. Thank you.
Thank you. And does staff have any additional comments?
Madam Chair, no comments at this time, but we're ready for questions.
Okay. Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Nelson.
Are you wanting to have questions first?
Questions first and then deliberations. Are there any additional questions?
I have questions.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I had a few questions that came up through public comment. One that was, I think, most significant that we probably need to ask or clarify was brought up by a few of the respected environmental lawyers that we have in our community about the baseline for this EIR. Can can we speak to how we came to that conclusion that what we'd use for this?
Sure, Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson. So typically on oil and gas projects in the division, the last 10 or so years, projects that have been operational, we use an operational baseline. Most of the time we'll choose a 3-year operational baseline because oil and gas has a tendency to fluctuate over time. And in order to get kind of a clean reading of production, we use a 3-year average in this case. Exxon does maintain the right to restart the platforms without county approvals. That factored into our decision. And so what we did was we used the last 3 full years of production prior to the Plains spill. So 2012, 13, and 14.
Okay, thank you. And did that happen with concurrence from our county council?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, we have reviewed that, and I can provide just a little bit of legal framework for what Mr. Briggs just said. So
Thank you.
baseline is normally the environmental setting as it exists at the time the notice of preparation is published, but the county does have discretion to decide how to measure the baseline and can deviate from that general starting point as long as the decision is supported by substantial evidence. Here, this is also not an entirely new project. This is an existing facility, and it's a request to modify an existing project and permit. So under CEQA, the baseline is adjusted such that the original approved project is assumed to exist. And there's several options on how to calculate or use a baseline. Here, staff used an average of past years. Other options are to use the maximum of past permitted levels. But ultimately, the board has discretion over the baseline as long as it's supported by substantial evidence. But I think it is defensible as it is drafted now.
There was also some concerns about whether it was adequately addressed the threat to biological resources. Was there something that was left off in the EIR to address those?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, as with all of the projects in our division, we looked very closely at that issue. And we did consider public comments when we circulated the EIR, and we did address those public comments in the revised proposed final document.
Okay. One of the commenters said that there is currently a prohibition on trucking oil in our county, but that this permit would supersede that. Do we have an ordinance that actually prohibits trucking?
No, that's not true. In fact, most of the producers in the county truck their oil to market.
Okay. And then somebody also mentioned that there was plans as part of this project to dump oil into the water. That's not in the project, is it?
I hadn't yet heard that.
Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, those are my questions. Actually, I have one more. So we've heard some comments today about the traffic on 166. Is it true that we hired a consultant to evaluate that and determine whether it was safe to truck the oil on 166 or not?
Yes, we did hire a consultant to prepare the traffic study and the traffic section of the EIR.
And the conclusion was that it was safe to travel on 166?
So the conclusion doesn't say specifically that it's safe. What it does is it describes the existing conditions, and then it discusses how the project would add or subtract to those existing conditions. And so generally speaking, what the EIR found was that level of service is acceptable, except for one intersection. That's the southbound interchange between 166 and 101. And in order to avoid a significant impact at that intersection, the EIR included a mitigation measure that would reduce trucking during peak hours, both in the morning and in the evening. So there would be no trucking during those times in order to avoid that significant impact. And then with respect to traffic safety, the EIR identifies that the 166 does have a slightly above average incident rate for accidents, and then provides a host of mitigation measures to reduce potential impacts to traffic safety. And, I can't list those off the top of my head, but they're identified in the document.
And my earlier question to you, but I think Mr. Anderson may have clarified it, was I was talking about the net trips, because of the trips that will no longer come east from Kern County to Santa Barbara County. he said 9 net trips. Is that something that was accurate?
It's been a while since we looked at that number. I would have to, our team could go back into the document real quick and verify that.
Okay, and then the other last question I have was about these offsets that Supervisor Williams brought up. So the offsets that are being proposed by the project applicant, those will have to be verified from APCD staff and from county staff to be accepted as a mitigation, correct?
Generally speaking, yes. County staff does not have the expertise to verify offsets, but typically these offsets are purchased from exchanges that are verified.
Okay.
So there are numerous exchanges for these types of credits and offsets in California. And the applicant would be required to purchase those offsets from verified exchanges. And we would rely on APCD to be our issue area expert in that regard.
Okay. So if APCD did not verify those things or did not accept that verification, then it would not be eligible?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, who would like to go first? Supervisor Williams.
Not always sure if I want to go first, but fortune favors the bold, they say. Of course, I think that's an Irish saying, and they had to have a hard road to get to victory. But I'll just say, first of all, I think it's an important time in our history to acknowledge that and thank everybody from both sides for being here, and for articulating yourselves in a mostly respectful fashion. And to me, I want to validate that that someone who comes here to speak from their need to be able to make a living I think that's a perfectly valid position to have. And I think that somebody who comes here from their need to live in a better world, that's a valid position too. And it's our unenviable role to try to balance these things. And I only hope that you will continue to have empathy and understanding for people on the other side of it, because I think this is part of a transformation going on in our country, and hopefully our world. Part of that validation is I want to acknowledge that I think there were attempts made in the project, particularly in the previous project's configuration, to adequately mitigate the project and even to substantiate, something approaching a carbon negative, project. And I want to validate that. I want to appreciate that. When I first went out to Las Flores Canyon, and when I saw the first staff report, I definitely acknowledged that either because there is a transformation in the industry or because you're getting really savvy, there was an attempt to design a project that could be said to reduce overall truck traffic, and even to reduce emissions. And I think, but then P66's retirement of the Santa Maria refinery happened. And I really think it's important to indicate that the support that the staff analysis had for the original project was based on those advantages. And if you follow that logic, then you also must follow the logic that the project no longer has those benefits. I will support denial of the project simply because I cannot see how the safety impacts are mitigatable. And this again is not because of the behavior of your drivers. I guess I'll put it this way. While I validate all of our political opinions and where we're coming from and trying to make through life, what I don't validate is our driving habits as a society, and I represent the first district. I represent the Cuyama area, and we've gotten lucky some years recently, but there are a lot of bad accidents on that corridor. And I don't think you can train drivers to be able to stop the craziness of people trying to pass them. And I do believe that there will be loss of life because of if we were to approve this project. And I don't see any way to really compensate for that or mitigate that impact. I also think that the GHG impacts are significant, and I it's not that I don't think that you can mitigate GHG impacts. I just think that any project that I think would be really serious about this would have a large share of local mitigation, because we are particularly the communities along the corridor are the ones that face disproportionate amount of the impacts. GHG impacts are detrimental to the environment generally, but our county, along with the truck route, will bear the brunt of environmental impacts, including GHG, air quality impacts, and potential significant impacts from potential spills, which, based on the accident data, is submitted by, is not a question of if, but it's a question of when those accidents and a spill will occur. And as I said, if the truck trips terminated at the Santa Maria pump station as previously proposed, the total distance of truck trips would be lower. In fact, I think the attempt was being made to show that it would be lower than the status quo. And that would have been a difficult thing for me to wrestle with, right? But now, with the slated closure of Santa Maria pump station in the next year or so, truck trips will be shifted to driving all the way to Kern County for the duration of the project. Not only does this minimize the previously identified benefit that the project would reduce truck trips, it puts many trucks on the road, driving very far, causing environmental impacts the entire route. Production of local oil may have benefits above the importation of foreign oil, which I'll get to that argument. However, transportation by truck is not the appropriate way to transport it. And I cannot find that the benefits of the project outweigh the significant environmental impacts. Being that I've spent most of my life as a foot soldier for the local environmental movement, I'll say that it took decades of negotiation, fighting, public hearings to get to the point where most of the oil in the county was, most of the volume was pipelined, right? And that used to be the case. You wouldn't say the majority of the projects per se, but the majority of the volume, because this was the big piece of the pie. That is the safer way. That is I find it sad that through the negligence of another oil company, that balance, or that sort of peace was ruptured, and now we fight over the future after that pipeline rupture. I appreciate the argument of both the political, social, and GHG impacts of foreign oil. And some foreign oil is real sweet, easy to refine, low GHG content. Some of it is sour and is difficult to refine and is high carbon content. And I do think that that should be a principle of analysis going forward. I find that the benefits that were articulated were not really substantiated. And I don't think that's the applicant's fault because of how recently the Santa Maria pump station's closure was announced. But really, you know, if you're going to come here and try to substantiate that an oil project could have environmental benefits and GHG benefits, I can't just, I got to see those numbers, right? You know, and I don't think they're there. So I think it rests on a couple of factors. I think at the end of the day, it rests on the fact that we can't, that the safety impacts are significant and unmitigatable of the trucking itself. The fact that though I validate that there are benefits to working people in the project, they do not reach the level where I can make a statement of overriding considerations, because I think that the impacts are there and are not acceptable for Santa Barbara, and you know, that I hope for the day that the industry transforms enough to bridge the gap where I hope there's some day where there's solar panels at Las Flores Canyon. And I hope for the day when Exxon Mobil is making money in renewable energy in our community. But the day isn't today. That's someday in the future.
Who would like to go next?
Sure, I'll go. You're right. It isn't today. That's the problem. I mean, if it was today, this project would be awesome because we would have renewable energy at our fingertips, and we don't. But you know, I think that's the crux of this. It's the timing. And so I'll start off with my comments with, I want to thank staff. This has been, you know, a long and arduous trip, and you guys are always charged with bringing us kind of an independent review outside of the outside forces that we have pulling on us all the time to come with a reasoned, well thought out staff report. And you know, the fact that I always find it interesting, and it's got to be confusing for the public, that the same group, the same staff that put together a report recommending approval at the Planning Commission then has to come back because of the Planning Commission's vote and kind of change the findings and say, you know, they no longer support the project, or here's the reasons for denial. So I know it's tough. But I want to start off like on a micro and then a macro level. On the micro level, I just want to talk about this project. It fully offsets air emissions to zero. It fully offsets GHG emissions to zero. And I remember one of my colleagues telling me, he said, you know, if there's ever an oil project that gets to net zero, then I would support it. And I don't think that's going to happen today, because now it's not net zero. It's if it was negative, you know, if it was better than the other, then we'd be able to do it. But so this one implements truck hazard mitigation plan, the speed controls, trucking route on oil spill contingency plan, an oil spill response trailer, no trucking during rainy days. The staff report says the probability of a spill, and obviously we can't eliminate risk, but once in 17 years along 166 or once in 52 years along the 101. I mean, that's freaking mind blowing. You can't eliminate risk, but this almost does. It gets it to the point where it is, we're talking about once every 50 years. Although I still heard during public comment, a couple of people talking about the 69 oil spill. And I started doing the math and I'm like, wow, that was 50 something years ago and people still remember it. But if you told me there was a project, let's take oil out of the equation. If you told me there was a project that would create 250 jobs and generate $4.5 million a year for the county for local schools, I think we would all be lining up behind it. I mean, our number one ledge priority in the county our number one legislative priority in the county is to push for job growth and economic vitality. So we have a project in front of us. It's asking us if we would approve 250 jobs and $4.5 million a year. And I've got the feeling that the answer is going to be no. So that's the micro side of it, that this particular project. But then I look at the macro, and this is what really always just gives me heartburn whenever we have an oil project is, well, I want to quote something a former president once said. Energy security is national security. If you think about that, you're probably thinking, oh, it's probably Reagan or Bush or maybe even Trump. That was Senator Barack Obama. That was President Barack Obama who said that. When we import our energy, now this is no longer the president, this is Supervisor Steve Lavanino. But when we import our energy, we're susceptible to being held hostage and we pay a ransom every time we fill up our car or truck. And it wasn't that long ago for me that I remember when I went to get gas, I didn't have the opportunity to just fill up my tank whenever I felt like I didn't have the money to do it. You know, it was put 20 bucks in and see how long that lasts. And you got to kind of space things out. And then you're going to go back to the gas tank again, get another 20 bucks. And we may have forgotten that, but there are plenty of people, especially in my district, that's their way of life right now. And I know we can sit here and argue whether this particular project would, reduce the price of gasoline. But I'm talking about on a macro level of all of us, not just this one project, but this country as a whole has to pivot and has to say, yes, we do want to transition. Shoot, look at, my record. I started jotting down a few things. I've supported wind turbines in Lompoc. I've supported transitioning our county fleet of cars to electric vehicles. I supported adding solar panels over our parking lots. And I've worked to implement energy efficiencies in our county buildings. But we got to stop the hypocrisy of our generation. Well, I don't want to put it just on this generation, all of us, of talking about getting rid of oil because there's new green energy coming. The reality is that as much as we want that to happen, as much as I've voted for it to happen, it's not there yet. And we have to continue to produce fossil fuels as we transition. Not to mention the fact that working families, I actually looked up, and I know, Doss, you've got a cheaper car for me to look at, so I'm going to look into that. But I started looking at Teslas just yesterday. I was like, oh man, gas is $6 a gallon. I'm going to check this out. Those freaking cars are like $75,000 up to over $100,000. Like, there are thousands, I would say, thousands of 15 to 20-year-old cars driving around Santa Maria that people, use as their transportation. So this idea that at some point we're all going to be driving electric vehicles is not going to happen for a long time. This idea that I think we have to get away from is, especially that I see so much in this county, is if I don't see it, it's not happening, right? If I don't see the oil production, it's not happening. But what we heard today is, deforestation. We're buying oil from countries that have no desire to improve human rights or women's rights. And I see it in housing, I've seen it in cannabis, and I see it in the oil industry. It's like, well, I can't have it around me as long as it's not around me. And I heard people today, I support oil, I just don't want to hear. Well, this is where it is. And closing your eyes to it or looking away from it is not going to make it go away. So I've threatened this a couple of times where I'm like, you know what, I'm at the point where I'm almost there, where it's like, what I would love to do is put a ballot on the measure, a measure on the ballot, ballot on the measure, a measure on the ballot, asking people if they would like to ban oil in Santa Barbara County and not use oil products in Santa Barbara County. And my guess is that ballot measure would pass until people figured out what in the heck oil does for them. And when they realized they couldn't go anywhere, their roads started falling apart, or the clothes that they were wearing, they couldn't use them anymore, or the makeup that they're wearing goes away and everything disappears. And maybe that's what it's going to take, that people realize that it's in our everyday lives. And so, you know, I understand why people will vote. There's a strong contingency that totally disagrees with me, that thinks that you know, the protections of the environment outweigh these other needs of our community. And I just fundamentally disagree with that. I know I've tried hard. I'm not going to change anybody's mind. People just cling to this as we do our religions. So like, this is embedded in people, and they're not going to give up the view. And so that kind of makes me sad, because I guess I see the people more than maybe other people do in my district, of the person that's going to go work for Pacific Petroleum, you know, the person that's going to work for Speeds, you know, that's going to actually be able to go buy a house. And now it's not going to be able to. So anyway, those are my comments. I support the project, and I would vote to approve it.
Supervisor Hart?
Well, I appreciate my colleagues' comments, and really appreciate the members of the public who came out today and spoke really eloquently. I was typing furiously, trying to integrate the ideas and thoughts that were expressed today in my remarks. And so I think I'll just read what I wrote. The environmental impact report for this project identified the potential for a significant and unavoidable impact to sensitive resources due to potential oil spills. While there are a number of proposed mitigation strategies that could reduce the potential for oil spills, the risk is still too great. The risk is clear from the facts in the staff report, from the comments of many community members today, and by our own long local history of devastating oil incidents, from the 1969 oil spill that galvanized the environmental movement, to the 2015 oil spill on the Gaviota Coast, and to the 2020 March truck incident that spilled 6,600 gallons of oil into the Cuyama River on Highway 166. As highlighted by the Environmental Defense Center, more than a dozen oil tanker accidents have occurred in our county over the past 14 years, 8 of which took place on the proposed route. In order to approve this project, we would need to make the findings that the project benefits outweigh the risks. The economic benefit and tax revenue that could be generated by this project pales in comparison to the economic benefits generated by our coastal hospitality industry, an industry that is threatened by the risk of oil spills. As pointed out by the Sierra Club, the revenue generated by the Ritz-Carlton Bacara Hotel alone, a hotel that was impacted by the 2015 spill, is more than 3 times the county tax revenue that could be generated by this proposed project. Like the public commenters from the UCSB Environmental Affairs Board, I'm also concerned the jobs being promised today are not as secure as claimed. Last year, Exxon Mobil temporarily suspended 401k matching contributions for its employees and released a plan to lay off up to 15% of its global workforce by the end of 2022. This was done to assure shareholders it will make cuts elsewhere before reducing its stock dividends. If Exxon Mobil is already cutting massive numbers of jobs and benefits, how certain are the jobs we're being promised today? The local jobs being promised from this project may also not be as high quality as Exxon Mobil claims. For the past 10 months, the company kept 600 United Steelworker union members locked out from their jobs in an oil refinery in Texas. Lockout was initiated to force the union to accept an unfavorable contract or push the refinery workers to de-unionize. After 10 months without pay, the United Steelworkers Local voted to accept the contract, but intends to continue with an unfair labor practices complaint against the company. The significant financial stress the oil industry is facing from reduced global demand should give us pause when we hear the promises being made about the high quality jobs in this project. Many financial experts are increasingly questioning Exxon Mobil's fundamental long-term financial stability. The firm is highly leveraged with a very high debt to equity ratio. This means that a significant portion of Exxon Mobil's operations are funded through debt rather than wholly owned funds. This large amount of long-term debt has been rapidly rising, even before the pandemic. Because of this, and because future growth may be limited, Exxon Mobil must cut costs, and we're already seeing this effort play out through layoffs, anti-union actions, and reduced benefits. One of the world's largest financial asset managers, BlackRock, stated last year that Exxon Mobil should further assess its strategy and board expertise against the possibility that demand for fossil fuels may decline rapidly in the coming decades. The situational assessment and board reorganization, which BlackRock believes was necessary for the future success of the company, has not been started by corporate management. BlackRock's analysis concluded the company's stubbornness to modernize company policy presents a clear corporate governance issue that has the potential to undermine the company's long-term financial stability. This morning, we had an item on the agenda to consider the issue of abandoned, idled, and orphaned oil wells in our county. While it may be difficult to imagine a future where Exxon Mobil is not a major global energy producer, the volatility of the oil industry over the past decade is very disturbing and concerning. As we learned from other giant corporations that have lost their way financially, when companies are siloed in a single industry and demand significantly decreases for their product, the financial foundation of very large companies can quickly shift. The astronomical cost required to properly shut down the offshore oil rigs in the channel cannot be underestimated, and taxpayers have already borne the cost of remediating the oil wells left by the Greca and Veneco bankruptcies. Many people today commented on the need to increase oil production in the Santa Barbara Channel to offset the oil produced in Russia. I believe these comments miss the fundamental choice we're facing today from the combination of climate change and the threat posed by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We must reduce our dependence on fossil fuels to achieve true energy independence. Our country and the world have faced oil shocks in the past: the OPEC oil embargo in the 70s, the Iranian Revolution, the Iran-Iraq War. The policy mistake we made each time oil supplies were interrupted by events was not taking advantage of those crises to advance renewable energy supplies. We can't make this mistake again. As I stated earlier, I will be voting to deny this application because I cannot make the finding that the significant adverse environmental impacts as identified in the project EIR can be overridden by the project benefits for the reasons stated above. While our decision today is limited in scope to the temporary trucking program that would allow the San Ynez unit to restart operations before the reconstruction of a pipeline, I believe that our community wants to send a clear message that we are unwilling to risk damage to our environment in exchange for short-term corporate profits, uncertain local jobs, and modest tax revenue. I'd also like to speak directly to the broader topic of phasing out oil production as we find new ways to generate clean energy and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The County of Santa Barbara has affirmed through our climate action plan and the other programs of the county's One Climate initiative that combating climate change is one of our county's most urgent priorities. As we look to the future of energy production in Santa Barbara County, we must do everything possible to champion a clean energy future. This work must also include a just transition, ensuring that workers have new local union construction jobs to replace the jobs that are at risk as the fossil fuel industry contracts. This board has the opportunity to support local union construction jobs by passing a community workforce agreement ordinance for county-funded capital construction projects. We need to walk the talk and use our county projects to support working families with good paying union jobs. While this gets talked about a lot at all levels of government, the just transition to renewable energy, there hasn't been enough local government action to fix the problems. we can put our words into action, and I urge my board colleagues to recognize the connection between our decision today and the need to pass a local community workforce agreement as soon as possible.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, yes, Chair Hartman, thank you. I wanted, since we're in the deliberations period, I mean, a lot of us have our speeches prepared that we're going to say to the public and then get to a vote. But I actually just have a question, here for my colleagues. This project has this significant unavoidable impact, and all oil products are going to have that. Is there any project that we as a county can accept that can mitigate that? Because I think that's a decision we need to be clear on. Because if this project can't do it and future projects can't do it, we really should just be honest with our process here. And I'm not trying to be hyperbolic with that. I just really would think in Santa Barbara County, we should be honest with applicants and the public on what we're doing. And if there's no way to mitigate that, I think that should be on the table. It should be for our staff. We don't want them to continue to spend years and years spinning their wheels. We're going to have a pipeline project. I'm sure that this is also going to be one of the things that's studied, I would imagine. Right. So, at some point we have to address this. We can't just tell people go through a 5-year process, spend millions of dollars, burn up a bunch of staff time, which we don't have enough staff. That's what we keep hearing, just to come back to us with the same significant unavoidable impact, and then we deny it. So I'm curious, is there a way that this board could ever deal with that impact in an EIR? Because I think that's something we need to decide. And I think this is one of the opportunities that we get to have the discussion. There's no board item that we can ever bring to the board to talk about that. Is this too big for this board to overcome? And I think that's something we need to decide for the people in this room, and for our staff and for the public at large. Is there any way to overcome this? Could this project have done more? Wasn't a rhetorical question, but I will move on.
If it's a question,
It is a question.
I'll
Yeah.
If that isn't rhetorical,
It's not.
I will be brave enough to try to answer that
Please.
question. And I think I partially did in my comments. I think first of all, there is a flaw with out-of-state mitigation, right?
address it.
And that is that, look, if you're purchasing credits, say from wind farms in Montana, those landowners in Montana, they don't want the credits, but they are making money. So it's sort of not generating demand, right? So I would say that there is a real flaw in that, especially when you have right in front of you the mitigations in our own community that are possible. Fundamentally, I don't see the gulf between us all as big as some of you do today, because I think some of you are proposing a supply solution to the problem, and some of us are proposing a demand solution to the problem. I fundamentally believe, as Supervisor Hart articulated, that energy independence lies in reduction of our consumption overall. And therein lies a very easy way for any project to mitigate. We don't have enough electric cars. We don't have enough infrastructure to fully maximize potential. I was looking throughout this hearing at what is the renewable amount, the percentage renewable energy on the grid while we've been sitting here. And it has varied while we've been sitting here from 50% to 80%. So this isn't like in the future. It's here, it's now. The potential for both green energy and green powered transportation is right here. And I do believe that someday it is possible to, a project might come that adequately mitigates its impact. I think that's possible. I don't think it's here today. And And I'll, think that part of that is because of the change in the Santa Maria facility. This does not adequately mitigate it in my mind. And plus there is a safety element that's impossible in a trucking project to mitigate adequately. But I don't think we should dismiss the possibility that someday a project will come that is environmentally beneficial.
And my response to that, and I appreciate the dialogue, because I really, as you guys have seen since I've been on the board, I am trying to create solutions. Let's have the conversation. Let's vet it out. I'm not actually making a supply or demand argument. To me, it's a process argument. Do we have an honest process in this county? Can any applicant go through our process and legally get through that and expect to get a permit without having essentially the rug pulled up under them? It's the same position I've been taking on cannabis in the county. I'm not a cannabis guy. It's something, but we have an ordinance, and you know what? An applicant comes in, they check all the boxes, it's legal, and for that zoning, they do the environmental impact or the supplemental environmental impact, and we come to a place that we more often than not, and actually every time in the last year plus, we've approved those projects. We had that same thing happen to us last week with the G&K farms, where there's some people out there that are just opposed to cannabis. And even though you create a better processing facility, double walled, HVAC, carbon scrubbers, we do all the things that need to actually improve the situation, they're still going to ask for it to be denied no matter what. And I think that we saw that. I see a lot of correlations with that in this project, where Exxon has come on and gone above and beyond in every place possible. And I think what I'm hearing is that there is no scenario where their project can be approved. And I think we, at some point, maybe we need to bring forward in long-range planning, is that we should maybe have an ordinance where we don't accept applications where there's going to be the risk of hazardous materials or risk of upset. I think that would be an honest process for us to do in this county, because I think that would at least send the message that we're not going to go there, because obviously it's not something I'm going to support, but if that's something functioning that we're going down, I think we need to be honest. I think our board does have broad discretion here, but we resisted the temptation to abuse that. And again, they've gone through all of it. They consulted with staff and council on the baseline. They've gone above and beyond. And obviously we haven't heard from Supervisor Hartman, so I don't mean to presume what her vote is. But right now we're at a 2-2. And so I do support the project. These jobs, I'm not supporting because of the jobs. I'm actually not supporting because of the tax revenue. I am on a process argument here, and I'm really going to foundationally stick to that as I have as a supervisor. I'm going to support it because the process was correct and legal. Now, the jobs part, most of you guys are my constituents. You're some of my neighbors, you're my friends. Some of you coached Little League that my kids have played for, and so the impacts that are going to be felt are going to be felt most significantly on my district and Steve's district. And it's hard to be sitting here seeing potentially a project like this go down. This county has been making statements about equity for a long time. And, these are jobs that help generational equity and make a difference in this community. And I know that there is a political ideology and activism that wants to see you guys disappear, but I see you. And, I think I know where the vote's going, but I hope that it doesn't, because I hope the entire board sees you and we can support you. Thank you.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I see my job and responsibility and duty is to evaluate the projects that come in front of us and the facts as they're presented today. And I think there are legitimately different views of those facts, but I don't think, that Supervisor Nelson's rhetorical question about, is there any project is relevant to what we're doing today. What we're doing is we're looking at this project and we're all, making our judgment about the facts that are presented to us today. And that's what our responsibility is. And that's, I think, what all of us are doing. So.
And so then Supervisor Hart, Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hartman and Supervisor
I like
Hart.
the dialogue.
Yeah. So is there anything this project could do to be approvable?
this project is what it is. It's not a future rhetorical project. It's what this project's proposed.
So
Question on that, just for county council, like you cannot have I mean, would it? I think what Supervisor Nelson's asking is, do we just ban? I mean, do we put something out there that says, I think that's what you're getting at. There's no sense applying because there's a ban, which I think is different than having a board that has a difference of opinion. Because we're not all going to be here forever either, you know. A couple years from now, there's going to be a couple of different people up here. So, but I'm just kind of curious. From
Sure, Bob and I plan to be here for a while. Yeah,
we can all plan.
Madam Chair, members of the board. So the board has discretion over this type of project. If an applicant puts in an application for something that is allowed by our ordinance, then they're entitled to go through the process, do environmental review, and go through the decision-making process, in this case, at the Planning Commission and now to your board. With each one of these projects that's discretionary, then your board considers the facts and circumstances as well as the environmental impacts and then makes a decision based on the evidence of that case. So my recommendation would not be to make any kind of global statement on future projects.
So, and the reason why I asked the question to you, Supervisor Hart, was that, you know, often we do add conditions to projects. We say, hey, this is what make the project better, so I could vote for it. You know, Supervisor Williams, if all the credits were done in the state of California, could that be enough?
I think I've with two attempts attempted to try to answer your basic question. I think we're going down a rabbit hole.
Okay.
does that conclude your comments?
It does.
We've heard about a traffic study that basically this comes down to an assessment of the risk versus the benefit. And we have the duty to weigh those against each other. We can do it in a narrow way. We can look at the trucking risk itself. We have a future projection of 1 in 52 years accident on the 101, a 1 in 17 year accident on the 166. But we have an actual history that says in Santa Barbara County, we had 14 trucking accidents in 15 years and 8 along this route in 15 years. So trucking is inherently risky. And on the 166, it is absolutely tremendously risky. That is why there was a prohibition initially on the 166 being a route for this project. That only came back into play after the Santa Maria pump station announcement. So there's no question that the Route 166 is extremely dangerous. It's a 2-road going each direction, very few pullouts, people impatient. And we heard from quite a few people in Kiama who watch this every day who can attest to the riskiness of that particular road. So we look at that narrowly, that risk, and then we look at it against the benefits. And I think Supervisor Hart, relying on the Environmental Affairs Board and some of the BlackRock studies, suggest that maybe some of the benefits aren't as certain as we might think. We often talk about the transition to renewable energy, and it's always way out there. But once it starts happening quickly. One of my favorite images is of 1900 in New York on Fifth Avenue, where there's 50 horses and 1 car. 13 years later, in 1913, there's 40 cars and 1 horse-drawn carriage. Once change starts, it can really happen quickly. And I believe that's going to be the case with our transition to renewable energy. So we can think about it in terms of just the trucking. I do believe, however, that we need to think about this more broadly, and we do have discretion about the baseline. The baseline, in my view, is current conditions. And the current conditions are that we are in a climate crisis. And the GHGs from this, it could offset the trucking, although only 1/10 of it would be local. But the facility itself is the largest greenhouse gas emitter in our county. And then the burning of the fossil fuels itself, that is not mitigated for either. So is this really the direction to go when we are facing a climate crisis? For my way of thinking, that is just not the case. So in conclusion, I would say that it's detrimental to the health and safety of the neighborhoods that this trucking would go by. And it's not compatible with the surrounding areas. And the streets, particularly 166 and also the 101, are not designed for this kind of traffic. We've already experienced it during a fire where we did have an accident with a truck and it closed the freeway down. And that's a very dangerous situation. So we're moving into a more vulnerable situation and adding greater risk onto these roads that in time of disaster, we really need to count on them being open. So I just can't support this project, and those are the reasons why. So with that, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll? Oh, pardon? Oh, that's sorry. Yes.
Madam
Please.
Chair.
Long day.
Madam Chair, members of the board, now that the staff has heard from the board, my recommendation would be that we take a break so that we can do a review of the findings to see if there needs to be any update to reflect the board's deliberations.
And any estimate how long that might take?
15 minutes.
Okay, so we convene again.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to help guide that process by making a motion to deny the project, finding that the safety impacts are significant and unmitigatable, adding the 2020 staff recommendations to the record as evidence, and of course evidence presented to this at this hearing.
And I'll second that. And I think we also have to make the CEQA findings. Or actually,
No.
the modified project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Number B and C, A, B, and C in the staff report. Is that what you're?
No, I think they've got that covered, and I think that would only be for approval.
I'm sorry.
I think with the three additions I mentioned, I think the findings are where they need to be.
Well, let's let staff do their work. And you don't need a conceptual motion at this point.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I think the direction is pretty clear, but if you'd like to do a conceptual motion, that's fine. The board still maintains discretion, regardless, maintains discretion until the very end. And so we'll review the findings, and then it's not until then that you would take a final vote.
Okay, we'll reconvene in 15 minutes. We're reconvening the meeting of March 8th, 2022 of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. And we were refining the findings for today's decision. And Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, members of the board. So we have collectively worked together to update the findings. We have those findings that we're going to share with you in track changes on the screen here. You have copies that are available to you that are a clean copy. Whoa.
And Chair Hartman, members of the board, I'd just like to note for the record, the clerk of the board did upload this attachment to the agenda item today, attachment 56, entitled Exxon Attachment A, Revised Findings for Denial. That has also been made available to the board members as well as in the back of the room here in Santa Maria. And there are no members of the public in Santa Barbara, but it has been made available in all locations.
Okay, Madam Chair, we're working on getting it loaded up
Sure.
to the screen.
And if I'm correct, we'll review these findings. We'll have the applicant respond and then get a motion, a second, and make the decision.
Madam Chair, I think we're ready to proceed.
All right.
I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Briggs to walk you through the changes.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, we made some changes here. We made additions to each of the findings reflecting the comments that we heard from the board today. From the three supervisors to my left. And we think that these additions reflect the intent of your comments in your deliberations. I'm going to spare you reading them myself, so go ahead and take a look.
And Madam Chair, members of the board, so what you're seeing on the screen is the track changes version of the hard copy that you have. So it's just showing the changes.
Madam,
Mr. Briggs, could you read the part that's sort of green or fuzzy? I can't make out those words, so you don't have to read the whole thing, but if you could just read those.
Sure. Sure. So the first the first sentence in blue there says may not be as secure or as high quality as indicated by the applicant, and they do not outweigh the unavoidable adverse environmental impacts of the project.
Thank you.
And going to the next one, we crossed out the word but and substituted and. And then moving on, we crossed out GHG air quality impacts, and the sentence ends with and localized air impacts. Next change in blue, Santa Maria Pump Station in 2023. Next change in blue, the earlier versions of the proposed project mitigated GHG impacts to a much larger extent. And then the final paragraph, additionally, the potential economic benefits of the project are substantially less than those of the county's coastal hospitality industry, which is significantly threatened by the possibility of oil spills. I think there may be more. Then we have a few changes in purple here that are a little bit difficult to read. Looks like the second sentence here in this paragraph, existing driver behavior, which recent data shows an increase in traffic fatalities, is problematic. And then last sentence to this finding reads, the board incorporates by reference all of the public comments submitted for the March 8th, 2022 hearing, which detail additional accident data and safety concerns. And then those same changes are reflected in the final finding. And you can see the same sentence repeated here in blue.
And that's it.
And that's it.
County Council?
Madam Chair, members of the board, so just one clarification. So the changes reflected on the screen are what was passed out. Subsequent to passing out to the board, we did have a request from Supervisor Williams to make a clarification. And so the blue at the top that was just read off about the project would create significant impacts regarding traffic safety. And then it says existing accident information. Is that what it was? Okay. Existing driver behavior. So that sentence that was added by Supervisor Williams. I just want to make that clear since that's not in the copy that was provided. And I also wanted to clarify for the record that I do recommend giving the applicant an opportunity to respond. It's not required, but if you'd like to respond to the findings, then you'd have that opportunity.
So Mr. Henderson.
Madam Chair, could we have a few minutes to
Yes.
group and discuss
course.
before we address? Okay, thank you.
So Lisa, you were saying the project would create significant regarding traffic safety. Oh, no, I got a whole other couple boxes. You're never gonna go through all my savings. That would be a better statement. Or we can just simply just say project. You okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Just curious.
Okay, we're reconvening once again. Ms. Scott, the applicant, is going to address the findings.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, for sharing the revised findings for denial with Exxon Mobil. We respectfully disagree with the findings. We do not believe that they're based on the substantial evidence that was presented here today and that are reflected in the SCIR. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, we need a motion and a second.
I just want to make sure that do we need to have the findings updated on the website before we make the motion, or can that be updated from the motion?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I think it's okay to go ahead and move forward. We showed the changes on the screen. We also announced the changes and been discussed with the applicant. And so I think it's fine to move forward now.
All right. Then I move that we make the required findings for denial of the modified project as was printed up here on the screen and available on TV to be reviewed for folks. It will be in the future posted to be reviewed on the website, but not the version currently online. B, that will at Mr. Hart's correct suggestion, mea culpa, determine the denial of the modified project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 1527O, and approve the filing of a notice of exemption, and that we will deny the modified project.
Second.
Any further discussion? Supervisor Nelson, your light?
I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the board, just to eliminate any confusion about what is being voted on, I think it would be helpful to just have staff read the minor changes that were made to this version. So you have this version. There's just, I think, 2 sentences added to each finding on this version, and I just want that clear for the record. And then we can move forward to it.
Okay.
Okay. Madam Chair and members of the board, we are looking at page A3, finding E. And I'm just going to read the first 2 sentences. The project would create impacts regarding traffic safety along Calle Real, Highway 101, and State Route 166 due to the addition of tanker truck trips to and from Las Flores Canyon to the Pentland Terminal. Existing driver behavior, which recent data shows an increase in traffic fatalities, is problematic. And then so on. That exact language is also repeated on page A4 under finding 2.2.E. Exact same 2 sentences.
So do we need another motion to clarify that it's these changes now?
Sure, or the maker of the motion and second can just modify, incorporate that.
Yes, and that language was articulated when we reviewed it the first time here. So it's not adding it over 10 minutes ago. It's adding it.
Clarifying, yeah.
Clarifying.
Second.
Okay, and no further discussion. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Nelson,
No.
Supervisor Lavanino,
No.
Supervisor Williams,
Aye.
Supervisor Hart,
Aye.
Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
So with that, we are adjourned till Tuesday, March 15th, 2022 in Santa Barbara Hearing Room.